Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Prime Minister Rishi Sunak says he's determined to make sure that illegal migrants are deported as he prepares to announce new laws next week preventing people arriving on small boats from claiming asylum. Charities have criticised the plans, saying they're extremely concerning. Conservation groups have welcomed an international agreement to protect oceans that lie outside national boundaries. Delegates at the United Nations cheered as the High Seas Treaty was finally signed after 15 years of negotiations. It aims to address the impact of climate change, pollution and overfishing. The father of the youngest victim of the Manchester Arena bombing says he intends to sue MI5. Andrew Roussos, the father of Safi Roussos, who was 8, says the security service has most of the blame for the attack. A public inquiry found the explosion might have been prevented if MI5 had acted on intelligence received in the months before. And Arctic air is expected to bring snow to parts of the UK from this evening. A Met Office yellow warning will be in place tonight in the northeast of Scotland and will be extended into England on Monday and Tuesday.
I just didn't want to let my family down, so that's why I sort of push myself every single day.
Jermaine Defoe, Outside the Box, from BBC Radio 5 Live.
Join me for my brand new Fly on the Wall podcast in my quest to become a football manager. Just being able to look yourself in the mirror every day and just be like, you know what? I did everything right. I didn't cut any corners. From my roots in East London to 57 England caps, winning the Scottish Premier League and everything in between. The gift and the talent, that takes care of itself. But the hard work and the sort of application, this needs to be day in and day out.
Jermaine Defoe, Outside the Box. Listen on BBC Sounds.
More live Premier League football than anyone else.
5 Live's Premier League Sunday.
With Steve Crossman.
And we've had one cracking game already in the Premier League today. Everton stay in the bottom 3 after a 2-2 draw with Nottingham Forest, who are 14th. We've got a cracking Women's League Cup final going on. Arsenal leading Chelsea 3-1 at half-time. You can watch it on BBC One. On 5 Sports Extra, the adrenaline of a new F1 season with the world champion Max Verstappen leading the way as expected. But here on 5 Live, assume nothing, predict nothing in one of the most famous contests of any sporting calendar.
I know the ambience, the atmosphere will be great, will be hostile against us, and we like it.
Oh, now Vidic slings on Jared, he's going to be sent off. It's got to be a red card. Vidic has got to go.
I was always looking forward to this game. It's the game. United, always when we face them, it's massive.
Salah's in for the hat-trick. He's overrun it. No, he hasn't. He's scored it. It's Manchester United 0. Liverpool 5.
It's of course a test. I know my squad, my team will be prepared to go and fight, but we know that's going to be difficult. We know we have to suffer, we have to sacrifice to get a good result.
Gary Neville is totally out of order. Gary Neville has run the full length of the pitch to taunt the Liverpool fans, pointing at his badge, and that is utterly disgraceful.
I would say pretty much impossible to be happy about something positive at Man United when you are the Liverpool manager.
And Percy in for 3-0. United there all over Liverpool, and Manchester United lead by 3-0.
I know where the rivalry is, and I know the biggest rivalry from us is Liverpool, so we are totally aware of it.
Suarez ignored Evra. He walked straight past him, wanted to shake hands with the goalkeeper, and Evra grabbed his arm and said, "Shake with me, let's move on." Header in, hit the post, and it's into the net! And who's got that goal? Peter Crouch has got that goal! The Crouch header hit the inside of the post, it spun along the line! It's a hat-trick for Dimitar Berbatov, and it's Manchester United 3, Liverpool 2, with 5 minutes to play.
Liverpool, Manchester United, Anfield. It doesn't get much bigger, John Murray.
The two sides are down on the pitch, preparing, warming up. Jurgen Klopp, watching him, he's standing with his eyes on Manchester United's players near the centre circle, just turns away now with his hands in his pockets. And the starting 11s are pretty close to, if not as expected. Henderson, Gakpo and Robertson come back into the team for Liverpool from midweek here against Wolves. So Bajcetic Jota and Tsimikas are back among the substitutes. So the Liverpool team is Alisson, Alexander-Arnold, Konate, Van Dijk and Robertson. Fabinho with Henderson and Elliott either side of him. And then the front three of Salah, Gakpo and Nunez. And as for Manchester United, Luke Shaw is fit to return. Jadon Sancho is a substitute. Both of them missed the FA Cup win over West Ham on Wednesday night. So 6 changes from that team. But actually, it is the same Manchester United team that started the Carabao Cup final this time last week. So De Gea in goal, Dalot, Varane, Martinez and Shaw, Casemiro, Fernandes and Fred, Anthony, Weghorst and Rashford.
Delighted to say we've got a couple of top strikers with us. Firstly, alongside John Murray at Anfield is Dion Dublin. Afternoon, Dion.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
I think you were going to say hi, Gary, then, when you said top strikers.
Well, on Match of the Day tonight with Mark Chapman, we've got Micah Richards and Troy Deeney, and Troy's with us. Hiya, Troy.
How you doing, gents? You okay?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Very good.
Right, guys, let's get straight into the strikers then, shall we? And listen, Dion, you look at the lineups and you're just instinctively and instantly drawn to the number 10 of Marcus Rashford.
Yeah, and you know what? I've seen him a lot this season, and I just, and Troy will tell you exactly the same thing. His body language is better. He's got a smile on his face. We're not seeing him doing anything else but play football, and that's what he's best at. All the off-the-field stuff that he's done is incredible. But for Marcus Rashford to play at the top of his game, he needs to concentrate on his game, and he's doing it, and he's showing everybody how good he can be, Steve. I'm not surprised at everything he's showing us. I just want to see it more and more and more.
Troy, we talk about confidence, and we all know the importance of confidence, but the incredible importance of it, is that underlined when you see the levels that Marcus Rashford has found this season?
Yeah, but I think also as well you have to look at his inner belief. He would have been, low at one point with all of the negativity around him, and I think at one stage there was him and Jesse Lingard were probably at that same point. Now both had to look at their career and figure out what they're doing, and as Dion touched on, he's dived so deep into his football that now he's reaping all of the rewards for it. 17 goals since he's come back from the World Cup, and I think the World Cup he probably would have expected to play a little bit more, and he didn't, and he's used it as motivation, as fuel, and as any professional will tell you, that little bit of negativity will drive you more than having all the good times.
And you know what, Troy, as well, and you've got to sort of tip your hat to the manager as well, because as you well know, as a striker, if you hit a little purple patch and you may be scoring 2 goals and you're scoring 3 goals, the manager's not taking him out, he's leaving him. Mm-hmm. It's becoming a habit now, scoring goals for him, which is what we need as strikers.
Definitely, and I think as well, he's resting him at the right times. There were a couple up, wasn't they, not too long ago at home, and he brought him off at 60 minutes. Right, you're doing well, come off, go again. And as strikers, normally you don't like that, but he's got his goal. He's got his couple of goals in that game, and then it's like, right, let's go again. But he's having to look after him, because with the greatest respect, Workhorse is doing a great job, but he's not going to get you all the goals that you need. He's got a different role to play. So a lot of onus on Marcus to score the goals.
Yeah, Troy, can I ask you, and then Dion, you coming off the back on Wout Weghorst, is he doing a great job? Do you have to really be sort of inside the game to recognise the job he's doing? Because not everybody does.
No, of course not. He's a team player. He's put a lot of work in, a lot of effort with his back towards goal, being a target man. Don't get me wrong, I think he could do a bit more, which we always can, but for the role that he's playing at the moment, he's getting assists, he's working the back line, keeping them honest, and he's being a great outball, and he's giving Marcus probably a bit more space than people would have really realised, because he's forcing the 2 centre-halves to concentrate on him. And fair play to him, he's doing well. He hasn't set the world alight. I would expect anyone who's played up front for Man United to be able to do what he's doing, but you have to give him credit for coming in and hitting the ground running.
Yeah, I think he's done great as well. The only person that might be disappointed in his form is himself. He'll want more goals. That's all it is, Steve. That's the only thing. He'll want to be able to score more goals and get into more goal-scoring positions. But when you're in a team that's winning and playing well all the time, and the players around you are doing so well, he's got to be doing something right. Mm-hmm. He's holding the ball up, he's working back, he's doing exactly what the manager has told him to do. And that's why, if everybody plays their part, Steve, you get a very, very strong team performance.
And Troy, before we let you go, let's ask you about one of the Liverpool
Is
forwards.
he going already? He can't go. Don't let him go. Yeah?
Some of us are working all night, mate. We don't just get 90 minutes. Do you know what I mean?
I've got to ask you about a Liverpool forward because, you know, just like the two players we just mentioned, Rashford and Gakpo, Cody Gakpo scored goals at the World Cup and he's got this move and it's a big move, and now we know Roberto Firmino is off at the end of the season. When you look at Gakpo, Troy, do you see a player who can replace Firmino?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's going to sound really disrespectful because I think Bobby's been wonderful for Liverpool over time, but I think he can take him to the next level. I really do. You have to be able to look long term. I think for this 6 months he's probably going to get kicked. He's got to get used to the pace of it. Similarly with Darwin Núñez, I think he's only going to get better. If they can get a bit more composure in front of goal, because technically they're there, the speed and the ability's there, just that composure. And that's probably a question for Dion. Can you teach that? Can you teach him to have composure in front of goal? And I think the goals will come. Yeah,
I think Troy, I think it's just a bit more time, isn't it? It's a bit more time playing in that three. You know, Salah, Mane and Firmino. They did it so many times together and they scored so many goals. This is new, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's hard to, you know, they don't know each other yet, Steve. It's hard.
I'm sure, Troy, you'll take Match of the Day to the next level as well, because you're on with Micah Richford, so you're up against it today.
I'll be honest, mate, I'm carrying him at the moment. He's over here, he's on his phone, he's not even watching Micah, but he's all on the TV though. We saw him on loads of adverts, so he's doing well.
Yeah, you fit right in with the Match of the Day culture there. Well done, Troy.
Have a good night, mate.
Enjoy it later.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Man. Troy Deeney on with Micah and Mark Chapman. Match of the Day 2, BBC One, 10:30. John Murray and Dion Dublin at Anfield. Let's do a bit more on Gakpo then, because I wonder if we're talking about a player who might have the potential to do what Troy's just said, Dion, sometimes can it be a fixture like this that really, you know, lights you up? If you can have a big game, if you can score a goal in a fixture like Liverpool versus Man United.
Yeah, it can get you started, Steve. It can sort of, you know, get the engine started when it comes to your goal scoring at Liverpool. If you do it in a massive match, and it sort of just gives you that lift. You know, I've seen him in the World Cup a lot, and he's a very naturally gifted footballer. Picks up some really good positions. And if you watch him today, and I'm very fortunate to watch him live today, that he picks up some really good goal scoring positions. Doesn't always find the ball, but that's just an intelligence that he has naturally. He's quite quick as well. He's rangy, holds the ball up, does a lot of good things a centre forward should do. He's still learning. He's only 23 years old, so he's got a couple of years more learning. Then he's going to have to start to get his numbers up. But I think he's got a lot in the locker, Steve.
And don't forget, because I saw him earlier on in the season with PSV, when they played Rangers. So that was right at the start of the season when the transfer window was still open. And at that time, there was quite a lot of talk doing the rounds that he would leave then and that he might be going to Manchester United to join up with Erik ten Hag. He didn't. He came to Liverpool instead in January. And it's strange, isn't it, how very often that sort of thing comes back and rears its head when the sides play each other.
We'll find out today. Yes. We will find out today.
There is a script written there, John,
there
isn't
is.
there?
That's exactly the phrase.
If I look over at John, he's actually wrote that script.
I've written it. See it.
It's been written already.
Yeah. The other thing that I suspect Liverpool fans would not have written a couple of years ago is that their front three would have been, you know, disassembled not just by 1/3 with Mane going, but by 2/3 with Firmino. So Salah having signed his new contract, Dion, this is Liverpool's front three for the foreseeable, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking that way, Stephen. You know, it's not bad either. No. Because they all tick very different boxes. I mean, Núñez
let's not forget Luis Diaz as well.
Yeah, exactly. Who's and you've got Diaz to come back as well. It's a very good point. So yeah, he's got, you know, 4 to choose from. If Bobby Firmino's sort of falling out of favour or he's on his way out, we don't know. But he hasn't played as much as I like to see him play. And you know what, Steve, on Bobby Firmino, I think whoever gets him, if he does leave Liverpool, what a player you're getting. What a player. Ready-made number 9 for me. Absolutely world-class footballer.
I've just noticed, John, that even with Firmino out of the team, if you look at the two lineups, there's as many Brazilian flags as there are English flags in the starting 11 today. And, you know, we spoke a lot about Casemiro before the cup final and Fred. But the heart of the Liverpool midfield, I mean, Liverpool fans would dearly love to see Fabinho reach the kind of levels that we all know he can.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, you could say that, couldn't you, around the Liverpool team?
Yep.
But we've discussed that, you know, ad infinitum this season. And, you know, pivotal figure, pivotal role when he's on. Fabinho, he's been one of their leading lights, hasn't he? But I think in terms of the changes that they potentially make, that's an area, as we know, that Liverpool are talking about strengthening. As the Manchester United players, as you might have gathered, are just leaving the field after their warm-up. That there's that area, and there's central defence, isn't there? And those are the areas that everyone's expecting Liverpool to be changing and improving during the course of this coming summer. They've done the work up front. It's those other key areas.
Sorry, Steve.
I do have to jump in just because we've got Sean Dyche waiting to speak to us live. So give us 2 minutes. He's with Andy Giddings at the City Ground.
Steve, thank you very much indeed. Sean, 2-2 in the end. Your take on your side's performance?
Pleasing. Lots made of the way form. We're doing the right things. The commitment to the cause has been excellent since I've been at the club. A big shift today after a big shift against Arsenal. Forget the scoreline, you've still got to put the work in, which we did. And I was really pleased with the physicality of the side today and some of the defending, but also the attacking. We got in so many good positions today. Couldn't get the third one to sort of really calm the game down. We know they've got a good record here. The crowd have been fantastic from here, staying behind them. So yeah, pleased overall. Just the details, we've got to correct them. Since I've been at the club, we've had too many mistakes. One today on the second goal where we're not in trouble. We're defending well. We're looking to counter, which we did on a number of occasions, and that was another one, but we stripped the midfield and we didn't need to.
The most of your best attacking play came in the first half. Might have been leading 3-1 at half-time. Are you slightly disappointed you couldn't build on that?
No, not really, because I've seen them play here and they try and get the ball forward. They're willing to knock longer balls and try and just turn the game around. They did that, and we defended that pretty well, to be honest. I don't remember Jordan being called into action many times. And I think there was a lot of good things, a lot of pluses about the performance today. So, like I say, we know we've got to win games, of course, but we have to make a start or a restart, if you like. And the record is well talked about. But I thought today showed real solid signs of a team that can go away and win games in the Premier League. Because if we don't strike the midfield, they don't score the second. That's a really, really good away performance.
You mentioned before about the characteristics needed for a relegation battle, and it was such a committed match, wasn't it, from both sides? You'll have been pleased with that, the nature of that match.
Yeah, absolutely. And, with us having the game in the week, and like I say, a big physical shift, we've asked a lot of the players against that, and I think they've delivered that. So that's a great mindset and a great building block to carry on the journey with.
Sean, thank you. Steve, back to you.
Sean Dyche live on Premier League Sunday. Dion, the list of people I'd interrupt you for is very, very short, but current Premier League manager, he is just on it.
Yeah, and listen, as I've said many, many times, he was my captain. I don't want to upset Mr. Dyche, let me tell you. It's kind of scary when he gets upset.
You were saying, Dion.
No, what I was going to say, we were chatting about the forwards line,
yes.
The forward lines, and on the Man United side of things, Benny McCarthy's obviously gone in there and made a huge difference. Marcus Rashford, having been at Old Trafford a lot this season, has spoken highly about him, and there's other, I know that Sancho as well, as he's asked, can I get involved, and without Weghorst, can I get involved? So he must be doing something right, Benny McCarthy. He's gone there. Marcus Rashford scoring goals. Sancho wants to be trained by him. Wout wants to be coached by him. So little things like that can make a massive difference to a player's season and a player's career. So well done to Benny McCarthy.
We're going to hear from Erik Ten Hag after we've checked in with some of the live sport. Charles Leclerc is out of the Bahrain Grand Prix. Jack Nicholls.
The Ferrari grinding to a halt after running in third place. That promoted Carlos Sainz in the other Ferrari into third position, but he's just been overtaken by Fernando Alonso. The Aston Martin driver started fifth, dropped down to seventh at the start after a collision with his teammate, but he's now up into third spot, and now Lewis Hamilton is right on the back of Carlos Sainz in the fight for fourth. 12 laps to go, and they are on Sports Extra.
Jack, thank you very much. Sale Sharks, Saracens, Premiership Rugby, Adam Whitty.
Where Sale have come back from 16-0 down to league leaders Saracens by 21 points to 19, and deserve it. Joe Carpenter running a lovely line to get his second try of the game. Rob Dupria, whose delayed pass set up that score, converted it. This is a game well worthy of the top two, but there's a long way to go. Sarries just holding up Sale on their own try line to keep it Sale 21, Saracens 19 with 59 minutes gone.
The top two in the Women's Super League are facing each other in the League Cup final. Are Arsenal still on course for an upset. Chris Wise.
They are. They're leading Chelsea by 3-1 after that stirring first half, and there's no real sign of a Chelsea response. Lauren James has curled one over the top, but that really is as close as Emma Hayes' team have come in the second half. Up to the hour mark, Arsenal 3, Chelsea 1.
Right, back to Anfield. Let's hear from the Manchester United manager Erik ten Hag, who's been discussing discipline ahead of the game. Rafael Varane has said it's something that was lacking before he arrived, and the manager agrees.
It was. I don't have to lie about it, but I think top players, and they like structure, and they like structure on the pitch. But also, you need some rules, and I think it's obvious in every organisation, and you all work also in an organisation. When there are no rules, when there are there's no discipline in taking the rules serious, you get a mess. You get a mess everywhere, not only a football team, but also in the broadcasting stations where you're working for, the newspapers where you're working for. It's the same. And it's the same, and with us, it's quite obvious what you get, because you see straight on the pitch what's going on. We are looking for players who have character, who have players who have personality, who can leadership, who take responsibility, who are resilient. So that was the type of players I was looking for after I make the analysis of the squad.
That's Erik ten Hag. 9 minutes to go until kick-off. Full commentary on the way of Liverpool against Manchester United. Dion, having been at United under Sir Alex Ferguson, there's probably not much I need to tell you about discipline, but you can feel it, can't you? Not just in Erik ten Hag's words, but how he says them, that he has laid down the law there.
Yeah, he has, and I think it was needed. It really was needed. Not just the players not performing on the pitch and giving their footballing skills the stage they deserve. It's off the field, it's being on time, it's wearing the right thing, basically doing as you're told. I've mentioned it many times, and I was very, very fortunate, Steve, to interview the manager, and he came across as a man that was very straight, very honest. Just come with me on this journey, but it's not going to be easy. I will get you results, but it's not going to be easy.
He also, John, has a little bit of a sense of humour, as we discovered in the press conference after the League Cup final, when he accidentally left the trophy behind.
That's right. He was asked, there were a lot of questions in that press conference, Dion. He'd done all of the TV interviews and the radio interviews, and eventually he'd come into the press conference, and when he walked in, he came in with the cup. So the League Cup, he had it with him, put it on the table in front of him. There was a lot of chat about whether that could be the start of an era of winning trophies. So he gave a lot of answers on that, and eventually stood up and went to walk out, and then realised he'd left the cup on the table, but very quickly said, I told you I'd already forgotten about this one. I'm thinking about the next one.
Very good. Very good.
That is sharp, particularly when it's not in your first language. And is there a bit of Jurgen Klopp about that as well, Dion? Somebody who can bring a smile to the face when it's needed, but also, in no uncertain terms, is the boss.
I don't know, Dion. I'm not sure he's a wisecracker yet in the same class as Jurgen Klopp. And I think as well, Steve, you and I spoke about this, didn't we, last weekend, in that he's made big strides, I think, in terms of where he is and being comfortable speaking in English in these sort of situations since you spoke to him, Dion. And a lot of that has come from results and the confidence and kind of getting to where he is now.
Yeah, he basically wants his players to get their head down and get their work done, do their job, basically, Steve. That's what it is. And I'll allow myself to relax and smile and have a few beers and a few bubbles when we achieve things. He will not relax until he's achieved as much as he possibly can achieve this season.
I think he wants his image to be as a serious football
Agreed.
I don't think he's a little bit of a throwback in that sense as well. And I think very often for managers now in this current time, you've got to have a little bit of everything. You've got to be able to be a performer as well. But he's really, for the most part, letting the team's football do the talking.
Yeah, and I think the players, Steve, as strict as he may be, are enjoying it. They're enjoying it.
Discipline isn't just about the manager either, Dion, is it? It's about senior players. And I just saw a photograph from the front page of the programme for Liverpool Man United, which is James Milner doing sort of a characteristic grimace. You've got him on the bench, you've got Jordan Henderson in the team. It's about these players as well, that discipline.
Yeah, and the manager knowing that those seniors are going to back you when it comes to discipline, and what's going on, if something's out the manager's eye line that's going to hinder the side getting a result or not doing the right thing on the training ground, then the seniors have to deal with that, and the manager shouldn't even know about it. It should just get dealt with. That's why James Milner's played for so long. That's why Jordan Henderson will play for so long.
He said, Jurgen Klopp, John, that he feels like the teams above them will be starting to feel the pressure of Liverpool's run. Do you think he's right?
Probably, because I think it's only natural for that to be the case. And certainly Newcastle losing yesterday again, so that's 1 win in 8 Premier League matches for Newcastle. Liverpool have the potential today to overtake them and go into 5th place in the table, and were they able to do that, they'd be just 3 points behind Tottenham with a match in hand, and they're in the Champions League places. So as we've discussed, I think that what happened against Real Madrid here has clearly had an effect, but they've been able to keep going, and since then get a couple of results in the Premier League, even though one of them was that 0-0 draw at Crystal Palace last weekend.
Dion, where are days like this won and lost?
Concentration for me. It's all about there's so much quality on show today, and the benches are the same, full of quality, but it's about concentration, not switching off, especially in defence. So I think it's concentration today. Here they come, Steve.
Listen to that noise. The Liverpool and Manchester United players leaving the tunnel at Anfield. It's Arsenal 3, Chelsea 1 in the Women's League Cup final. You can watch it on BBC One. Max Verstappen is absolutely steaming away at the top of the field with 7 laps to go in the Bahrain Grand Prix. You can listen to that on 5 Sports Extra. In the Gallagher Premiership, it's Newcastle 19, London Irish 31 and Sale 28, Saracens 19. We'll keep you right up to date during commentary on one of the big days of any season, Liverpool and Manchester United. And Dion Dublin is with correspondent John Murray.
Yes, thank you, Steve. Welcome inside Anfield, everyone. The sun is shining, the March sunshine, but quite a chilly tinge in the air here. And the applause, Erik ten Hag and Jurgen Klopp coming together just there down on the side of the pitch, both in their long black coats, and quite a lengthy exchange actually. Erik ten Hag with his hand on Jurgen Klopp's shoulder, and they have quite a few words to say to one another, all good-natured. And Erik ten Hag is now here for the very first time at Anfield to watch his team play, his Manchester United team play, as their manager. And it was the game against Liverpool really that began to get his team on track after that nightmare start in the first couple of league matches of the season. Remember how they beat Liverpool at Old Trafford for his first competitive victory. So the teams break away from the handshakes. You can hear You'll Never Walk Alone, of course, being played here. So the scarves are up all around the Liverpool sections, red and white scarves above heads. And Manchester United now, their players break away as well to the left of the halfway line as we look. The white shirts, black shorts and white socks. And we are only a few moments away from kick-off. But as Steve Crossman said, plenty of other live sport going on. So we'll be in Bahrain shortly to catch the end of the Grand Prix. That is on Sports Extra. If you've got your device or you've got the television with you, Arsenal are winning 3-1 against Chelsea in the Women's League Cup final. That's well into the second half. And also, let's just check in on Sale Saracens with Adam Whitty.
Capelli Pifoletti has just scored for Saracens to set up a blockbuster finish in this top 2 class. Sale 28, Saracens 24. He's just hit back after John O'Ross's bonus point try. What a cracking game with 12 minutes left. Sale 28, Saracens 24.
And the latest in the other 3 o'clock kickoff, Newcastle 19, London Irish 31. So it's Liverpool against Manchester United here at Anfield. And Jordan Henderson just making his way into the centre circle. Bruno Fernandes is already waiting there with his hands behind his back. And the referee for this one, Andy Madley. They've got a Yorkshireman in to referee this Lancastrian match, as Jordan Henderson shakes hands with Andy Madley. First time he's refereed Liverpool against Manchester United, incidentally. So a big day for the referee, of course, a match like this. Always one of the highlights of any season. Actually, one of the great sporting occasions. Two of the world's most famous sporting club names, Liverpool FC and Manchester United. And we're ready for kick-off. Liverpool with Alisson, Alexander-Arnold, Konate, Van Dijk and Robertson, Henderson, Fabinho and Elliott, Salah, Gakpo and Nunez, and Manchester United, De Gea, Dalot, Varane, Martinez and Shaw, Casemiro, Fernandes and Fred, Anthony, Weghorst and Rashford. Manchester United kick off and fire the ball forward towards the edge of the Liverpool penalty area, and then Salah goes down, just tugged over by Bruno Fernandes. A free kick to Liverpool that Alexander-Arnold wanted to take quickly, and he actually kicked into Bruno Fernandes. So here's an early test for referee Andy Madley. Alexander-Arnold saying, well, he was 3 yards away from me and blocked my free kick. What are you going to do about it?
I think he's done very well there, Andy Madley, done very well. Tried to take a quick one there, Trent Alexander. I think he's seen Nunez trying to make a run, and the referee says, wrong place, young man, wrong place, just to get himself out of that one.
Very good, as Elliott tries to flick the ball on for Liverpool. Oh, and then a turn. Oh, and then another challenge comes in as well, centrally. Well, the initial challenge on Cody Gakpo sent him flying. That was given as a free kick. The ball broke away. Elliott went down as well, as I think Fred came in with a challenge on him, and that's a free kick to Liverpool forward of the halfway line. Casemiro and Fred. It was Fred on Elliott and Casemiro on Gakpo.
Yeah, there's not an awful lot of listen, there's two comings together. Nothing wrong with either of those challenges. Referee's done well. Liverpool free kick. Let's crack on with the game.
Yeah, it was fouled by Casemiro. The Fred challenge was a good one, but already Casemiro had fouled Gakpo. So free kick Liverpool. Alexander-Arnold kills it into the edge of the box. Bruno Fernandes heads it away for Manchester United. As Alexander-Arnold takes it up again, low cross in, but that's cleared away on the edge of the box by Anthony, who was back in there. Then forward for Manchester United to the halfway line, and Liverpool have got it with Fabinho, who will pass it all the way back to goalkeeper Alisson. So Manchester United coming here having not won in over 7 years at Anfield against Liverpool. That's 7 visits in all competitions, but they come here, Manchester United, on an 11-match unbeaten run in all competitions. Cup winners last Sunday, knocked Barcelona out of Europe. They've got into the last 8 of the FA Cup. Liverpool sending the ball forward with Henderson. It's a high one that's headed away on the edge of the box for Manchester United by Dalot, who's preferred to Wan-Bissaka. As I say, this is the same team for Manchester United that started the League Cup final last Sunday. Now Elliott on the right-hand side for Liverpool as they come forward. On the right now, Salah running at Shaw. Back to Elliott, left foot shot across the penalty area, and that was blocked. Martinez was right there next to Gakpo. Manchester United clear. Alexander-Arnold hits a long pass, too long beyond Robertson's run on the left-hand side, and it bounces all the way through into the hoardings in front of the Manchester United fans, and it's behind for a goal kick. Dion Dublin.
Yeah, that is a good chance, by the way. Salah one-on-one with Shaw on the right-hand side, and Casemiro, he got there at a canter. He didn't really sprint, which left Elliott. He didn't know what to do, Casemiro. He went for the double-up. Shot by Elliott was blocked, but that was a real chance.
Yes, it was, as Liverpool has a little bit of indecision in centre field, and a long pass forward for Rashford to chase, but it will bounce all the way through to Alisson, who underarms it out quickly. Liverpool then, either side of the Real Madrid performance and result here. It is 4 Premier League matches unbeaten for them, 10 points from the last 12 available. That's why they're now pushing up towards the Champions League places. There's a foul centre field, and a reaction as the challenge comes in from Gakpo, and a free kick. Weghorst, who was taken down, he was not best pleased with that either, but it is a free kick to Manchester United 10 yards inside the Liverpool half.
Yeah, I think Weghorst was just getting to his feet when Fabinho arrived in the vicinity, gave him a little bit of a nudge, didn't like it.
Free kick then, forward and left of the centre circle, still 0-0, very early stages. Shaw plays it in, but too much on that, and Alisson was able to come and catch, level with the penalty spot. A scything clearance from him downfield. Salah furthest forward, it's headed away, nodded back forward for Liverpool, bounces for Salah on the edge of the box from Nunez. Salah still going left side of the area. Fred is just making a nuisance of himself. The two of them tussling together, jostling one another, and the ball runs behind for a goal kick.
Yeah, I mean, you've got two shorter players there, Fred and Salah, both so strong though. Fred doing the defensive duties, Salah holding his man off like he does all the time. The ball runs out of play for a goal kick, but that's something that Man United have got to be really careful of, that quick release from Alisson.
Manchester United taking a long time over the taking of this goal kick, and that's something that, you know, has been quite widely discussed recently, time wasting, and still it's not taken, and now it is from David De Gea. 10 yards inside his own half. Fabinho heads it back to the halfway line. Manchester United though in possession over on the far side, and it's played out of play by Bruno Fernandes, and that is given as a Liverpool throw. That is disputed by Bruno Fernandes, who has a strong word with the assistant on that far side, Harry Leonard. Throwing to Liverpool though, just inside their own half. That Alexander-Arnold is actually walking forward now, still going, still hasn't taken the throw. Manchester United are saying, when is he going to take it? So there's early by-play between the two teams for that, as Varane steps over the ball, turns, plays it back to De Gea, who clears towards Anthony over here, but Van Dijk comes across, and Van Dijk has been able to find the pass down the left wing to Robertson, played it round one side of Dalot, still going, hits the low cross in, which takes a deflection off the Manchester United right back and skitters away behind for a corner to Liverpool.
Yeah, the organisation it's all Liverpool at the moment. Henderson's pointing and waving at his teammates, Van Dijk's doing exactly the same. The concentration levels so far, spoke to Steve about this before the game, those two seniors have taken charge so far.
Corner then, first of the match, in front of the rapidly changing Anfield Road end of Anfield. Robertson to take the corner of the outswinger, which is headed up in the air by Nunez challenging for it, but it actually bounced further away from the goal, and Manchester United were able to pounce on it and clear. So the closing stages of the Bahrain Formula One Grand Prix, the first of the season, are with us now. Let's go there live to Jack Nicholls.
Max Verstappen just has half a lap to go here, John. He's got a 12-second lead over his Red Bull teammate Sergio Perez. Verstappen, in the early stages, it looked pretty ominous, really. From about lap 3 or 4, he had a 3 or 4 second advantage also. And from then on, he never looked back. There was some good fights over second position. Perez and Charles Leclerc squabbling. Perez came out on top. Then Charles Leclerc retired. We've seen some fantastic fighting in the midfield. Fernando Alonso doing some brilliant overtakes on Lewis Hamilton and Carlos Sainz. Alonso will finish third, Perez will finish second, but it's Max Verstappen, the two-time champion, the reigning champion, who comes out of the final corner here in Bahrain, takes the checkered flag, wins the opening race of the season in absolutely dominant style, in what could be a very, very ominous start to the season for the rest of the pack. Verstappen wins, Perez second, Alonso third, Lewis Hamilton is going to finish in fifth, but Verstappen wins the opening race of the season.
Thank you very much, Jack, and we'll have more from Jack and the team in Bahrain at half-time in this match, where it is still 0-0. Liverpool attacking against their great rivals Manchester United. Ball angled back from the edge of the box by Nunez, but cleared away by Manchester United. Liverpool 0, Manchester United 0. This is 5 Live Premier League Sunday. Listen as well on BBC Sounds wherever you go, and we're also on the BBC World Service as well, and why not on an occasion like this, which will have interest in all corners of the globe. Here's Alisson, the Liverpool goalkeeper. He's overhit that a little bit of testosterone racing around his body as he blasts that out of play on the halfway line over the head of Elliott, and it's a throw into Manchester United. Dion Dublin alongside up here, high in the main stand. England striker, Premier League goal scorer, Premier League Golden Boot winner. What are you thinking so far, Dion?
I'm thinking that Liverpool have started really well, and the midfield of Man United is non-existent at the moment.
And Manchester United, though, coming forward as Dion says that. Here's Dalot, now to Anthony. Left foot shot from him. Alisson gets down and makes a good save. He got it just where he likes it, Anthony. 22 yards out, something like that. Hit a low curling shot that was going in. Alisson had to make the save.
Yeah, it was corner of the 18-yard box. He likes that one, doesn't he? Sometimes they'll double up on him. He'll drop his right shoulder, comes in on his left. Listen, defenders know he's going to do it. Keepers know he's going to do it. But it's really hard to stop. It was creeping in that far post. Alisson dives across the grass, corner.
Super save actually to push it away as well, because there were United players in there. Corner's taken short on the left, in it comes from Shaw, but that's headed away for Liverpool at the near post. Fred takes it up for Manchester United again. Now on the left hand side, Shaw's still there and he plays it off the heels of Andy Robertson, who was out on the right hand side. So it's out for a throw-in to Manchester United, almost level with the edge of the box. 3rd place Manchester United against 6th place Liverpool. Throw-in is taken to Rashford near the dead ball line, who's nudged into there as he turns and crosses. I think by the time he did so, maybe the ball was already out of play, but he was nudged into by Andy Robertson and was sent slipping away off the pitch and has banged into the advertising hoardings, and actually took a moment there just to recover himself. He is now on his feet, he's walking back onto the pitch. He looks at referee madly with his palms apart, as if to say, was that all right?
I think he's okay. I think he was just trying to cross the ball at pace and got a nudge from Andy Roberts, that's about it.
Here's Gakpo now, Liverpool breaking forward from the halfway line. Back in the Liverpool team, Gakpo. Jota on the bench as Dalot turns after Nunez lost possession to him but slices it out of play. So throw into Liverpool as they attack towards the Anfield Road end. And Robertson holding the ball above his head, then takes the throw, comes off Dalot's head, bounces into the penalty area. Martinez waited. De Gea was coming, but Martinez took the decision to clear it away. Just wasn't absolutely certain, and to avoid any doubt was able to find the halfway line. 10 minutes played. Liverpool 0, Manchester United 0. Alisson clearing from the ground, comes off the head of Gakpo through the middle. Shaw comes across, stabs it into the air. Shaw, who was a doubt for this game, having missed the FA Cup win in midweek with a knock, but fit to play. Now here's Anthony, back to Dalot in field, a stretch from Weghorst, who does well, and just to take it away from Elliott and Fabinho. Still Manchester United. Fred trying to play it through, Rashford on the run. It was blocked by Van Dijk. Shouts for handball there. Referee says play on. Comes off Anthony and then bounces away forward and behind near the corner flag for a goal kick to Liverpool. So still 0-0.
Yeah, that's the job that Weghorst has been given, just to drop him to that 10 roll. Let Marcus Rashford roam in and around you. You just do that 10 roll for us and get hold of the ball, keep the play moving. It does move the two centre halves of Liverpool about, leaving gaps in behind. Konate goes in or Van Dijk goes in, therefore there's a space in behind for Marcus Rashford.
Yeah, just interesting at the moment, isn't it? As you say, Dion, Weghorst in the number 10 position, Bruno Fernandes out on the left hand side, Anthony on the right, and Rashford through the middle. You know, he likes that rotation.
He doesn't mind, as long as those positions are filled, he doesn't mind. He wants Marcus down the middle though, as often as possible.
Henderson plays it forward. Salah got a touch, but it ran away from him, and Shaw was able to give it back to De Gea. Mohamed Salah, the record scorer in Manchester United-Liverpool matches. Ball is blocked by an arm, I think, with Elliott, and it's a free kick to Manchester United inside their own half. Salah scored 5 Premier League goals against Manchester United last season alone. Do you remember? It was 5-0 at Old Trafford and 4-0 here at Anfield in the meetings between these two sides. Here's Dalot. Things have changed though, as Liverpool with Robertson. Now Gakpo comes back to the halfway line. Robertson then back into his own half to Henderson. Fred was coming. Henderson did well. Turned, slipped it forward to Gakpo. Gakpo now approaching, but white shirts converging on him. Still Gakpo. Runs it across the corner of the penalty area on the left-hand side. Plays it into the box. Nunez challenged. Not sure there was too much in that. Big shout from the crowd. Fabinho takes it away from Weghorst, then finds Salah in the box on the right-hand side. Left foot, curls it, but wide of the far top corner and behind. Goal kick, 0-0.
He was kind of in two minds then, Salah, in the position that we know he likes to be, coming in from the right-hand side, trying to get on his left foot, but didn't really strike it towards that top corner with any venom at all. It was a run from Trent Alexander around Mo Salah that moved Luke Shaw, left the space, and he did what he does normally, curl it round the keeper. Over, unfortunately for him.
Liverpool 0, Manchester United 0. Ball bounces out of play off Henderson. Dalot's clearance. Still Chelsea 1, Arsenal 3 in the Women's League Cup final. As I say, that's on BBC One. Highlights of this on Match of the Day 2 tonight. As we heard, Troy Deeney's on the programme tonight. Joined us briefly, Dion. And Micah Richards as well with Mark Chapman. Here's Weghorst, a bouncing ball that bounced up and struck the arm of Weghorst, and that is given as a free kick. Weghorst is not best pleased with that. Picks up the ball, walks towards the referee, and tells them that he respectfully disagrees with the decision, but it is a free kick to Liverpool. And now Fred is getting involved. He's just making a nuisance of himself, Fred, in there, as Liverpool are trying to get the ball down. Van Dijk, who was involved in that, then runs away and takes up a position. Manchester United holding a high line here. Free kick to Liverpool, 15 yards inside the Manchester United half on the left-hand side. Robertson plays it in, curling it, half ahead. Konate inside the penalty area, bounced away from him, chipped across from the far side by Henderson. It's gone all the way across, then stretching, volleyed back over by Alexander-Arnold. Comes out, Elliott with a shot, he sliced that. Alexander-Arnold can't keep it in play, and it's behind for a goal kick. That was all a little bit.
Yes, it was
at full stretch.
Yes, it was. Everything, it just didn't sit at all for any Liverpool player in the box. Just, yeah, it was harem, scare him. Wouldn't sit for Konate trying to sort his feet out. And Robertson tried to get a strike off.
That was actually that was right out of the playbook of old Liverpool, Manchester United.
Yeah, just get it into a dangerous area, see what happens.
Yes, Mark Lawrenson always used to say, when covering these matches with Mark, he would say, well, what the referee does is he plays for 10 minutes and then they put a ball on. Here's Alexander-Arnold playing the ball away from the back. Elliott then knocks it back into his own half, and Alexander-Arnold was able to turn it forward to Fabinho, who passes it back to Alisson. Liverpool 0, Manchester United 0. Sounded like a cracking game that Vicky Sparks and Clinton Morrison were commentating on earlier, when it finished Nottingham Forest 2, Everton 2. So we'll have more on that at half-time, and Celtic comfortable winners against St Mirren earlier. You can talk about it all with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton on 6:06, and we'll hear from them at half-time. Manchester United coming forward with Weghorst on the right-hand flank for Manchester United, the on-loan Burnley man. Who knows, he might be back playing for Burnley in the Premier League next season against Manchester United, but we'll see. Throw in for the visitors. Dalot takes it to Rashford, the informed 25-goal Rashford, who then flicks it forward as the pass comes to him, but Fred was on his heels, and it ran all the way through to Alisson. Yes, if you didn't catch that in the week, he was eventually credited with the goal, the second goal in the League Cup final last Sunday afternoon. So he has indeed reached the quarter century of goals this season in all competitions, Marcus Rashford, and did score in every round possible of the League Cup. Manchester United come again. Weghorst to Anthony, left-footed ball across the edge of the box. Fabinho headed it down. Gakpo passes it out. Now Salah controls it, and still Salah shielding it from Anthony, who might have kicked him over. Salah, when the pass had been made back to Robertson, he was trying to get the ball, but I think Anthony knew it had gone, and just as a byproduct, he kicked Salah and kicked him over.
Yeah, he did. He just had a swipe. I think he was a little bit frustrated that Salah was stronger than him. I'm absolutely flabbergasted that Casemiro he's played no part in this game so far. Can't get on the ball at all.
There's time for that, Dion. 17 minutes played as Liverpool come forward down the right-hand side, and the ball is blocked. There's Nunez out there with the attempted cross. So it's a throw-in to Liverpool. Going to go back to Sale Saracens in a moment. It was tight last we heard, but Liverpool have got this throw level with the edge of the Manchester United box, and throw-in is taken to Salah down there near the corner flag. Salah with Martinez very tight. Salah's been able to curl the ball into the penalty area where it's worked up in the air, took a deflection. Nunez, Salah, now back to Elliott, then Henderson with a shot that's blocked, and it's shot goalwards across the face by Nunez, but he was in an offside position, so even if he found the back of the net, that would have been ruled out, and it's Manchester United's ball. So how did it finish? Sale Saracens, Adam Whitting.
Jean-Luc Deprez last play try sealed a 35-24 win for Sale that gives their playoff hopes a huge boost. They came back from 16-0 down to do it. Sarries will have to wait to guarantee a spot in the top four, but Sale look nearly there now. A game worthy of the top two. A cracker. Sale win 35-24.
And it finished Newcastle 19, London Irish 34. So those the final scores in today's 2 Premiership matches. 0-0 here at Anfield, 5 Live on the World Service from the BBC. Henderson on the left, right-footed ball in, but Dyche comes forward out of his 6-yard box, drops to his knees, wide apart, and is able to scoop it up securely. And then forward from Manchester United, Weghorst. Nice first touch from him on the halfway line, sets Rashford off running down the right flank. Van Dijk's gone with him. Rashford's cross comes off the left foot of Van Dijk and loops halfway up the Kop, and Van Dijk's got a word or two for the assistant on this side of the field, Adam Nunn.
Wasn't happy, was he? I think it was a great little ball from Weghorst over the top of Van Dijk, and the pace of Marcus Rashford was too much for Van Dijk, and he thought that Marcus Rashford, I think, was offside, and he puts his hands up. The linesman doesn't like it.
Corner to Manchester United. Shaw. They're in no hurry, Manchester United, slowing the game down. Liverpool supporters down there. Manchester United's Luke Shaw with Liverpool fans to his right in the Kop, to his left in the lower tier of the main stand. Takes it out to the corner to Anthony. Now back to Fred. Goes back to the halfway line, and Dalot had to be quick there to play it out to the right. Bruno Fernandes with a flick, and Robertson steps in to volley it forward to the halfway line, where Martinez is underneath it and nods it out of play in between the 2 dotted lines of the technical areas. Erik ten Hag and Jurgen Klopp standing there about 15 yards apart. So a throw-in for Liverpool. When Manchester United won earlier in the season 2-1 at Old Trafford, that was Manchester United's first win against Liverpool in the Premier League for 4 years. Throw-in taken by Robertson. Elliott tries to stab it away. Weghorst is back in there, big, long legs, and is able to get a touch on the ball. And it's Martinez who's got it in the D. Back to De Gea, who broke the Manchester United clean sheets record in the final last weekend for Manchester United. 181 clean sheets now. There's a little bit of confusion over that, but apparently that was the record-breaking clean sheet. Ball through the middle for Alexander-Arnold. Alexander-Arnold then finds Robertson. Robertson into the box, right foot shot, but it's blocked on the edge of the 6-yard area actually by Martinez, who was able to get across on his right foot. Robertson lacked the whip really that he would have liked.
Yeah, yes, his weaker foot. He just tried to curl in that corner. He was actually going wide, but Martinez wasn't to know that.
As Liverpool come forward again through the middle, Elliott turns, Fred slides in, still Elliott going, left-footed cross over to the far side, that's headed away by Shaw, and then a long leg stretch forward. Fabinho cuts it out. Liverpool have got it back. Elliott back to Robertson on the left, goes for the early volley, and it's over the top from Nunez, arriving at the edge of the 6-yard box. And actually Lisandro Martinez got a touch on that and is being praised. He's yet to get onto his feet yet, but if that was a clearance from Martinez, what a clearance.
Great work. Robertson down the left-hand side, he just crosses it into that area. It lands on the 6-yard box, right in the middle of the goal. And I think it's a touch from Nunez first. It's heading towards the goal, and Martinez gets there second, but it's just enough to ricochet the ball over his own bar. What a great bit of defending. Yeah. Great ball from Robertson, though.
Excellent work. Yeah, Nunez got the initial touch, as Dion says, but off the foot, down onto Martinez's outstretched foot, and then over the top. Here's the corner. Robertson in to the edge of the 6-yard box, but that is headed away for Manchester United by Varane. Elliott goes down as he's challenged by Anthony, and the ball bounces out for a throw-in near the corner flag on the Manchester United right. So it is a throw-in. We've played first quarter's gone now, still 0-0.
Yeah, it's strange. We've played like 23 minutes and it's not settled down yet. There's not been a clear pattern of play. It's been very, very frantic.
Been mainly Liverpool though, but Manchester United closest with the shot from Anthony that was well saved by Alisson. So still Liverpool. It's been mainly eyes left, hasn't it? But now eyes right, because Manchester United come forward. Rashford forward to Anthony. Anthony sprinting down the right now, cuts into the penalty area. Left-footed ball, the outside of his left foot, headed away by Konate. Out to Fred though, and then the ball square from Casemiro. But back in there, winning it and cutting it out was Salah, and then eventually cleared away inside his own box by Alexander-Arnold. Fabinho forward from him. Shaw underneath that though to head it for Manchester United, out to Bruno Fernandes, as I say, on that left-hand side. Bruno Fernandes, that's where he receives the ball, almost on the white line. Now in field, Casemiro square. Weghorst stabs it to the edge of the box, but straight at Van Dijk, who was able to, unchallenged, play that away. Nunez, though, is beaten to the ball by Dalot. Groans from Liverpool's fans here inside Anfield. Still 0-0 as Anthony brings it forward, left-footed ball into the penalty area, stretching away from Konate, and then a volley away from Henderson. Fabinho as it comes back at Liverpool, and then Nunez with an attempted pass towards Salah. Martinez stepped in again, was able to head that away. Now Alexander-Arnold, long pass to Salah, took that down brilliantly, plays it past Martinez, and then as Salah tried to go past Martinez, he went down as though he'd been caught by an arm from the Manchester United defender, and the referee says play on. No action taken. Salah doesn't make a big fuss about that, and Martinez actually comes across and actually gestures towards Salah. There's a little apology in there. Oops, didn't mean that.
Didn't mean it. Okay, we'll come back to that.
Yes, Anthony bringing it forward towards the edge of the area. Don't think the Liverpool fans thought it was an accident. Here's Fred to the right-hand side. Dalot with the cross, it's deep, and then, just across the face of goal from a falling header from Bruno Fernandes, and that was not far away.
No, it's a brilliant ball from Dalot. He just whips it in. It's an outswinger, it's away from the keeper. Alisson thinks about coming, has to stay on his line, swings it in towards Alisson. It comes away from Alisson. Bruno's at the far post. He's on the corner of the 6 yard, and he just goes past the far post across the keeper. Great header, great cross, no goal though.
So Dion
Martinez, let's talk about him.
If you, Dion, had been Salah and had been caught by a defender in the way that Martinez caught Salah there with his arm, what would you have thought?
I'd have chalked it up in the book. I'd have stored it and waited. I think he's very, very lucky, Martinez. I don't think it was a red. I'm not going to say it was a red. I've seen it a couple of times. I think it was a yellow, though. Put his arm up to stop.
Oh, long pass. Rashford, low shot, but didn't catch it as he wanted, and Alisson actually could drop on it. It was a long pass from Shaw near the halfway line. One long pass, Rashford on the end of it, caught it on the half volley, but the shot actually was quite weak.
Yeah, I think that's the best chance of the game so far. I think Luke Shaw was on the halfway line, right on the touchline. He pinged it to the edge of the box, and it landed on the 18-yard box. Rashford caught it on the volley, and it just didn't connect. One-on-one with the keeper he was.
Still 0-0. Liverpool 0, Manchester United 0. The talking points beginning to rack up. And, let's restate it. That wasn't given as a free kick, the Martinez challenge on Salah. And Varane does well against Nunez. Now Weghorst carrying the ball forward in rather laboured fashion, and then couldn't get the pass in. Fabinho put the challenge. Robertson, that's a good ball into the space in the centre circle. Elliott carrying it forward, left-footed ball into the path of Salah. Salah now into the area. Salah across the box, but behind everyone, whether red or white-shirted. And Liverpool have to rely on Henderson arriving to play it forward again. Now Salah, left side of the box, bounces to Nunez, who's in an offside position, knew it, didn't even try and play the ball, and Liverpool go back towards the halfway line. It is full time then in the Women's League Cup final, and have Arsenal won it, Chris Wise?
They're the League Cup champions. They've beaten Chelsea 3-1, all the goals in the first half. Kerr scored very early on for Chelsea. The Gunners' response brilliant. Baxtenius, Little with a penalty, an own goal from Charles. It's Arsenal's first piece of silverware in 4 years. Arsenal 3, Chelsea 1.
So congratulations to Arsenal. And in the WSL, big win for Manchester United today, 5-1 against Leicester, to reinforce their position at the top. And the highlights from the Women's Super League will be on the Women's Football Show, which follows Match of the Day 2 tonight on the television, or anytime on the iPlayer. Liverpool 0, Manchester United 0 here in the Premier League on 5 Live in the World Service, with almost half an hour played at Anfield. Manchester United racking up the chances now, Dion, with the Anthony shot that was saved, Bruno Fernandes' header across the face of goal, that chance for Rashford that you thought was the best of the
Yeah, I thought it was a really good chance, the Rashford one, because of the form he's in as well. But yeah, two and a half very good chances for United.
Salah now, Salah wrestling for it. as he wins a free kick, and Luke Shaw disagrees with that, and then there's a little reaction there from Elliot, and Bruno Fernandes is pointing at the assistant on the far side.
Yeah, I think the United players are saying your assistant's closer than you are, and he's not doing anything about it. It's a free. Yeah, Shaw's got his arms all over Salah. Salah's trying to get away.
It's a free kick.
Referee gets it right.
It's a free kick.
It is a free kick.
Free kick to Liverpool on the right. Alexander-Arnold and Robertson together, the two famous Liverpool full-backs. And it is Robertson with the in-swinger from the far side, but cleared away, headed away by Manchester United, still 0-0. Fred has overrun that, played forward by Robertson, but into the path of Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes long, Anthony, it's 2 against 2 here. Anthony on the left-hand side though, low ball across, Konate was well positioned there, just to volley it back out towards the far side for a throw.
There was a half a second chance there as Anthony goes down the left-hand side. It's a 2-on-2. If he plays it in behind Konate, Marcus Rashford is flying down the centre of the pitch. I think he was in. I think it's Fabinho actually that was trying to get out to Anthony. Didn't get close enough. Anthony left it a second too late. Marcus Rashford is marked by Konate. Another chance gone.
Still 0-0. This match, as usual, feels like it's got lots in it. Out for a throw again. Second consecutive throw for Manchester United. Shaw waiting to take it. Fred makes a little run forward. Fred scored one of the goals against West Ham in the FA Cup in midweek. He's got 6 now this season, Fred. It's his birthday today. Harry Maguire on the bench and Fred born on exactly the same day. So both 30 today. Throw in. 20s are gone. Never be back for them.
I'd love to be in my 30s, John.
Manchester United take the throw. Shaw hooks it in the air, headed away by Alexander-Arnold. Anthony's over there as well. It's very congested. Shaw with a touch to Anthony, then Shaw again. He's leaned into, and that is giving us a free kick. And Gakpo doesn't like that. He's saying Gakpo's giving the shape of the ball with his hands to referee Madley, saying he got the ball. But it's a free kick to Manchester United. And De Jong.
Yeah, I believe that he just caught him. Look at the replay here, just catches Shaw on the side of the foot. That's a free kick as well. Some really soft free kicks, but the referee has to give them just to calm the game down a little bit. Yeah. It's very frantic at the moment. This is a great position. I mean, Liverpool have had a couple of free kicks like this in this area. Wide left for Manchester United, down there left-hand side, about 5 yards away from the corner of the box.
So
one in the wall.
Free kick for Manchester United on the left. Shaw waiting to take it, but it could be the in-swinger from Bruno Fernandes. It is Shaw with a free kick to the penalty spot, and it's headed goalwards by Dalot, but straight at Alisson. Maybe had to take one step to his left and was able to catch it into his chest. Header from, 10 yards out or thereabouts. Don't think many were expecting Dalot to score the opening goal of this latest Liverpool-Manchester United encounter. The 211th meeting in all competitions. One of the rules of commentary, Dion, whenever there's a derby match, as this is considered to be, Northwest derby, to mention the number of matches they've played against one another. Alisson knocks the ball across his penalty area to Van Dijk, and then Fabinho was put under pressure by Weghorst, and his pass found Dalot, but Dalot rather sort of snatched at it and put it straight behind for a goal.
Yeah, I think at the moment Manchester United are having to bypass the midfield because Elliot, Fabinho and Henderson at the moment as a 3, and Casemiro and Fred are just getting overrun. See, Weghorst doesn't come deep enough to make it a 3. So they're having more of the play in the middle of the park at the moment. Liverpool.
I think Jurgen Klopp's a bit concerned about the way this is going. Still 0-0. However, Liverpool with Robertson. Robertson then, Nunez left side of the box, angles it back towards the penalty spot. Cleared away though by Casemiro, who was in position for Manchester United to do exactly that, his primary role. And now Nunez, lovely change of feet, although I thought he was tripped by Anthony. That is not given as a free kick. Nunez went down, and then Anthony is challenged by Gakpo, who took the ball on the halfway line, and it is a throw-in, and there's a little high five between Fred and Anthony.
Yeah, there's not a high five between the referee, Mr. Madley, and Klopp, because they don't seem to be happy. Klopp's waving his arms about at the manager frantically, as if to say, you're missing so much, why didn't we get a free kick? Referee's looking at him, not even reacting to what Klopp's saying. His arms are all over the place, though, Jurgen Klopp.
So I think he's trying to restrain himself, Jurgen Klopp. Remember, he got sent off here the match against Manchester City. Now Salah through the middle, he's tripped by Shaw. That is a free kick. So that's the second foul by Shaw on Salah. Again, that's why there's this noise around Anfield. The Liverpool fans know that that's Shaw's second time against Salah. It's only a free kick though, which they take. Liverpool, sky's just beginning to darken here on Merseyside. Still plenty of daylight left. Floodlights taking effect though. Liverpool play it out towards the right hand side. Salah turns, plays it into Shaw, out of play. We've got 10 minutes to go to half time. Liverpool 0, Manchester United 0. So we'll have more on Max Verstappen's win in the opening Grand Prix. We'll hear from Jack Nicholls and the team in Bahrain. And it'll all be rounded up, of course, on the 5 Live Checkered Flag podcast on BBC Sounds. Robertson now low to the edge of the penalty area, but Martinez was there to clear it away. He looks right on his game, Martinez, doesn't he? He didn't put him to one side, his arm on Salah.
I think he's a really good defender, Martinez. You've got a really good balance there. You've got the aggression of Martinez, aggression of Dalot, then you've got the culture of Varane. Yeah, the culture of Varane and experience of Shaw as well. So the balance back there is very good for Manchester United.
Yeah, that classic silk and steel combination.
It's very much like what's sat here on the gantry, to be fair, I've got to say. I'm not sure which is which, but there you go.
Well, Dion, you've got a little bit of everything, of course, as we know. Here's Varane, who turns and plays it back to De Gea, just in front of his penalty area, tapping the ball out to Martinez, who looks up, then pulls it onto his left foot. Gakpo comes across, but Martinez finds Shaw, who's able to take a run and go down the left flank, still going, cuts it back against Alexander-Arnold and then plays it off Salah. But I think the final touch was back onto Shaw. Yes, it was, and it's a throw-in to Liverpool.
Yeah, I think the positivity of Shaw there really deserves something at the end of that. He actually got one-on-one with Alexander-Arnold in the end. He should have just swung that left foot, outswinger, should have put it in the box. He should have forced some of his teammates to commit.
Liverpool 0, Manchester United 0. Throw-in, and Alexander-Arnold just spins the ball, sort of basketball style, in his hands, and then takes the throw up the line, which is headed forward, headed away by Henderson, and it's deflected out of play for a throw-in to Manchester United. Hit Gakpo.
Looks out of sorts today for me, Nunez. Just looks slightly out of sorts. He looks a little bit leggy, not quite as explosive as he can be, whether he's warming into the game or not, but not quite on at the moment, Nunez.
Manchester United take the throw. Here it comes to Dalot. Dalot curls one in beyond Rashford and all the way through for a goal kick. The ball bouncing into the hoardings in front of the Kop. Mentioned the 5 Live Checkered Flag podcast. This Formula 1 season for us on 5 Live, beginning without Jenny Gow, who we very much send our best wishes to. Hope she's back in full health very soon. As Gakpo plays the ball behind Nunez, and the ball is slid out of play by Dalot, who is able to put the challenge in on Robertson. Robertson takes the throw back towards Henderson. Henderson then back towards the halfway line to Van Dijk. Across to Konate. Joe Gomez not fit yet, he's on the injured list. Matip on the substitutes bench for Liverpool. Konate, who's missed so much of this season for Liverpool, as he's in possession again. Black gloves on, the French international. Elliott, he's given it away. That's an unforced error by Elliott. Anthony through the middle. Rashford with a back heel flick. Back to Casemiro, who slips it right through the middle to Anthony, who got a touch. It's bounced across the box and is cleared by Van Dijk, and then the offside flag goes up. The referee says play on. Liverpool are coming forward. Elliott then passes it straight into Casemiro, and is a little fortunate that he bounced back to him. A couple of errors in a short space of time by Elliott, but then forward from Gakpo, but that is cut out by Shaw. And Manchester United are able to play it to the right-hand side to Anthony. Robertson puts in the challenge. That was a strong one. Yes, it was a foul, and it's a free kick to Manchester United. here on the right-hand side.
I mean, earlier on, the ball from Casemiro is in the middle of the pitch. Casemiro, should I say, he's in the middle of Liverpool's half. He plays a lovely ball through for Anthony, running on the diagonal from the right to the centre of the pitch. Then it gets a little bit scruffy. I mean, the ball was given away so lightly by Harvey Elliott. I think his studs got caught in the ground as he was trying to play the pass. Linesman said offside. It was offside, but they played the advantage.
Liverpool 0, Manchester United 0. And Bruno Fernandes standing way down on this side of the pitch, looking down on him. And Bruno Fernandes delivers it. Manchester United players goes down, but the free kick was far too close to Alisson, who's able to make the catch. United players still down, but Liverpool break away, not stopping play. Nunez taking it down the right flank, and then Fred slides in to put it out of play. Liverpool take a quick throw to Salah in the box. Fred's across there. Ooh, might have been a tug on Salah. That's what the crowd are shouting for. Whether there was enough there or I'm not sure, as Manchester United play it forward. Rashford just keeps it in on the left-hand side. Rashford out there on the flank, comes in field, well, goes down rather awkwardly, got his ankles clipped by Fabinho. He went past Konate. Fabinho ran across the back of him and clipped his heels. It's a yellow card, Fabinho boot.
Yeah, I think Fabinho knew exactly what Marcus Rashford wanted to do. One of those little inside of the foot to outside of the foot moves from Marcus Rashford. Just rolls the ball from one side of his right foot to the next. Goes in between the two of Fabinho and Konate, and yeah, Fabinho just clips his heels because he knows he's one-on-one with Konate. He knows they're in trouble, and he decides to put a stop to it there and then. I'm just looking at a replay here.
Fabinho and Varane.
Yeah.
It was the Manchester United player who went down on the edge of the area when Liverpool didn't stop play. That was Fabinho on Varane
earlier,
there.
And then he got away with that one, but he didn't get away with the heels. There's a couple of people that have got away with stuff today.
That's the first yellow card, Fabinho, and it could have come earlier, without doubt. Free kick then, Manchester United, still 0-0. Bruno Fernandes plays it in, and it's headed in! Casemiro, but the offside flag is up. Initial header from Weghorst, and it actually came off Weghorst's head onto Casemiro, who headed it in, but he knew Casemiro that he was beyond I think he was beyond Weghorst actually. So the goal does not stand, still 0-0.
Very brave from Liverpool. They hold a very high line. If you can imagine the cuts of grass, there's a dark piece of grass and then there's a light piece of grass. I mean, United players are a whole cut of grass away from that back four. Way offside. You've got to do better than that because the ball was brilliant. The runs were far too early.
In fact, they were both offside. Weghorst was just
might have been three offside.
There
was a few in there. I think Marcus was offside as well.
And when he then headed it, Weghorst, Casemiro was indeed beyond him. So and Casemiro, there was no element of celebration from him. He knew that the goal would not stand. So Liverpool 0, Manchester United 0. But as I said a few moments ago, Jurgen Klopp, I think there are signs in this match that he doesn't like. Manchester United have had the better chances, but Liverpool with Robertson, that's good. That's good. Gakpo onto his right foot! Scores! Liverpool are in front at Anfield against Manchester United. And Cody Gakpo, who might have joined Manchester United last summer, is the man to score the opening goal on his first experience of this famous fixture. And what a good finish it was. Liverpool 1, Manchester United 0 as half-time approaches.
That's some incredible football from Liverpool. Great ball from the keeper to Robertson, who's in front of his manager, receives it in front of his manager in the technical area, takes a touch, drives inside, takes his time. He doesn't choose the right pass, which is to his feet. While he's on the touchline, he waits to split the defence with an amazing pass and run. And Gakpo just comes off his left foot onto his right foot, and he just curls it along the grass past De Gea in the far post. What a finish, what a ball from Robertson.
1-0, the home side lead. And then Robertson, who gets another assist for his part in that goal. And it was simplicity, really. Liverpool with Robertson near the halfway line, just passed it into space for Gakpo to run onto. One touch, beat Varane, And then a long ball forward, Bruno Fernandes through the middle into the box, still going, Bruno Fernandes plays it square, fair course with a chance, and it's deflected up and over, and actually the offside flag then comes, and Bruno Fernandes was flagged offside, so even if they'd been able to get the ball into the net, that would not have counted, and Liverpool still lead 1-0 through that goal that we just saw scored in the 43rd minute.
Yeah, it's a very good goal, very cool. I'm looking at the offside here. Yes, he's a couple of yards offside, Bruno Fernandes, as that ball approaches him. No goal anyway, but the amount of red shirts that get back there, they don't know it's offside, those Liverpool players, and they get back in their numbers. Game on, by the way. Everything's turned up. The level of the game, the level of the noise.
Jurgen Klopp is in quite animated discussions with the fourth official down there, Chris Kavanagh. There's going to be 1 minute of added time at the end of the first half. The ball's out of play on the halfway line. Robertson has tried to grab at the ball from Anthony, who didn't like that, and Anthony's reacted there and walked, but Robertson ran away very quickly, so that immediately deflated that situation, and Jurgen Klopp's actually given Anthony a little pat on the back just to help him along. And Manchester United now attack with Shaw on the left-hand side. Liverpool fans now in good voice. I think I said just before Liverpool scored the opening goal, I think Jurgen Klopp was worried. I think the Liverpool supporters were worried. But that Gakpo goal has settled them. Anthony, though, playing it in over the heads of both Van Dijk and Fabinho, but beyond them, Alisson, with that big, thick black beard, was able to drop forward and gather the ball up.
Yeah, I just think the goal itself, Gakpo holding himself out wide and waiting for Dalot just to switch off, and then he makes his run inside him, or should I say behind him and inside. It's a very, very clever run, clever ball, well worked.
Yeah, it really was. From on the left-hand side, Gakpo into the box, got away from Dalot, and there's the half-time whistle. 1-0 Liverpool lead, and Gakpo in scoring the goal into the area, then cut it back onto his right foot, so beat Varane, and then the low right foot curling shot just found the space, just curled it into the far corner. So Gakpo, his third goal for Liverpool. He scored his goals against Everton, his first goal in the derby, then scored at Newcastle when Liverpool became the first team to beat Newcastle there this season, and took that one well, if you remember it, and then this one equally well, and that's it, 1-0 Dion Dublin.
Yeah, and you know what, on the possession stats, it says a 0-0 all over it. I mean, the chances have been good from both sides. Man United possibly have the better chances, but Liverpool, with a little bit of football, they've got numbers in midfield, and they're using those numbers, used them well towards their goal as well. And I think the quality of the finish deserves Liverpool being one up at half-time, got to say.
Yes, and a ninth assist of the season for Andy Robertson as well in all competitions. So there we are. Just reminded that when Manchester United beat Liverpool in August, Manchester United had 29% possession in that game. So another reminder that possession is not all. At half-time here at Anfield, Liverpool 1, Manchester United 0.
And Dion, John Murray said it right. You know, it was simplicity in the end, but it was about making it look simple. You know, that is a World Cup winning, Champions League winning multiple times defender that Cody Gakpo has just glided by.
Yeah, but he's been forced. He's been forced to come into that position. Dalot just switches off. Your ball watches for 2 seconds. A little bit of movement from Gakpo. His heels, Steve, they're on the touchline. He's got chalk on his heels, and he waits and he waits and he waits. And as soon as Dalot looks at the ball, he looks at Robertson. That's when he goes in behind him, and then he plays that straight ball, diagonal run, and then you're in. You can do anything you want when you're in there. If a defender's sprinting to get to you, you can do whatever you want. And he just chops on his right foot and it's an easy finish. He's a world-class player. He made it look easy.
He's scored a couple of goals already, of course, in a Liverpool shirt, but that's his best moment in a Liverpool shirt. Yeah. What a time to find it.
I would agree. He's done well today. I think Nunez has been slightly off it. I did mention to John in commentary, he's been slightly off it. Looks a bit leggy to me. Wouldn't surprise me if we don't see him in the second half, Nunez, and I think Firmino may come on. But I think Gakpo is looking sharp, Salah's looking sharp. There was an interesting battle down right in front of us in the first half anyway. Anthony and Robertson. That's heating up nicely.
Yeah, well, it's been bubbling away, John, hasn't it? And with that goal, you just feel second half we might well hit boiling point.
Yeah, and certainly it was a big talking point in the first half. The Martinez challenge on Salah fired up the crowd. There have been one or two other little incidents as well. It's got a nice niggle to it in certain parts of the match. But anyway, we're off and running with a goal.
Yeah, very well set up. Thank you very much for the time being, chaps. Liverpool 1, Manchester United 0. As it stands, that would take Liverpool up to 5th in the Premier League, 3 points away from Tottenham, but there is a long way to go yet. At Anfield, we've already had one great game in the Premier League. Nottingham Forest 2, Everton 2. Earlier on today, we heard live on Premier League Sunday from Sean Dyche. We'll hear from Steve Cooper shortly. We'll be looking ahead to Keely Hodgkinson, who goes in the 800 metres at the European Indoors very shortly. We will also get some reaction to Arsenal's victory in the Women's League Cup final over Chelsea. I can just see pictures of Leah Williamson leading the celebrations, and we'll hear from the Formula One world champion Max Verstappen, who has started the new season with yet another victory. We'll do all that after the news with Carl Hartley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
In the last hour, the Unite Union has called off ambulance workers' strikes in England planned for tomorrow and Wednesday as they enter into pay talks with the government. The Unite Union join other unions representing ambulance workers to pause their industrial action. Scientists and environmentalists are welcoming a landmark global agreement reached at the United Nations to safeguard the oceans. The treaty will create protected areas covering 30% of the high seas or international waters by the end of the decade. BBC News understands the former senior civil servant Sue Gray will contact the appointments watchdog tomorrow about her intention to become Labour's Chief of Staff. Conservative MPs say her move calls into question her impartiality while investigating Downing Street parties during COVID lockdowns. And police are investigating after Dundee United manager Jim Goodwin said he was hit by a coin during his side's defeat against his former club Aberdeen yesterday. Goodwin claims other items, including a pie and a cup of juice, were also thrown. Officers are now looking through CCTV footage.
5 Live Breakfast.
We were talking about quizzes this morning because Conservative MPs are going to go on an away day and Greg Hans is going to host a quiz. Just going to read out a few quiz texts here because there's some good ones. Richard in Cardigan says, my cousin was quizmaster and had the question, what colour is Wolves kit? I said black and gold. She wouldn't give me the point. Everyone else said orange. They got the point. I showed her their website where they say it's gold. Still no point. The 2023 Formula One season gets underway in Bahrain. Max Verstappen and Red Bull are reigning champions, of course. We're joined now by the team principal Christian Horner. Morning, Christian.
Good morning.
Are you a keen quizzer?
Yeah, I love a quiz.
I can imagine you getting quite fiery at a quiz, actually.
Absolutely. I mean, in our family, it gets very fiery over quizzes. So
I'm sure.
So we did a lot of in lockdown in the team. We do one every Friday night.
Rachel Burden and Rick Edwards.
5 Live Breakfast. Weekday mornings from 6. More live Premier League football than anyone else.
5 Live's Premier League Sunday.
With Steve Crossman.
Easy quiz question for the start of the new Formula One season. Who won the first race? Max Verstappen. We're going to hear from him very shortly. Liverpool 1, Manchester United 0, half-time at Anfield. Second half commentary on the way. The other Premier League game ended in a 2-2 draw between Nottingham Forest and Everton. Brennan Johnson twice equalising for Steve Cooper's side. Here is Cooper with Andy Gibbings.
The free kick decision that led to the goal. Your take on that? We saw you down pitch side. It was obviously an angry moment.
Yeah, there were loads of things that I didn't think were, basic things that weren't right in the game. But there was that, and then there was the Tarkowski challenge on Lodi in the corner, which that was an incident that I thought was a yellow card, and he dealt with that. But then to blow up when Brennan's on a 1v1 on a big pitch is just a complete lack of game understanding, and for me, that cannot happen at this level. It just cannot happen. So it's frustrating.
After those frustrations, what happens to address it? So what can you do about that? What can be done about it?
Well, I think, and I don't say this cynically and sarcastically, I do think this is where it's at a little bit. I know right at the start of the season it was about an inexperienced group of refs and a bit of patience and things like that, and today's referee hasn't done that many Premier League games, I don't think, which was a little bit of why is he on this one, you know. So I do think that's a little bit of where it's at, but at the same time, that's one thing. We've got to make sure that there's progress made. So it's not so much for what I do, it's what's done sort of in the referees department, if that's the right PGMOL, is it? You know, so that's more important because I can't do anything now apart from feedback. And you won't get much back from that. But listen, the proof is in the pudding out there, and you hope that it's looked at.
Nottingham Forest stay 14th on 26 points, Everton 18th on 22, and it means the gap between Palace in 12th and Bournemouth in 20th is still just 6 points. 08085 909 693. The lines are open now for 606. Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton with you once we're done at Anfield. Hi, Robbie.
How are you, Steve?
Yeah, very good, very good. We've had 1.5 excellent games already today in the Premier League and a brilliant Women's League Cup final as well.
Yeah, listen, I've enjoyed all the games so far. Brennan Johnson, what a performance from him. The 2 goals, the second finish was absolutely fantastic. And you've just mentioned there, how close is this relegation battle from Crystal Palace down? You know, Crystal Palace, I don't think they've won this year in the Premier League, this year in the Premier League. So from Palace down, it's a relegation battle. On this game, I thought Manchester United were the ones in the ascendancy before Gakpo has scored a wonderful, wonderful goal. It's an intriguing game, you know, 2 sides going for it, but Manchester United will feel that they should have got something in that first half. But Liverpool, the front 3 of Nunez, Gakpo and Salah, you know, causing problems. So it's a good watch.
If Liverpool win this, would you make them favourites to get in the Champions League? There'd be 3 points behind Spurs with a game in hand, yeah?
Yeah, I would. I think Spurs on 606 last night, Steve, Spurs fans again, you know, played not their strongest side against Wolves against Sheffield United in the FA Cup. Then they've lost against Wolves. I don't think they'll finish in the top 4. So if Liverpool win, you know, I believe they'll be strong favourites to finish in that 4th place. But I can't believe we're talking about the strong favourites to finish 4th. Liverpool, what has happened? What has happened? You know, and look at Manchester. I think this time last season or the end of the season, Liverpool were 34 or 32 points ahead of Manchester United last season. Now look at it. If Manchester United win, it'll be 7 if Liverpool win. But Newcastle just seem to be faltering a little bit.
Do you think they're running out of steam?
Yeah, I do. Although, you know, Eddie Howe's had a fantastic season. But if Liverpool win, I think the top 4, and let's be fair, for the neutral, this might be a bit controversial. You want to see Liverpool in the Champions League ahead of Spurs, you know, and Newcastle.
What do you mean you want to see? You've got me, Robbie. You've hooked me in.
Globally, I think the neutral would rather see a Liverpool. Listen, Newcastle fans and Spurs fans would want to see their teams in it. But from a TV audience perspective...
Oh, forget TV audiences. Who cares about TV audiences?
And radio. Liverpool, Manchester United, City and Arsenal, for me, they're the 4 you were in the Champions League.
Better story if Newcastle are in it, though, isn't it?
It's a better story, yeah. Listen, it'd be great. Listen, Middlesbrough might get in the Premier League.
You've done me. Absolutely done me, Robbie. I was like, nah, he won't get to me.
Yeah,
he won't get to me.
They are flying. Wow, I'm Blackburn Rovers.
Good work.
So, listen, 08085 909 693, Steve.
Have a good one, mate. Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton with 606. Arsenal have won their first trophy in 4 years today. The women's team coming from a goal behind to beat Chelsea to win the League Cup. Jonas Eideval's team were behind 2 minutes in, but they responded really well, winning 3-1 thanks to goals from Blackstenius Little and an own goal from Charles. Joe Curry spoke to the winning captain, Kim Little.
First, I'm just so proud of the team. I think off the back of last week's result, you know, we needed to turn it around. And we had a good week's training and then, you know, talked about a lot of things that we needed to be better at. And I think we showed that today. I'm just proud of the girls, proud of the team.
It was a disastrous start, to be perfectly honest, but then we saw this real turn of energy, this desire, this hunger. How easy or difficult was it to put that goal behind you and pick yourselves up?
Yeah, I know. I was thinking after they scored, what could we have done to stop that, because it was such a good goal. But I think because it was so early, we just needed to reset, and I think we did that. And the rest of our first half performance was pretty special, and I think, you know, that's what won us the match today.
Elsewhere, Alessia Russo scored a hat-trick as Manchester United extended their lead at the top of the Women's Super League, beating Leicester 5-1. They're 4 points above Chelsea. They play next Sunday. It was Manchester City 3, Tottenham 1, so City are now second. Reading 2, West Ham 1, and Everton 0, Aston Villa 2. Celtic have restored their 9-point lead at the top of the Scottish Premiership with a ruthless second half, showing 5 goals in that period to beat 10-man St Mirren by 5 goals to 1. Let's go back to the European Indoors Athletics Championship. Keely Hodgkinson will be going for gold in the 800 in less than 10 minutes' time. Katie Smith watching the action for us. Less success in the relay, though, Katie.
Yeah, no medals at all for Great Britain. That was in the 4x400 metres. The men were in contention, Steve, but Sam Reardon got tripped on the third leg, so they missed out, lost their momentum. The women never really in it. They finished down in 6th place. Currently watching the long jump. Jazz Sawyer's going in that. She had been sitting in 3rd position, bronze medal position, but a huge jump from the Olympic champion, Malaika Mahambo of Germany, has pushed her out of the medal. She's got 2 attempts to go, and as you say, Keely Hodgkinson now just over 5 minutes away from looking to defend her title.
Katie, thank you so much. Defending Formula 1 world champion Max Verstappen has won the season-opening Bahrain Grand Prix ahead of Red Bull teammate Sergio Perez in 2nd. Fernando Alonso finished 3rd. Mercedes duo Lewis Hamilton and George Russell were 5th and 7th. So a perfect start for Red Bull and Verstappen, who wins in Bahrain for the first time in his career.
Very good first stint where I basically made my gap. And from there onwards, it was all about just looking after the tyres, because you never really know what's going to happen later on in the race. So we just wanted to make sure that we had the right tyres and in good condition as well. So I think we have a good race package. I mean, of course, it will depend a bit race to race, but yeah, we can definitely fight with this, And also a big thank you to the team, over the winter, what they've done again to give us such a quick race car again.
Max Verstappen. There'll be much more on the Checkered Flag podcast. That'll be available before too long on BBC Sounds. Back at Anfield, the Manchester United team just beginning to make their way out of the tunnel. Dion Dublin, this is set up perfectly.
It is, and United are out first. Liverpool subs are still on the pitch, but none of their first team. Man United going through some fast feet exercises on the pitch at the moment. But yeah, they have to come out of the blocks. United, they need these points. They really do. I mean, the draw's okay, but they'll come out and try and get all 3 points. It is set up lovely, Stephen, as you said.
All yours, John.
Thank you, Steve. Out come the Liverpool players to warm applause, particularly after that goal from Cody Gakpo just before half-time. So Liverpool leading 1-0. No substitutions. So Darwin Núñez is walking out there. I see him walking across the centre circle now. Liverpool, Alisson, Alexander-Arnold, Konate, Van Dijk and Robertson, Henderson, Fabinho and Elliott, Salah, goalscorer Gakpo and Núñez. And Manchester United, as they started the League Cup final last Sunday afternoon, De Gea in goal, Dalot, Varane, Martinez and Shaw, Casemiro, Fernandes and Fred, Anthony, Weghorst and Rashford. There's the whistle from Andy Madley, and the second half begins with Liverpool kicking off and playing from left to right as we look at it from up here and the top tier of the main stand. So Liverpool attacking towards the Kop, where there are still 1 or 2 people coming back through the exits to take their seats for the start of the second half. Ball out of play, white-shirted Manchester United today, black shorts, white socks. Liverpool in the almost all red, just the white trim and the white numbers, and Manchester United with the throw that they take up the line. Fred flicks it back into his own half, bounces down on the halfway line, and then back it goes to Martinez, who tries to pass it over the top, but Konate got up high, headed it away above Rashford. Comes back for Alexander-Arnold, left-footed ball from him, but Shaw stepped across Salah, headed it down, and Manchester United have got possession back inside their own half. So Martinez just knocking it square to Varane, who was beaten by Gakpo for that goal. His 3rd for Liverpool, got 13 for PSV this season before his move in January here to Merseyside for, well, somewhere in excess of £35 million. As Fabinho stretches forward, Casemiro is also losing it to Fabinho, and now Núñez edge of the area, back to Fabinho, edge of the D, lifts it forward, out to the right hand side, Salah pulls it across, bounces off the defender, Elliott's ball across, headed in, 2-0 Liverpool, Núñez inside the 6-yard box, a little header that, Dion Dublin?
That's the start that Liverpool wanted, just to get that extra goal. It was just a little bit messy, the start of the second half. Man United gave the ball away, Liverpool gave the ball away. It was on the edge of Manchester United's box in their D for an eternity, possibly only 3 or 4 seconds, but it was bouncing about. Fabinho pops a little ball in. Elliott just swings his right foot, puts it into a good area, and Nunez, who I said was looking sluggish, wasn't really in the game, came alive there just to nudge it in. He's onside, looking at the replay. He's onside. Lovely little ball in. Nunez is unmarked inside Man United 6-yard box.
So Liverpool take charge. And Darwin Nunez, a goal right at the start of the second half, after an opening goal right at the end of the first. And now Manchester United coming here on an 11-match unbeaten run since they lost at Arsenal in January. Now in danger of being beaten by Jurgen Klopp's Liverpool here at Anfield. Having had the chances in the first half, Alisson with saves, opportunities missed, and Erik Ten Hag sitting down there on those red seats in the Liverpool dugout on his first visit here as Manchester United's manager, with big problems to solve. But Anthony coming forward there, over on the right-hand side, onto his left foot. He shoots goalwards, but Alisson is able to catch it just to the right of his head. There was a little bit of recoil there as well, as he was able to hold the ball securely with his gloves. But a little scare for Liverpool. Fred is tripped, could have played advantage there, referee Madley, but brought it back. Casemiro, who was caught out or dispossessed. Casemiro takes the free kick, but that's above Anthony and through to Alisson. Yes, in the build-up, Dion, Casemiro's just crowded out by Fabinho. Liverpool won it back from him. There's a heavy touch, and that wasn't the way that he would have wanted things to develop.
No, I think Casemiro was just, what we call is being strength out the ball. He couldn't get close to it. Liverpool players were stronger. They just kept it alive. Those Fabinho, I think Henderson was in there as well, just keeping the ball alive, waiting for a run. They picked the right run, they picked the right ball, and the finish from Nunez was lovely.
2-0 to Liverpool. Lines are open for 606 08 085 909 693 to talk to Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton as Casemiro plays it forward. Bruno Fernandes now on the left-hand side. Bruno Fernandes beats Konate into the box. Left-footed ball, trying to angle it back to the edge of the area, but Henderson was able to step across, take it for Liverpool. And Liverpool with Gakpo, forward to Salah on the right-hand side. 2 of the Liverpool front 3 have scored. Not yet Salah. He takes on Martinez, who goes to ground. Then into Gakpo! Oh, what a finish! It's 3-0! Oh, that was clever! That was cute by Cody Gakpo, scoring in front of the Kop on his first Liverpool-Manchester United experience. That's the way to do it. That's the way to make yourself an Anfield favourite. Liverpool 3, Manchester United 0.
If you want to know how to score a goal in transition, on the break, fast break, whatever you want to call it, that is it. Liverpool have just shown Manchester United how to break with pace, with quality, get the ball to Salah down the right-hand side. Martinez's legs were in a knot, he didn't know what to do, left, right, left, right. The run was incredible, the ball was incredible. Man United at the moment are lost. Liverpool are on fire. What a goal that was.
I mean, the angle was extremely tight for Gakpo on the right side of the penalty area, the right side of the 6-yard box. De Gea came out, but what a lovely finish.
Yeah, he didn't, Salah just waited and waited and waited. And he created space for Gakpo to go inside Martinez. He does go inside Martinez. It's a lovely little leave pass there from Salah, just in behind Martinez. And he just lifts it. He doesn't strike it. He just lifts the ball over De Gea as he comes out. It nestles in the far post. That is a very, very good goal.
Well, I'm not sure what everyone was expecting when they came here for this match. But Liverpool 3, Manchester United 0, as the ball bounces out of play on the far side. And there was a challenge in there on Andy Robertson. who was left on the ground. The assistant flagged on the far side. Anthony was involved as well, who I think has not particularly endeared himself to Liverpool's supporters. And it was actually Gallo and Anthony in either side of Robertson, who went down holding his face.
Yeah, I just think it's that battle. It's Anthony and Robertson down that right-hand side for Man United, left-hand side for Liverpool. It's good. The battles are good. The individual battles at this moment are being fought, hard fought. Being won by Liverpool at the moment, though.
But 3-0 to Liverpool against this Manchester United team and the form that they've been in this season. And Manchester United now actually going back into the realms of last season, aren't they, with a scoreline like this after the 5-0 and the 4-0 defeats to Liverpool last season, that traumatic season. They thought everything had changed. Not yet. Here's Anthony on the right-hand side. Anthony got two men to beat, couldn't get past Van Dijk, who was able to get a touch on that. Now the Olays have started, 3-0 up. I mean, it's party time here in the home stands as Manchester United, a long pass from Casemiro, looking for Bruno Fernandes at the back post, challenged Alexander-Arnold, who did enough to put off Fernandes, and the touch took it behind. And Trent Alexander-Arnold is getting the praise and applause and slaps off the back from Konate and Alisson. So Liverpool 3, Manchester United 0. Now at half-time we heard that Keely Hodgkinson was going for gold at the European Indoor Athletics. And what's happened, Katie Smith?
She has claimed it with ease, John.
Alisson's lost it, but Henderson was able to tidy it up. Oh, and Liverpool escaped. Carry on, Katie.
It's all too exciting now. Keely Hodgkinson has taken gold here at the European Indoors, defending her title. She first won 2 years ago. From gun to tape, she led, finishing in a time of 1 minute 58.66 seconds. Celebrated her 21st birthday this weekend. Remarkably, how much she has achieved already. A gold for Great Britain.
Thank you, Katie. I'm sure we'll hear from her before the end of 5 Live Sport this afternoon. But Liverpool 3, Manchester United 0. Scary moment for Alisson. We've seen that sort of thing before this season.
I've done that many times myself. The ball's being rolled to you. There's nobody by you at all. You put your foot out to stop the ball, and it just goes under your foot. Or sometimes the cut of the grass can make the ball waver slightly. Your concentration goes. Bruno's bearing down on you. But it just didn't work out for Manchester United on that occasion. Got to stay concentrated, though. It's still plenty of time to go.
Ball played over the top for United. Rashford into the area, tried to get a touch, twisting, but actually it bounced through to Alisson, who slipped there as he came out for the ball, but was fortunate when he recovered to find it bouncing towards him. But yes, he was caught in the earlier incident. Alisson, Bruno Fernandes, that could have turned out very differently, but it's Liverpool's day. At least that's how it seems. Ball's played forward for Salah. And then Varane is able to wait and play it off and out for a throw to Manchester United.
Yeah, Liverpool being very clever at the moment. They're allowing their forwards just to drop the ball into midfield. The defenders of Manchester United are having to come tight, and then they're just spinning and going in behind. That's how they're getting all their one-on-one transitions.
Anthony was shown a yellow card for that high boot on Robertson, by the way. Elliott through the middle. Elliott for Gakpo's on a hat-trick. Gakpo twisting, and then it bounces. Oh, the shot from Robertson on his right foot across the face of goal. That was a real chance for 4-0.
I think if that's on his left foot, that's just gone and nestled in the far post. I think Robertson is concentrated so much. I mean, the ball, Gakpo has the ball on the penalty spot. He's got 4 Man United players. He's fighting, he's holding them off, and he just rolls it into Robertson's path. He tries to steer it into that corner. De Gea is stuck, stranded, doesn't know what to do. Goes wide.
Liverpool leading Manchester United 3-0. 5 Live and the World Service from the BBC. Here's Nunez, leaves it for Salah. Salah stabs it. Gakpo tried to play it through. That's blocked on the edge of the box. Manchester United then lose possession. Liverpool all over Fred, and then Gakpo drags the shot via a deflection wide of the left post. Corner Liverpool.
Manchester United all over the place at the moment. I'm looking at the body language of Manchester United. The shoulders are down. There's nobody trying to G each other up. Very defeatist body language for Manchester United. Yes, there's lots of time for goals and for performances. Varane's now is telling his teammates, come on lads, we can do something. But I haven't seen anything from this Man United side in the second half. that really leads me to believe that they can get back in this game.
They've been hit by 3 goals either side of half-time, and that's really rattled them. You know, you can see that in the body language, and actually they're going to make a double change. Garnacho and McTominay are going to come on, first substitutions of the match. For Liverpool with a corner, Alexander-Arnold swings it in, and it's headed across the face of goal by Konate. Twisting, got to it, edge of the 6-yard box, and that could easily have gone in as well.
I mean, Konate's flying in there. He starts on the edge of the box, Konate. It's an in-swinger, so he's having to sprint to get there, to connect with the ball. He's having to really sprint. I don't know who's marking him. There might have been Anthony who's marking him or trying to mark him. No, it was Martinez. And Konate could have made it 4 quite easily. It's a free header from 6 yards out.
So, McTominay and Garnacho coming on, and Weghorst and Fred are off on his 30th birthday. This wasn't what he had in mind. There were celebrations planned for tonight. They might be off as Dalot plays the ball off Henderson, out of play for a goal kick.
Yeah, they've got to just try and get the ball down a little bit, Man United, or should I say get the ball back first and foremost, and then just try and pick a few passes, get your wide men involved, get short, and some overlaps. Garnacho now is on, so he'll stretch the play a little bit. Liverpool they're in the zone, Liverpool at the moment. The pace of the squeeze and the pace of everything that Liverpool are doing is with pace and purpose.
I'll make it the goals were scored in the 43rd, the 47th and the 50th minutes of the match. And they've blown Manchester United away. Rashford running through the middle, claimed he was being pulled back. That's not given. He's not very happy about it. He actually turned towards the Manchester United bench and complained about it. Then Varane, Liverpool fans wanted a foul on Nunez. That's not given. And so Manchester United have got it with Martinez. Forward pass. Alexander-Arnold just stepped across, played it for Liverpool. Fabinho goes back into his own half and will tap it back to goalkeeper Alisson behind him. So Manchester United yet to get off the mark in this match. They've scored goals in every match they've played in all competitions since October, but not in this one. Liverpool coming forward again. Robertson driving it forward, cleared away. Here's Garnacho into the action for the first time, but Salah and Elliott together are able to dispossess him, and then McTominay is able to put in the challenge, and it's out of play for a throw into Liverpool down the right. Different game, Dion.
Yeah,
now
it is a completely different game. Yeah, even if you take the scoreline out of it, Scott McTominay's in there now, so he's hoping to get in there and put a bit of steel in that Manchester United midfield, but it hasn't worked for them anywhere in any department today.
Liverpool coming forward again, and this time it's Martinez on Gakpo, and that was the clumsiest challenge. And yes, referee Madley's got the yellow card out. 25 yards from goal, came in, took the man, and there's the yellow card. There are the cheers. They've wanted him booked almost since the off, and now Martinez is in the referee's notebook.
Yeah, Gakpo is absolutely rampant at the moment. He was going towards Martinez, then he just did a bit of a shimmy, went inside Martinez on his left foot. Martinez was left. He's frustrated. I can see him here on the screen. He's looking angry. Definite yellow card.
So free kick for Liverpool. Alexander-Arnold and Salah and Robertson all in conversation there. As I said, it is probably 25 yards out. It's a little further actually than where the foul took place. Liverpool leave Salah and Alexander-Arnold to it. Alexander-Arnold, I think it will be. He's got the ball. He likes to go through this routine, ball in both hands, leans forward, a little bounce on the ground, then places it down. If this is Salah, they've certainly fooled me. Alexander-Arnold caps it short. Salah with a touch. Alexander-Arnold curls it into the back post, and it's headed behind by Dalot. Yes, yeah, I've seen them do that before.
Yeah,
as well.
It's just a little nudge. Salah was a yard away. He just toes it to Salah. Salah puts his studs on it and just gives Trent Alexander a better angle of just trying to find his teammates on the far post, trying to con everybody, thinking he's going to shoot. Nice little ball and good defend. Well defended by Dalot, far post.
Corner on the far side, which is angled back by Robertson to Elliott. Elliott works it back towards the centre circle. And Alexander-Arnold, and Fabinho just goes all the way back to Alisson, who's near the halfway line, and then Alisson drives it forward downfield, but that will just bounce a couple of times through and over the white line for a goal kick.
Yeah, I can see Van Dijk's not happy with that at all. Robertson goes short to Elliott, and they end up going all the way back to the keeper, and Konate and Van Dijk have travelled 60-70 yards to get in the box, and he's a bit frustrated by that, Van Dijk.
So 3-0 to Liverpool on 5 Live and the World Service from the BBC. Garnacho, ball bounces away from him, and Elliott then comes in, and he's able to win the ball back. Harvey Elliott, that's the 19-year-old and the 18-year-old in for the challenge together there. As up it comes to Gakpo, who is absolutely alive in this match after his 2 goals. And the finish was so delicate. It needed the finest touch, didn't it? It was actually a little Dalglish-like, if I dare say that.
You said it.
I said it. But it was, wasn't it? You know, a little.
Yeah, just a nice little culture finish. It was a centre-forwards finish. Centre-forwards finish.
Out to the left-hand side it goes for Liverpool. And now Gakpo again. I think, he is now suddenly very much part of the furniture, isn't he? Those first 6 matches where he was unable to get off the mark, they're becoming a distant memory as Elliott plays the ball back towards the edge of the penalty area, and Alisson will pass it out to Konate. And now the celebrations from the Liverpool supporters in great voices. Salah takes it down, little touch from Martinez. McTominay went in on the challenge with his feet up, and he's caught Gakpo, and the referee stopped it, and he's trying to give himself some thinking time here. It's a yellow card for McTominay. It seemed to me that the feet were high when he made contact with Gakpo, and VAR will take a look at this, but it's a yellow card for now.
It's a difficult one, this one. I'm looking at Scott McTominay and the balls. He's actually slid in towards Gakpo. He's played the ball clearly, but his follow through has caught Gakpo on the shin with his studs as well. So
the other point of that is that Gakpo is coming in at pace.
Yeah, they're both going in at pace as well. Yeah. Yellow card may be about right. It's really hard though to stop when you've made a challenge. What do you do? Where do you put your legs? But the referees,
I think it's the right call.
Yeah, maybe the right call actually.
Yeah,
having seen the replays a few times.
So
he calmed it down though, Andy Man. He did well.
He did well. Liverpool 3-0 up. 2 goals for Gakpo, 1 for Nunez. And here is Anthony playing it out. The space here for Garnacho. Into the box, goes for goal. Took a deflection off Konate, which took it wide of the near post as he was looking at it. So it didn't threaten the goal. Probably 4 or 5 yards wide, but it is a corner to Manchester United. Their supporters, sure, they're shocked as well, coming here in such good confidence and hope that perhaps their team might be able to win here for the first time for 7 years, but not so. 3-0 is a healthy lead for Liverpool. Corner taken short, Bruno Fernandes clips it into the back post. That's headed away by Van Dijk. Anthony knocks shoulders with Salah, bounces down for Henderson. Henderson then forward, and now Nunez cuts it back against Varane. Right-footed crossfield pass, intercepted by McTominay. Bounces through the middle of Salah! Oh, what a finish! It's 4-0! Wow! No one was expecting this! 4-0! That's right out of last season's playbook! And Liverpool and the Kop absolutely loving it! Lashed in by Salah. And Liverpool 4, Manchester United 0 is the scoreline on the scoreboards at Anfield now.
Yeah, I actually thought the chance had gone when Scott McTominay worked so hard to get back. He intercepted a surge and ball through to score. Couple of ricochets as Man United tried to clear. Liverpool tried to play a ball forward. It falls to Salah. He's 14 yards out on the penalty spot on his right foot. He smacks. Nobody's near him. Just falls to him nicely, and he just swings his right foot, hits the underside of the bar, and makes it look even better. To be fair, 4-0 Liverpool.
Oh, buried that, didn't he? Right foot.
Yeah, just made sure his concentration. It's not his strongest foot, but concentration has paid off there in that kind of finish. Listen to them singing Mo Salah.
Salah, the record scorer in Liverpool-Manchester United games, extends that record to 11 goals in these famous matches in 12 appearances. And that means he's scored in his last 6 Liverpool-Manchester United matches. He's the first man to do that, to score in 6 of these matches in a row. And while we're on the numbers, Dion, that means he's now equalled Robbie Fowler on 128 Premier League goals for Liverpool.
That's good company. That is very, very good company.
And Nunez now through the middle. They're thinking of another one here as Nunez is bundled over and Luke Shaw standing over him has had something to say. Nunez on the ground reacted. There was half a kick from Luke Shaw as well. Luke Shaw walks away. Referee Madley, it's right in front of the assistant as well. I mean, the crowd here at Anfield are baying for a red card for Luke Shaw for his reaction, and the referee's demanding that Luke Shaw come across. He could be in trouble here.
Yeah, I think the referee's obviously just thinking about what he's going to do. Maybe he's getting some words in his ear as well. He's got both players by the side of him now, Nunez and Luke Shaw. He's having a chat. Nothing at all, no cards, no nothing. Good refereeing, but he'll keep his eye on it. I think it's good refereeing. Luke Shaw's lucky, but I think it's good refereeing. He'll keep an eye on that one. I don't think anybody else is going to get away with any more. He's had enough now, I think, the referee.
And actually, you know, Nunez might have been yellow carded for his reaction. Just watching that again, you know, it's more of a kick out by Nunez at Shaw, who committed the original foul. So no action. Free kick. Robertson swings it in, and De Gea's able to make the catch. But if you've just switched on, Liverpool 4-0 up on Manchester United, who break away downfield with Rashford on the right-hand side. Rashford, infield, McTominay, then goes back towards the halfway line. And Manchester United start again. 3 goals from Liverpool in the second half. It was 1-0 at half-time. Shaw being roundly booed. Fernandes into Shaw, little touch from him. Garnacho, edge of the area. Shaw trying to take it on. Liverpool men are in there, 2 of them. And then Konate is fouled by Bruno Fernandes, and it's a free kick to Liverpool on the edge of their own box. So we've already heard of 1 gold medal for Great Britain at the European Indoor Athletics. What's happened now, Katie Smith?
We've got another one. Jasmine Sawyers in the women's long jump. She's the team captain, leapt out to 7 metres exactly, a world-leading jump, and it is the first major title of her career, a 3rd gold for Great Britain.
Thank you, Katie. So more on that to come later. More as well on the Bahrain Grand Prix, won by Max Verstappen. It'll all be rounded up on the 5 Live Checkered Flag podcast via BBC Sounds. Nottingham Forest 2, Everton 2, St Mirren 1, Celtic 5, and Arsenal good winners against Chelsea in the Women's League Cup final. Lines open for 606 08 085 909 693. You'll be wanting to talk about this match with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. Liverpool looking for 5, playing the ball forward to Nunez, who very much has come to life in the second half, but Dalot is able to get there first this time and clear it away. Henderson, now a flick from Gakpo, out to the left-hand side. Robertson is there, and then Robertson goes back to the halfway line. And now, after the recent run that Manchester United have been on, as I say, 11 matches unbeaten, having won their last 4, having knocked Barcelona out of Europe, having won a cup final, having got through to the quarter-finals of the FA Cup, it looks as though Anfield was perhaps a bridge too far. Garnacho playing it forward, Bruno Fernandes, and then Casemiro is fouled by Henderson, and a free kick to Manchester United.
Yeah, there's a lot of frustration in white shirts at the moment. Bruno Fernandes is waving his arms all over the place. They just cannot get hold of the ball. Manchester United and the Olés as well, when Liverpool have it, they're just frustrating them even more.
Martinez takes the free kick, headed away by Alexander-Arnold, who gets another chance to clear it to the halfway line. Martinez, Rashford with a touch, had a good chance in the first half. Rashford wasn't able to take it. Elliott then forward, Gakpo, and then out it goes off Martinez for a throw into Liverpool on the halfway line. And Gakpo now, Dion, looking very much at home, and we had the news this week that Roberto Firmino won't be here next season, but I think on this performance, I think the locals here will think that You know, things are beginning to change and develop, and this new look front line, and Nunez has played his part as well today. Luis Diaz still out injured at the moment. Manchester United though playing it forward with Dalot, and then Bruno Fernandes to Rashford through the middle, and Alexander-Arnold slides in and gets a good touch on the ball to send it away just as Rashford was looking to shoot, and in any case the flag went up on the far side.
Yeah, the flag did go up. It's a lovely ball through from Bruno to Marcus. Marcus was offside anyway, but Trent Alexander wasn't to know that. He sprinting from his left back spot just to make sure that Marcus Rashford didn't get a shot on goal. He wasn't to know. Good defending, well done. Good defending.
Yeah, and he was right. I mean, he was considerably offside, actually. So 4-0 remains the score. And Liverpool, Anfield in great voice. Bruno Fernandes through to Rashford. Rashford away from Konate, round Alisson, but the angle was too tight, and he could only shoot into the side netting. He says that Alisson got a touch on that. The officials don't agree. Goal kick.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Very, very tough angle. Great work from Marcus Rashford again on the back of Konate. Lovely ball through. Takes it round Alisson to the right-hand side of Alisson, and the angle's very, very tight. He says that Alisson got a touch on it. I didn't see that. The referee said goal kick, and it's play on. I think the Liverpool midfield, for me, has just taken over this game. Fabinho's been good. Henderson's managed the game great. Elliott's just found himself in some lovely pockets, and Casemiro and Fred in the first half, and Scott McTominay don't know where he is, and he's being an absolute nuisance, Elliott.
The first goal, Dion, was an absolute game changer. Just before half-time, here's Salah inside his own half. Manchester United going to make another couple of changes. Malacia and Sabitzer are coming on, but Liverpool come again. Red wave after red wave. Nunez down the right, his ball in. De Gea got a good strong hand to that, deflected it back out across the box. And therefore Manchester United with Shaw and Garnacho, but Fabinho steps in. Here's Salah turning now with Fernandes next to him. Bruno Fernandes, a little tug on the shoulder. Bruno Fernandes has to walk away, has to take the free kick. There's a word though I thought there would be to the referee. Free kick though to Liverpool.
Yeah, very clever though. Anything down this right-hand side now, because you've got Martinez on the yellow, you've got Shaw on a yellow. Bruno Fernandes is not happy, is frustrated. So anything down this left-hand side of Man United is the right-hand side for Liverpool. The players that Liverpool are taking on have got to be very, very careful not to get another yellow card. I think we've got some more changes as well, John.
Yep. Those two waiting to come on, Sabitzer and Malacia, for a free kick to Liverpool on the right-hand side. 4-0. Alexander-Arnold is going to swing this in, right-footed towards the back post, looking for Van Dijk, but there were two Manchester United men there with him. They got a touch, and it comes from Henderson, and then it's another! It's Nunez! A header on the edge of the 6-yard box, and what about this? 5-0! Liverpool 5, Manchester United 0. And Manchester United players, they're almost disbelieving what's happened to them here at Anfield. And maybe the club can't believe it either, but they're absolutely loving it. Liverpool 5, Manchester United 0.
That's Liverpool. That's just Liverpool watching them play in the second half. Latter stage of the first half as well. I mean, everything's quick and precise, and the first ball in was for Van Dijk, and it gets cleared to the left wing. It's going out. Henderson won't let it go out. Henderson sprints from the middle of the pitch, gets on the ball in that left wing spot, puts an in-swinger in there, and there's about 3 or 4 red shirts in there wanting to get on the end of it. Nunez gets across the near post, just a little bit of what I would call the eyebrows, bam, near post. Thank you very much. Nestles in the far post. Liverpool are sharp, they're tidy on the ball, they're looking organised, the seniors are doing the job, the kids are doing the job. Perfect performance from Liverpool at the moment.
So here it is. Manchester United, cup winners a week ago, knocking Barcelona out of Europe, and Shaw's in trouble, and he leans into Gakpo, who's trying to get round him, and the ball did roll back to De Gea, who was able to clear it, and then Gakpo is shoved over by Shaw. No free kick. Liverpool have still got it. Salah coming in from the right-hand side. They want 6. Fabinho to the right-hand side to Gakpo. Gakpo looks up, clips it across to the back post. Dalot with a header away for Manchester United. Still got almost 15 minutes to play. And Liverpool are going to make a quadruple change. Van Dijk, no mercy from Liverpool and Jurgen Klopp, and I'm not surprised after the season that they've had. They've got their tails up suddenly, they've found their confidence, they've found 5 goals against Manchester United, and you can hear it. We want 6, sing the cop. Salah on the right, but Malacia is able to put in the challenge and it's out for a throw.
Yeah, they're enjoying themselves, Liverpool out there. Salah's been outstanding on the ball, his movement off the ball. Gakpo as well is dropping into that 10 role, he's been brilliant. Nunez has worked, he's had 60 minutes of a brilliant game. Nunez, non-existent early on, but he's come alive, got his goals, and everybody's played their part. The skipper's coming off, and he's been brilliant too, let me tell you.
Yeah, set up the 5th goal, Jordan Henderson. This might take some time because it's a quadruple substitution. Nunez is coming off. It's 2-goal Nunez. Dion, you said he had to up his game in the second half. Well, he's got a couple of goals.
Yeah, and he did brilliant. He worked so hard. He just looked a little bit leggy in the first 20 minutes. He's got himself into the game, and he was outstanding. Listen to that ovation as Gakpo comes off.
Yeah, 2-goal Gakpo, also cheered off. Jota comes on for him, and here's Firmino. Roberto Firmino, in the week that it has been announced that he'll be leaving Liverpool at the end of the season. Roberto Firmino, after 8 years a Liverpool player, that was a real cheer of popularity. And now finally the 4th man, James Milner, scowling on the front of the match programme today. He'll be laughing after this.
Yeah, he will be. And as I look to my left to see where the Man United fans were, they've thinned out very, very quickly. There's only half the Man United fans that were there at the start of the game. And why would you hang about?
And that doesn't work for Salah, a flick that goes straight behind for a goal kick. So 08085 909 693 to call 606 to talk about Liverpool 5, Manchester United 0 with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. I mean, the noise inside Anfield now, just listen to it. Erik ten Hag's heaviest defeat as the manager of Manchester United. Again, it feels like this has completely come out of the blue. And don't forget, this is a season. They lost 4-0 at Brentford in his second match in charge. They let 6 goals in at Manchester City back in October. But it's what's happened since then, really, that has made this so surprising. Only 2 defeats in 32 matches since that 6-3 on the other side of Manchester. But they've been hammered here, and the tide turned so massively with that goal a couple of minutes before half-time.
Yeah, it did. Liverpool were just, they were probing, they were just waiting for any mistake, any lapse in concentration. Their ball retention was good. They've looked very strong today. I think the big thing about this game, and what I've seen, and what this tells me about Liverpool, is when that front 3 click, that's what they can do.
2 goals for Gakpo, 2 goals for Nunez, 1 for Salah. Salah's in again, he was tugged back there. Play continued, that might easily have been brought back for a free kick. In fact, Alexander-Arnold has slid it out of play, a tackle against Bruno Fernandes, and then he throws the ball out, and then Bruno Fernandes actually puts his hand on the back of the assistant, trying to get round him. And Manchester United, they are rattled by this. They're upset, they're angry. It could boil over, and Liverpool are trying to wind them up.
Yeah, and I think there's lots of yellow cards waiting to happen even in this last 10 minutes. Bruno Fernandes will get a yellow card. He's getting frustrated, he's going round, he's swiping at people. Liverpool are in control at the moment of everything. Their emotions, the game, everything.
Ball played over the top 4. Looking for Salah, it's headed away, it's Elliott. A left foot shot from Elliott, but straight at De Gea, who is able to take a couple of steps to his right. What an extraordinary season it's been for Liverpool, who will now, after this, be in sight of the Champions League places. By Cetic, having just come on the right-hand side, goes past Bruno Fernandes, who just left him. By Cetic, still going. The cross going to the back of Shaw, bounces out of play for a throw down the right. Well, Bruno Fernandes gave up there.
Yeah, he did, because he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know how to get into the game. Every time he gets the ball, there's a Liverpool player in and around him. Every time a Man United player gets the ball, they're not finding him, so he's getting frustrated with everything.
You can talk about it on 606, on 5 Live, 08 05 909 693 as Dyche comes forward. Sean might have blocked him, referee says no. He's let a lot go today, hasn't he? The referee, his first Manchester United-Liverpool match. Elliott, though, he's had a good second half.
He has.
Liverpool have had a good second half. Here's Dyche now, 2 teenagers in the midfield. Elliott on the right-hand side with that curly blonde hair, taps it back to the halfway line. And Liverpool with Milner. Milner, lovely pass. Finds Elliott, who's got space here. Elliott, low ball into the near post. A turn from Firmino, bounces out. Salah! It's 6-0! And Salah rips off his shirt. This is extraordinary. They thought Manchester United were back, but Liverpool have trounced them. 2 goals for Salah now. It's 6-0.
Wow. I mean, this game was over at 4, then it was 5, now it's 6. I mean, Liverpool have not taken their foot off the gas at all. They have been absolutely outstanding. I'm looking at those Man United players. We've got players hands on hips, scratching their heads, not knowing what to do. Bruno Fernandes is throwing his arms about. He's frustrated. They've just been out. On this occasion today, Manchester United have been completely outclassed. They haven't had an answer to anything Liverpool have thrown at them. Saying that, they could have been up. They could have been 1 up very, very early in this game. Didn't take their chances.
And Salah is yellow carded in front of the cop.
Yeah, shirt off.
For taking his shirt off. Oh, they're having a look at a possible offside. Hang on. And it might be.
Is that?
No. I think the goal stands. I think it's been given. Yep. The goal stands. It says no offside on the boards here. And Liverpool 6, Manchester United 0 is confirmed as the score. Their heaviest defeat in the months that Erik ten Hag has been manager. And Marcus Rashford now is sent on his way. He's been substituted, and Manchester United have brought on Anthony Elanga into the action. Liverpool are going to make a final change as well. And Varane. In fact, no, it's Harvey Elliott who's coming off for Liverpool. Harvey Elliott replaced by Curtis Jones in the midfield.
So played well today, didn't he? Elliott played well.
In the second half, he's been excellent. Jurgen Klopp very much approving of that. So Liverpool 6, Manchester United 0. And listen, they're now wanting 7. Well, I saw them score 7 at Ibrox against Rangers earlier this season. They did get 9 against Bournemouth here this season. But to get 6 against Manchester United, that means so much around here.
It does under these circumstances as well. I think Trent Alexander-Arnold has been outstanding today. I think Van Dijk's been outstanding as well. Their concentration, their organisation, everything about them pretty much back to where they need to be in order to start to dominate again. When Liverpool play like this, when they apply themselves like this, they are as good as anybody in the league.
So Liverpool passing the ball out from the back, 6-0 up on Manchester United. They did beat Newton Heath 7-1 in the days Manchester United were known as Newton Heath. That was back in 1895. But it is another astonishing day for Liverpool. 4-0 and 5-0 winners against Manchester United last season in the 2 league matches. But 6-0 here. And, you know, this is a match to which some Liverpool supporters were approaching. Many of them, I suspect, with a little bit of trepidation. This new Erik ten Hag Manchester United. but they've swept them away. 1-0 at half-time, 5 goals in the second half. And you'll want to hear the interviews on 5 Live. We'll get them on live for you, Jurgen Klopp and Erik ten Hag, during 606, during the phone-in, when you'll have so much to talk about with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. And Liverpool, ravenously hungry after everything that's happened to them this season. I mean, they've had some extraordinary ups and downs. I mean, to think that just a matter of days ago, really, I sat here watching Real Madrid score 5 goals against them at Anfield, their record home defeat in Europe. And now here they are winning 6-0 against Manchester United.
Yeah, and I said to you that, and a lot of people will laugh at this comment, and I'm waiting for the backlash. I know it's on the way. That tie's not over. That tie is not over. If Liverpool can perform like they have today, anything's possible. They've just been outstanding. They really have.
Well, that's a fair point, Dion. Although, as I said to Alan Shearer that night when he was sitting in your seat, as Liverpool come forward again, Jones through to Salaries on a hat-trick, plays it in, bounces, Firmino! 7! There'll be no more popular scorer than Roberto Firmino! And he runs to the Liverpool fans, punching his fist. Liverpool absolutely lapping this up. 7-0, a record win for Liverpool against Manchester United. And Roberto Firmino, in the week that he announced that he would be leaving at the end of the season, he puts that seal on it. And Liverpool's players celebrating. There's a fan in there as well. The stewards have spotted him. And actually, I think one of them might have slipped into Andy Robertson and perhaps caused him a bit of damage. And that spectator's been carried away, pulled away. And you know, that'll be it now for him. That'll be a ban from Anfield for running on in that moment of euphoria, that moment of celebration. But there it is. Roberto Firmino drops down onto his knees. We've seen that so many times. Points to the skies above Anfield. Firmino scoring the goal. And it's Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0.
Yeah, very fitting for Liverpool. Bobby Firmino there, just making one of those amazing runs. Salah just taking the ball on the edge of the box, just passes it. I think Bobby receives it on the penalty spot. He takes a couple of touches. He gets more and more on an acute angle. Just waits for his time, puts it past the keeper from 4 yards out. And they're on the attack again.
And now Salah plays it into the box. Alexander-Arnold goes down. And Shaw putting in the challenge, and it's behind. So
I've just got my iPad in front of me, John, and it says here Liverpool 7. Am I right? Or
7.
Is that right? 7.
Biggest win at Anfield when it was Manchester United against Liverpool as opposed to Newton Heath. 4-1 in 1969. So that's Manchester United's biggest win here. But for Liverpool, this is a record. 5-0 was the previous record when it was Liverpool against Manchester United. But 7-1 United against Newton Heath. But that's, I mean, almost, it's incredible what we've witnessed here today.
I mean, I cannot remember in the last 15 minutes, 20 minutes, when Man United have had the ball or had an attack or done anything at all in Liverpool's half.
So, Garnacho running forward with the ball. Alexander-Arnold is able to turn and play it out of play to throw into Manchester United down the left-hand side. We're into added time now at the end of this extraordinary match. Well, an extraordinary second half featuring 6 Liverpool goals without reply and breaking records and humbling Manchester United. And now there are just hundreds and hundreds of empty red seats in the Manchester United section at the Anfield Road end. And this ground has rarely been in louder voice. Bruno Fernandes playing in the free kick for Manchester United. That's headed away. Played forward by Sabitzer. Bruno Fernandes is able to take the ball down, but Liverpool are there with him. Robertson, into the box it goes. But Alexander-Arnold plays it away, and Salah's onto it, and Salah passes it forward to Jota, and it's Jota against Dalot, and Jota's still going. Dalot just got a foot in on it. Bajcetic got there first for Liverpool. In added time, surely not 8. Liverpool with it on the left-hand side with Milner. Now it comes infield to Bajcetic. And then Bajcetic turning away from Anthony. Milner with a touch out to the left-hand side. Robertson is there. And Milner again. Milner slips the ball forward. Robertson near the corner flag on the far side. Plays it infield. Bounces to Varane, who is able to get a touch and see Dalot clear it into the centre circle. 2 minutes of added time have been played, of the 3 that have been added on. And Alisson now forward from him, chested down over on the far side by Robertson. They're looking for a final flourish into the box. It goes. Jota on the turn of the stretch, couldn't get the shot in. Dalot is leaning into him, but Luke Shaw it was leaning into him. He stayed down as Manchester United clear it downfield. Jota still down. I think Shaw landed on top of him in the middle of all that, and the referee actually is going to check and see how he is. Diogo Jota, I hope he's okay after the season that he's had with all of these problems, injury problems, and I think he is. He's okay.
Yeah, I think it was just I think it was Luke Shaw fell on him as he was trying to reach with all his might to try and get a toe on that ball to make it 8 for Liverpool, but Shaw defended well. Couldn't get his touch on it that time. Jota.
So the lines are open to talk about these extraordinary happenings at Anfield, where we have a scoreline of Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. On 5 Live, 0885 909 693 to talk to Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. Once we round up the athletics, those 2 gold medals for Great Britain. But there it is. There is the final whistle on a famous victory. A record victory for Liverpool against Manchester United. 7-0. 7-0. It needs to be written out. S-E-V-E-N. 2 goals for Gakpo, 2 goals for Nunez, 2 goals for Salah, and then Roberto Firmino coming on to round it all off and put the gloss on an amazing day for Liverpool Football Club. Manchester United coming here full of confidence. Cup winners a week ago, looking at potential success on 4 fronts, and they've been beaten out of sight.
Yeah, for me, I think the word of the day for me is class. Liverpool were class today in all departments. They got the midfield 3 right, Elliott, Fabinho and Henderson were outstanding in there. It's a lovely balance. And then the 3 up top did what they had to do. They got 2 goals apiece. Bobby comes on and gets himself a goal as well. But it's just the way they set up, the way they approached the game. Defensively, they were very, very organised. I said from the outset that Van Dijk and Henderson were keeping their teammates on their toes. It was just a very, very good performance, and it was a Liverpool of old. Liverpool of old. It was just pure class. They deserved this victory.
And James Milner and Salah, I mean, the celebrations going on are down on the pitch out there. Jurgen Klopp is going around his players. You know, we've talked so many times this season about whether Liverpool were getting the confidence back, and now Jurgen Klopp near the centre circle goes across to Roberto Firmino, and they have a laugh about it together, sending him on, getting his goal, and no one wants to leave. No Liverpool supporter wants to leave Anfield. They want to drink this in, and they're going to all corners of the ground. An extraordinary season. I mean, the highs and lows that Liverpool have had this season. It's been the roller coaster of all roller coasters. But they will not enjoy anything, whatever happens this season, as much as they're enjoying this. A final score here at Anfield of Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0.
John Murray, that is absolutely astounding what we've just witnessed.
I think 1-0 at half-time, to think to the point where Cody Gakpo opened the scoring a couple of minutes before half-time. You know, Manchester United had threatened, had really threatened. They were the better team. I think I said just before that goal that Jurgen Klopp and the Liverpool fans were worried about the way that things had gone. And yet here we are. They want Jurgen Klopp. The Klopp want Klopp to give it his uppercuts. but he's not going to do it.
He's winding them up, John. He wants them to be louder. It's like a musician demanding the noise for the encore.
And is he going to do it?
Surely he is.
He's walking up towards the halfway line. He's slapping the Liverpool badge on his coat.
He's going to come back, John.
And I think he's going to leave it at that.
He's going to come back, John.
He's clapping there. He's now walking down the tunnel, slapping hands with the Liverpool fans leaving over the sides. And I think, that's a message perhaps from Klopp that, we might have got this win today, but we're not yet back. Despite this, we're not yet back to where I want us to be.
That's a bit of class, that, Steve. A bit of class from Jurgen Klopp, I think. Yes, we know he does it all the time, but on this occasion against this opposition, he's just humiliated Manchester United on the pitch. And I think it's a touch of class from the manager to go, listen, on this occasion we've done enough, let's just catch up, let's just carry on what we need to do.
Let's just reflect on the size of that humiliation. I've got the records in front of me. Before today, these were Manchester United's record defeats in the Premier League. 5-0 to Newcastle in 96, 5-0 to Chelsea in 99, 5-0 to Liverpool in 2021, and 6-1 defeats to Manchester City in 2011 and 6-1 to Spurs in 2020. But worry not, John Murray, I've gone back further. The record defeat in Manchester United's history is 7-0 to Blackburn in 1926, Aston Villa in 1930 and Wolves in 1931. That has just been equalled at Anfield in any competition.
And the extraordinary thing about it is it's this Manchester United team that came here with such confidence. Like I say, they've just knocked Barcelona out of Europe. They've just won a cup. The feeling was that everything now under Erik ten Hag was heading in the right direction. And then this happens.
I think it still is heading in the right direction for Manchester United and Erik ten Hag. I mean, they've hit Liverpool on a day where every single player has had a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10. Every single player, Steve, that walked over the white line for Liverpool was absolutely outstanding. Elliott was brilliant. Salah, everybody was just brilliant. And Man United were just blown away. They didn't know what to do, didn't know how to deal with it. Defensively in the midfield, they had no ball at all in midfield. And up front, I mean, Van Dijk, Konate, they just quashed everything.
John, we said before the game that there was a story there that had been written around Cody Gakpo. Well, this is a trilogy, an anthology, I don't know what you want to call it, but it was the old and the new, wasn't it? Firmino comes off the bench and scores the day after he announces he's going to be leaving. 2/3 of the new forward line scored twice each. It's perfect for Liverpool. It cannot get better than that.
Yeah, it is. And, they've got to go to Real Madrid in, the week after next and try and turn around that 5-2. And I hope you're listening carefully, because in the middle of it all, Dion suggested that might not be beyond them.
I heard it, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Well, you watched that this afternoon. I know that's a 1 in a million game. It was astonishing. But like you said, Dion, if they perform at that level that they've just performed at, who knows?
You know what, Steve? The performances like this are very, very rare, especially against your biggest rivals who are absolutely flying. They are rare, but they do happen. And now they've had a little taste of what they can actually do, Liverpool. At home against Manchester United, you just never know. Listen, it might be beyond them, we don't know. But if you get that front three with Salah, with Firmino coming off the bench, and Jota as well, who can score goals, you've got 5 players there that can score goals at the drop of a hat. They were outstanding. I can't give them any more plaudits, I really can't. Chalk and cheese today.
Yeah, Liverpool absolutely glorious. From a Manchester United perspective, Dion, do you think there will be things that have really upset Ten Hag today? And one thing I'm thinking specifically about is you both talked about in commentary when Bruno Fernandes was beaten down the right and he just sort of shrugged his shoulders. There were a couple of moments with him in that half that I'm not sure will have gone down well.
Totally agree with you. Body language was terrible by some of the players. Marcus Rashford was getting frustrated as well, because the balls he wanted being played through were not being played through. And then he half stopped making his runs as well. That's not like Marcus at all. So he was getting frustrated. Bruno Fernandes was getting nothing at all when it comes to little niggles or free kicks from the referee at all. He was being out-muscled every time he lifted his head up, Steve, to try and play a pass. Fabinho was there, or Harvey Elliott was there. He wasn't having a comfortable day. Casemiro, what happened to Casemiro? Fred, nothing at all. It was just it was just nothing from Manchester United. And they've been brilliant this season with a very, very good manager, but they got taught a lesson today here at Anfield.
I mean, when I was watching them against Leicester a couple of weeks ago, he did say that he felt they were a mess in the first half in that match. And, I know he was quite critical, wasn't he, on Wednesday night in the FA Cup. Apparently he tore into them at half-time, and they ended up winning that match. So he might say later that, there have been times in recent matches where he has been concerned, and he said it publicly, but, whatever, he couldn't possibly have been expecting this.
Yeah, I think the manager, Mr. Ten Hag will take this back to the training ground. There'll be an inquest at the training ground. I don't think there'll be much said or much will come out of the dressing room at all. He's not that kind of manager. He'll take it all back to the training ground. He'll brush his team down, he'll get them ready for the next game, and that'll be it. This one's done and finished.
I know we got very excited, Dion, about the idea of a three-horse title race, and Manchester United have done absolutely astoundingly well just to be in that picture. But they just can't afford any weeks like this when the top two win and they don't, surely. It's 14 points, even with a game in hand. That's a staggering amount to drag back.
It is, Stephen. And you know what? They're still in and around it. It's going to take a lot, but I'm not going to say they're totally out of it, but it's going to be very, very difficult for them now to get anywhere near the position they want to be in. Top four is obviously still on for them, but they want more than that. Title race, I'm not sure, Steve.
And John, we haven't seen the whites of Jurgen Klopp's teeth for a while now, but we'll struggle to get rid of that grin, and I suppose a lot of people now will make them top four favourites, won't they?
Yeah, I think so, within sight of it now. 3 points behind Tottenham with a match in hand. But, just go back to the season that they've had, some incredible lows, record defeat in Europe against Real Madrid. Some of the defeats, 3-0 at Wolves, 3-0 at Brighton, and yet they've beaten Napoli this season, yet also lost heavily and badly away to Napoli. They've beaten Manchester City twice. 7-1 against Rangers. Amazing season.
Stunning, absolutely stunning result that. John Murray, Dion Dublin, thank you very much indeed. What a day that has been in the Premier League. We thought the game earlier on, Nottingham Forest 2, Everton 2, was a big one. 08085 909 693. Loads of great stories. Arsenal winning the Women's League Cup as well. But Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. Get your calls in. 08085 909 693 606 with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton. Follows the news with Carl Hartley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Strikes by ambulance workers belonging to the union Unite, due to take place in England tomorrow and on Wednesday, have been called off. The union says it'll enter into pay talks with the government. Other unions representing ambulance staff, the GMB and Unison, announced similar decisions in recent days. A landmark international agreement aimed at safeguarding the oceans has been praised by scientists and environmentalists. If implemented, the UN treaty will create protected areas covering 30% of international waters by the end of the decade. Rebecca Hubbard is the director of the High Seas Alliance.
Governments generally manage the sea up to 200 nautical miles out, and then the rest is the high seas. With the new High Seas Treaty, governments from around the world will be able to protect large areas of that ocean.
It's understood former senior civil servant Sue Gray will submit her application to become the Labour Party leader's chief of staff to the appointments watchdog tomorrow. Some Conservatives have described the move as concerning following her investigation into lockdown parties in Downing Street. The Prime Minister of Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, has asked for forgiveness from the families of the 57 people killed in the country's worst rail disaster. More protests about last week's crash have been taking place in Athens. The local journalist Anthi Karasava says there's a lot of anger.
These scuffles have died down, they have subsided a bit, but there are draconian measures in place to keep them from heating up again. And this is a scene that is recurring and will continue to be recurring because there is a lot of palpable anger.
And the Queen Consort will make a guest appearance on tonight's episode of the Antiques Roadshow. Camilla was filmed at the Eden Project in Cornwall last summer and brought in 2 personal items for the experts.
BBC 5 Live.
Unusual. I'm pretty much on automatic. I'm in the present moment. I'm having an experience as a reptile. Shocking.
I know exactly what each one of those soldiers that died lying in no man's land in the Somme felt in that moment. Nobody there.
Heartbreaking.
But there aren't words to describe my parents. They were an abomination.
I'm Nicky Campbell, and my podcast Different is back. Tracking down the most extraordinary stories, astonishing people, and getting to the heart of what makes us different.
I ain't going anywhere you want to go.
Different.
Listen now on BBC Sounds.
Are you ready to have your say? In the UK's biggest football debate, your teams, your views. Get ready. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
It's that time again for you to have your say about your club as Liverpool bring Manchester United back down to earth at Anfield with a 7-star performance.
Jones through the salaries on a hat-trick, plays it in, bounces, Firmino! 7! There'll be no more popular scorer than Roberto Firmino, and he runs to the Liverpool fans, punching his fist. Liverpool absolutely lapping this up. 7-0, a record win for Liverpool against Manchester United.
They're out the title race now, Chris.
I can't, honestly, Rob, I cannot believe what I have just seen. Liverpool fans, is this you back? Have you turned the corner? Is this going to really kickstart your season? From Manchester United, I mean, where do they go from here, Rob? That is utter humiliation. Massive derby game, this. Let's hear from both sets of fans.
As for Liverpool, Chris, you got to think now they're favourites to get that top 4 spot.
Would you say so? I'm still listen. I'm still not totally convinced with. I'm still not totally convinced with Liverpool. You don't know from one week to the next. Maybe this is the turning point. Let's hear from Liverpool fans.
Liverpool and Manchester United fans, we want to hear from you. Give us a call 08085 909 693. Everton scored more than 1 goal in the first time in 14 games, but it wasn't enough as Forest came back at the City Ground.
Headed on, Michael Keane heads it on to Corey! 2-1 Everton lead! And again, Nottingham Forest just can't sort themselves out in their own penalty area. In Yates, back to Johnson inside the penalty area! 2-2! And it's Brennan Johnson at the double!
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
More encouragement for Everton fans today, Chris. Will your mate Sean Dyche keep them up?
Do you know what? 2 goals. I think he'll be bitterly disappointed. I don't know. I watched the second half, Rob. They had opportunities going forward, picked the wrong passes. I think overall, Everton fans, are you happy with the point? I think Sean Dyche will keep Everton up. Little bit worried about Nottingham Forest still, Rob. But what a race we've got at the bottom as well.
Forest and Everton fans, we want to know your take. The number to call is 08085 909 693. Elsewhere in the Scottish Premiership, Celtic beat St Mirren 5-1. Arsenal's women beat Chelsea 3-1 to lift the League Cup. There are also wins for Manchester United, Aston Villa, Man City and Reading in the WSL. Anything else, Christopher?
Want to hear from Celtic fans. Is that the title race over north of the border? Want to talk about Bruno Fernandes, Rob, pushing the assistant, totally unacceptable. He should be banned. Is he really? I know Harry Maguire is club captain at Manchester United. Is he really the guy you want as your captain, Manchester United? A couple of dives there today. Looked like he'd chucked it. I don't know what you thought, Rob. I thought he was an absolute disgrace today. Want to hear from Manchester United fans?
08085 909 693. Whoever your club, we're here until just before 8 p.m. and that is the number 08085 909 693. Right then, Christopher, let's go to Ryan. You're at the game, Ryan, Liverpool fan.
I was, yeah.
Can you believe it? It's unbelievable. Wow.
No.
usually I've been at games where we've scored 4, 5, 6, and each goal kind of gets the cheers less and less. The cheer was more and more. That Firmino goal was cheered in like a 90th minute winner. It was genuinely unbelievable. I felt we played the game the way we haven't done all season. We were on the front foot. Even defensively, we were on the front foot. There wasn't a bad shift from anyone today. It was incredible.
But I mean, where did this come from? This performance. I mean, Liverpool they've been so strange all season, haven't they? Like inconsistent.
Liverpool fans will tell you that if you look at Anfield, we do turn it on. We have done the season. Look at the City game. It's just we're under the lights. The crowd gets behind them, and all of a sudden the players just get up for it a lot more. Like I said at the start of the call, the change this season was defensively. We've not been on the front foot. We've not been winning second balls. We've not been winning third balls. We've been very passive, and that wasn't the case today. I mean, Jurgen Klopp obviously got them up for the game. I mean, Robbie is world's best manager since the best thing since sliced bread. Ten Hag managed his team to get told 7-0 a new record at the Premier League in Anfield. But Robbie, what have you got to say about that? Because you've been calling Erik ten Hag the best manager in the world. There's a manager. Arsenal sat top of the league doing things that no one thought he could do. Yeah. Erik ten Hag took one of the world's best teams on the League Cup.
Is he the best manager in the world, Rob? Erik ten Hag?
Listen, Ryan, you make a fair point, but you look at considering that Liverpool at the end of last season were 32 points above Manchester United, 34, and now Man United is still 7 points above him and already got a trophy. The way he's improved players. Listen, it's just my opinion.
I know, but you're doing what you always do. You make these clickbait statements, and then when someone calls you out on it, you flip it back on its head.
I've just backed it up.
Was the world's best manager.
Is he the best manager in the world, Rob? Erik ten Hag? Ryan's making a fair point.
You can't win a League Cup. You can't win a League Cup with every tie at home and be called the world's best manager. I'm not saying he hasn't improved them. I'm not saying that because he's clearly making a much better deal. But the world's best manager is the kind of thing I expect that station.
It's easy to ring up when you've won 7-0, isn't it? It's easy to ring up when you've won 7-0.
Rob, are you going to answer the question?
Is Erik ten Hag the world's best manager? Listen, one game's not going to define if he's the best manager in the world right now or not.
So for you, he's still the world's best manager.
Well, for me, he has done unbelievably well. Yeah, I did. I'll stick by it right now. Right now, I would say.
He's better than Mikel Arteta. He's better than Carlo Ancelotti.
What have Arsenal won this year?
Well, you're talking nonsense, though, because
what have they won? What have they won?
Cup win. Because it was the only trophy you ever won in your career. You're putting it up on a pedestal.
One more than you.
Of course you have, but you're making it about one trophy situation. Why wouldn't you? Let's tell you what. Why don't we just at the end of the season, like most people would do, not halfway through the season?
Look, listen, Ryan. Call back then end of the season. Listen, we'll see where we are. But listen, thank you so much for the call.
Oh, Rob, you're the old Homer Simpson into the hedge there, Rob, aren't you? I mean, you're in reverse. Are you sticking by that then, Rob? But you've just said this evening that Erik ten Hag.
Ryan's done well. It was a big statement.
Ryan was all over you there.
But it was a big statement.
Erik ten Hag, then you've said tonight, is still the world's best manager. That's what you've said tonight.
Well,
let's
hear from you. 08085 909 693. Just lost 7-0. Yeah. He's still the world's best manager.
I'm on the back foot early doors, aren't I? Like you were last week. But listen, Ryan made some fair points. Listen, big statement last week. Easy to call it when you've won 7-0, isn't it? But one game doesn't define Erik ten Hag as a manager, does it?
No, but it's a big statement to say he's the world's best manager.
But in that, though, Chris, I did say Spalletti. I did mention Arteta.
Yeah, did I not? But you still have Erik ten Hag at the top of the tree.
How are you, Michael?
All right, Robbie, I'm going to talk about Liverpool, but I can't believe what you just said, that young football fan. I'm 60 coming Christmas, but you're saying to him, you got one more trophy in him.
Oh, it's some... Michael, it was tongue-in-cheek, Michael.
I heard a lot on last night. An Arsenal fan, he was blind. You don't know what that wee lad is sitting there talking to you.
Michael,
but I'm here to talk about Liverpool and Bobby Firmino.
Michael, that was tongue-in-cheek from Rob.
Michael, it was tongue-in-cheek, Michael.
Robbie, it's not tongue-in-cheek. You're a bit of a fool, honestly, talking about your League Cup win. So what? You won a League Cup.
Look, come on, Michael. Ryan came on and had a go at Robbie, and Robbie's just firing back. As all in good spirits, Michael. Come on. What's your point, Michael? Come on.
That guy's... My point is that we're going nowhere. I'm a Liverpool fan. I've been a Liverpool fan from 1973. We're going nowhere. And okay, we beat United 7-0 today, but I expected us to win. I told people what they'd done up to now, it looked better than, the results looked better than what they've been doing. You know what I mean? They're a pack of kids, honestly. See, the day was seeing them for what they are. Things went wrong, and all they wanted to do was either kick or Gurn, or Fernandez number one to Gurn, he's a champion. And he pushed the lanes, man. You don't do that. I don't think Robbie even done that. Don't push the lanes, man.
Do you think that Bruno should be banned for that?
No, I don't think he should be banned, to be honest. But I mean, he is what he is. You know what? That's what he does. Bruno's always moaning. I mean, things are going well for him. He should be happy. But they could beat 7-0 today by Mighty Reds. We're going nowhere, right? And we've got the. I said to a guy the other day. He said to me about we need to do this, we need to do that, buy this, buy that. I said yes, but we've the right man in charge.
Michael, what do you mean you're going nowhere?
What do you mean? 1 minute that the right man's not in charge.
What do you mean you're going nowhere?
He's still Shankly all over again. I love him. Like I said to you, Robbie, a long time ago, I love Bobby Firmino. And I'm so glad he got on today. I love to meet him, shake his hand. Because everything we've done over the last few years, Bobby's been in the middle of it all.
But Michael, what do you mean you're going nowhere? What do you mean you're going nowhere?
Well, we're going nowhere. We're here forever. Robbie, we're never going to stop. We're going nowhere.
No, okay. You mean you're not going anywhere? Liverpool Football Club's not going. I thought you meant that group of players aren't going anywhere.
You say their manager, who's won the League Cup's the best manager in the world. I don't know. Sean Dyche might be a better manager on him.
But
you know what I mean? What's he done? He's done well. He's spent a few quid to win the League Cup. Good luck, Dan.
Yeah, but Michael, let's talk about your team, Liverpool. Okay, let's talk about this season.
Beating United 7-0 today.
Okay, and that clearly is a massive result for Liverpool, big derby game. But what has gone wrong this season? We shouldn't be talking about what's gone wrong after a 7-0 victory, but there has been inconsistency, hasn't there, this season?
Chris, yeah. I think it's been burnout. I mean, we played every game last year, right, the last minute. We're in every competition last year, the last minute. There was a World Cup, and I think it's a wee bit of burnout. I think we may have had a few players playing the World Cup. I think it's a wee bit of burnout, but the right man's there, and we'll buy a few players. Good for Cody Gakpo today. He's a class player.
I thought the front three were fantastic today. I thought the front three of Liverpool were fantastic.
But it's funny, Robbie. It's like playing a game against kids, in my opinion, because once we got in front, and especially when we got the second goal, they didn't want to know. All they wanted to do was kick and gurn and moan and push lanesmen. Things weren't going right for them, but things have been going well for them lately, and they couldn't handle it. They're a bunch of kids led by Bruno Fernandes, who's a big child.
And where do you think Liverpool will finish now? Do you think this is, such a big moment of the season for Liverpool in terms of now really hitting that home straight hard and comfortably finishing in a top four spot?
Well, the difference is, Chris, I agree with you. I don't agree with you all the time, Chris, by the way, but I agree with you there, because what's going to happen is, see the teams around us, they know we've done it. We can do it. We've done it before. And
Michael,
I won't say too much about what's going to run out of them, but we'll fix them.
Michael, thank you so much for the call. You were sticking up for it then, Chris.
Yeah, it's a bit feisty. Wow. Look, I mean, people are entitled to come on and make the points. I thought that was an unnecessary attack on you there, Rob. It was a bit of tongue-in-cheek back and forth with...
You hammer me for winning the League Cup all the time.
Dear me.
Right then. Oh, wow. I can't believe you actually stuck up for me. Right, let's go to Jamie, Man United fan. Jamie, how are you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely fantastic, lads. You okay?
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, it's just so strange, isn't it? That first 45 minutes, I thought, we'll get a couple of goals here. I thought we were the better side. Their goal came against the run of play, but the second half was absolutely atrocious. Wow. But people have been jumping up and down. All this business about Ten Hag, the best in the world, Liverpool on the way back. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but at the end of the year, we've got 1 or 2 trophies in the bank. Liverpool are playing for nothing. I know they've had the cup final today, but we're going in different directions, I think. And Liverpool, fair play to them, but we were shocking. And I think everybody just stay calm. Erik will sort it out. A couple of changes in the summer, but I think he's been brilliant for a couple of months. I don't know what you two think, really.
Yeah, and I think that was where I didn't agree with what Robbie said about him being the best manager in the world. He's still standing by that tonight, because I think, the likes of Pep Guardiola, Mikel Arteta this season, but he has done a brilliant job. I suppose what everybody is looking at now, Jamie, is whether Manchester United will fall away now and capitulate. And just sensing your tone here, I actually think I feel the same way as you do. Is I think that they will bounce back from this. I think that Ten Hag is a good manager, and it's just a bad day at the office, but not just a bad day, a horrific day at the office.
Was it Steve Crossman who brought that stat out? Is it Manchester United's biggest ever defeat? When was it?
91 years.
Blackburn Rovers 7-0.
Yeah, I don't know what Dion. I listened to Dion saying that Van Dijk and Konaté weren't troubled. Well, he didn't see the first half. I thought Liverpool looked really poor in the first half, but they were good second half. We gave them 4 goals, and that's the biggest disappointment. I have to agree with Michael Fernandes. Yeah, it's not great, is it, on the lines? But that's really disappointing. And I agree with you, Chris. I think it's a real bad day. I think United will be fine, and come on, Liverpool will look back on this season. They'll celebrate this, but it's been a really poor season for them, and I think one game doesn't make the season, does it? So I just think everyone needs to calm down, really.
Do you think Harry Maguire is club captain, isn't he, of Manchester United, but Bruno captain today? Do you think that other Manchester United players will be disappointed with their captain today and his antics, a couple of dives in there and pushing the assistant? I mean, he should see a ban for that, surely. That's not in these moments, when things aren't going well, you need your captain to lead from the front. And he did anything but. He was waving his arms to come off at one stage, wasn't he, towards the end of the game?
Yeah, I think you're right, Chris. When you think of I know you can't go back all the time, but Robson, Bruce, even when we had Cantona as captain, these great leaders, of men wouldn't behave like that. But he's been superb for us, Bruno has. But I agree with you. He's only 30 seconds away from a tantrum, isn't he? But he has been fantastic. But it is to everything that's gone wrong today. It's a terrible day. Liverpool have hit a real good bit of form. They're a far better side probably than what their league position dictates. But that's the way it goes, really. But I agree with you, Chris.
Jamie, thank you.
Get one more cup.
Jamie, thank you so much for the call. Right, Gary Flintoff is speaking now with Andy Robertson.
I am indeed a very, very happy Scotsman, I think it is safe to say. So, clearly, first half, not much between the two sides. In the grand scheme of things, how crucial was that goal just before the break?
Yeah, look, I think when it's a big game like this, it's two obviously big teams going at it. I think the first goal's always crucial, and especially just before half time, it's a good time to score a goal. You go into half time, you've got a wee spring in your step and things like that. So the message at half time was, much of the same. Try and do the same, and I think it went to plan and a wee bit more. So obviously the second half was an incredible half of football from us. So clinical, so good in every area of the pitch, and yeah, when it happens like that, everything just clicks, and yeah, we couldn't probably envisage winning 7-0, but it's happened. And when you've got players up front that we do and so clinical, then when they're confident, then that can happen. So a massive result for us, massive win, but I know, although it's 7-0 and although it's against one of our biggest rivals, it's only 3 points, and 3 points in the right direction, but we have to use it now, and we have to kick on now to the end of the season.
At which point in the second half were you starting to pinch yourself and think, I can't quite believe it's got to this?
Look, we've had certain games like that, before, where everything's just kind of clicked, and you can just see the confidence bleeding through the whole team, and it just felt as if we were everywhere today. It felt as if we were all over them, and we just knew where the ball was going to be to win it and things like that. And then, like I said, obviously the boys up top were very clinical in front of goal, which always helps. So a fantastic result from us. Lads can take a lot of confidence from it, but we've got another big game on Saturday, and that's the way we have to look at it. Like I says, it's not like rugby when you win by a certain margin you get extra points. It's only 3 points, and obviously this weekend the results have went for us, and we have to try and use that to our advantage.
I know the players and indeed the manager himself has talked on a number of occasions. It's just finding that connection, the click, if you will. I mean, today certainly seems like it is that moment, but I suppose would you just say, okay, it looks like it, but we've still got a lot of work to do here?
100%. You know, we've had certain games like that this season where you think, okay, you know, we're back and all this, but it's about consistency. It's about, you know, we're not going to win 7-0 every week. It's not going to be as nice as the football was this week, but you know, you have to win games, and this club deserves to be in the Champions League, and just now we're in a position where, you know, that's not happening. So we have to try and keep climbing the table. We have to keep, you know, ticking the games off, and this wee period's been really good. You know, we've kept clean sheets, we've scored goals, we've looked a bit more confident, a bit more like us, and it's important that we just try and keep that going, try and keep the momentum, and you know, let's see where we are at the end of the season.
And just finally, at which point this week do you think Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0 will actually sink in?
Yeah, well, hopefully quite quickly, because we'll need to move on from it quickly. So yeah, like I says, I think we allow everyone to enjoy it tonight, the fans, the players, everyone, and we certainly will. And then tomorrow it has to be full focus on Bournemouth, because it's pointless. It's pointless winning 7-0 here if we don't try and follow up with results. So we have to be doing that. We have to do that. You know, that'll be our last Premier League game before the international break, and that would be a really good period for us. So that's got to be our aim. But tonight we'll definitely try and enjoy this result.
Well played today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Andy Robertson.
Unbelievable, Chris. I think there's a stat. Andy Robertson has now provided more Premier League assists, 55, than Hazard, Ozil and Mata.
Is that
wow?
Right?
Unbelievable. What a player.
Yeah, he's been a brilliant player, a wonderful left foot, hasn't he? Just on that interview, he always speaks well, but you know, when he said this club deserves to be in the Champions League, I know what he's saying, but you got to earn the right. I think he'd agree with that. I mean, Liverpool fans,
I'm upset a lot of people tonight, Chris. I said it in the trail. You know, as a neutral, you know, listen, our producers are Newcastle. I'm having a bad night. Listen, I've had a bad week saying about Ten Hag's the best man in the world, but listen, some things you have to stand by. Would you rather see Newcastle and Spurs in the Champions League, just hypothetically, than Liverpool and Man United?
But that's
you
why have you
brought
Manchester United?
Liverpool.
Why have you brought Manchester United into? I would rather see the team in the Champions League who earns the right.
Yeah, but I would rather see Newcastle and Spurs in the Europa League, because I believe that's a competition they could win.
But
they've got no chance of winning the Champions League.
Whatever.
What?
That's ever. That's just ridiculous.
Well, they're not going to. Spurs got the final.
I don't get that. I would love to see Newcastle.
Right. Okay.
In the Champions League.
Would you like to see if Brighton got in the Champions League?
I would. Yeah, I think it'd be honestly really exciting. So let's look at not quite the same, but Napoli this season.
When Leicester were in it. Leicester got to the.
Yeah.
Was it?
What about the underdogs, Rob? Hey, come on.
Well, I'd rather see Liverpool in it. Me personally, Chris, that's just me. But
let's hear from you. I mean, Newcastle fans, Tottenham fans, is Robbie right, or is he a football snob?
Right, let's go to Dean, Liverpool fan. How are you, Dean?
How you doing, Robbie? How you doing, Chris?
Yeah, very good,
Dean.
thanks.
What a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And just leaving Anfield now, actually.
Where does that rank, Dean, as a Liverpool fan?
Well, my question really was to you, Chris, really, because I went to Molineux a few weeks ago and jumped back in the car on my way back to South Wales, and you actually said the words that how much more can you Liverpool fans take under Jurgen Klopp? So just sort of, what's your thoughts really?
Can I just butt in there, Dean? So that was word for word for what I said. So you're inferring that I was saying, with regards to Klopp, that he shouldn't be there? I can guarantee I didn't say that.
Absolutely, word for word.
Well, I'm just, I don't often defend myself, but that's just nonsense.
I really want to defend you, Chris, as well, because you've defended me now, but I can't on that one.
I think my stance on Liverpool this season, Dean, has been they have been baffling to watch. It's one week to the next, and I've always felt Liverpool, because of what's happened in previous seasons under Klopp, that they were always going to turn the corner. And so,
and to be fair, Chris, there was a couple of callers that actually followed up your comments and actually said, a couple of Liverpool fans that actually said that Klopp has to go, which was like unbelievable given what we almost achieved last season.
I don't think Chris would have said how much more can you Liverpool fans take. But listen, Dino, if you're saying he said that.
But on the back of that, I listened to a 5
Just got to stop you there,
today,
Dino, because Gary Flintoff is with Erik ten Hag.
Thank you for your time, Erik. What would your honest assessment be of today's performance?
It was a really bad performance. It's the worst performance from the year.
Only one goal at the break. Would you actually say that the first half was equal, although maybe you feel you had the better chances in the first half?
I think so. But we lost the game in the end of the first half and the start of the second half. But then still you have to keep your head up. And that is what we didn't do.
Did you continue to play for too long, or did you have a thought of, as we would say in England, bringing the shutters down, keeping the back door shut?
Yeah, but it's all about showing discipline in your jobs and in your tasks, and that is what we didn't do. And then you concede goals, especially against a good transition team as Liverpool is.
In terms of what you've said to the players after the game, can you give us an insight to what's been said so far?
It's a really unprofessional performance, and it's unnecessary when you get a setback to fall out of each other. We have to stick together, and you have to do your jobs, and that's what we didn't do. We were undisciplined, and as I said, Liverpool have good players, and they kill you.
You played so many high-profile games of late. You've asked so much of your players in those games. Is that a contributory factor today?
What for factor?
In terms of the amount of games you played, what you've asked of your players in recent weeks.
I think we will collect energy from it, and I think it was energy enough, but we didn't do. They couldn't cope with the defeats. Maybe they were not used to it. Can be, but you have to stick together, and you can't playing as an individual.
Some of the fans did drift away before the end of the game. What would your message be to them, and indeed to those who stayed until the full-time whistle?
For the one who stayed, that was tough, and we really have to thank them. And I can't blame them who go away, because it was a really bad performance our sides, and it was devastating. And we let the fans down, so I shame myself for the fans today.
Thanks for joining us on 5 Live.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Gary. Just before we go back to Dean, Chris, thoughts on that?
I mean, he's a straight shooter, isn't he? So he says what he thinks. He didn't hold back there. Unprofessional. Manchester United fans described your team's performance as unprofessional. Said that they didn't stick together and lacked discipline. That is so damning. The manager coming out and saying that. But he did also say, and I think it was in the right context, that we will collect energy because of this. I mean, you must believe in Erik ten Hag with the job he's done, but are there Manchester United fans out there who thinks that the wheels could come off now? I don't know, Rob. Let's put it out there.
Back to you, Dean. How are you? Go on, Dean.
Yeah, sorry guys. Just listening to Erik ten Hag. Unless he was watching a different game than myself. We were by far the better team, I thought, in the first half. Obviously, we went 1-0 up and went in 1-0.
Liverpool weren't the best team in the first half, Dean. Come on. You got away with it.
Neither were United either, to be fair. But
I think they
But my other point was prior to Erik ten Hag was to say that Mark Chapman and Dion Dublin and a couple of the other guys yesterday, they had a show on sort of just after sort of lunchtime yesterday, and they pretty much written Liverpool off yesterday. So it was just really good to be there and witness such a great victory against.
Were you totally confident with Liverpool today then that they were going to win the game?
I do the Super 6 on Sky, and I actually put Liverpool down for the 2-1 win.
Yeah, but you're a Liverpool fan.
What did you put, Chris, in your BBC predictions?
I went Manchester United just based on.
That's what I mean. I live in South Wales. I don't live in Liverpool. I come to most games, so I was confident that we could do a job today.
Okay, Dean, thank you so much. What was your prediction, Chris?
I went 2-1 Manchester United, but I didn't say that Erik ten Hag is the best manager in the world.
08085 909 693. More calls after news on 5 Live with Carl Hartley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Ambulance strikes due to take place in England tomorrow and on Wednesday have been called off. The Unite Union have joined others in suspending the industrial action while they enter in talks with the government. Walkouts by ambulance workers who are members of the Unite and GMB unions in Wales had already been paused for further talks with the Welsh government. The government is expected to announce new legislation in the next few days which will prevent anyone arriving in the UK on a small boat from claiming asylum. Under the plans, ministers will have a duty to detain and swiftly remove anyone who comes through that route. Our political correspondent is Helen Catt.
There have been some concerns raised by refugee groups about the ethics of detaining people who arrive here seeking asylum. There have been concerns about just how workable it is. Where would you actually put all of these people? But there is certainly a sense in the UK government that this is something they want to stop. The Prime Minister Rishi Sunak said that illegal migration is not fair on British taxpayers and it's not right that criminal gangs should be allowed to continue their immoral trade.
Jurgen Klopp. The Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp is now with Gary Flintoff, so we're just going to cross live to that.
Thank you very much indeed. Jurgen Klopp, it's good to see the smile is back. How above and beyond your wildest expectations was that final result today?
Yeah, you're right. I didn't think for a second about a scoreline like that. And I would say it's pretty much impossible, but the boys made it happen. So, in a super game from my boys. Like, we started extremely well in the game. I loved the start. It was super lively, super active, dominant, playing. We play against a team who is obviously defensively really good, organized with the man orientation, stuff like that. It makes it, if you are not lively, if you don't move enough, then you are in real trouble. You lose balls and have their counterattacks. But so many good football moments where we were calm and passed through the lines and these kind of things. Obviously, the highlight was the goal when Robbo was really waiting. That Cody starts the movement and then he arrives as the top goal. After 25 minutes, it was a bit more open game, a bit too wild for my taste. But then we start the second half with 2 goals where we forced these 2 goals. Fantastic. Yeah, and from that moment on, we were flying. So, 7-0 up, and then they pass the ball to the centre half, and we go with 5 players. I think, my God, do you think, okay, come on, boys, it's good now. But obviously, we need a performance. And we need 3 points. The result we take. But the performance is super important because so many games to come. And I think everybody sees now we changed. We look more like ourselves again. And that's very important because so many games to come and we have to keep going.
I know earlier in the season there were 1 or 2 moments where you were saying you couldn't quite put your finger on it, you couldn't quite find the answer. Have you sort of been seeing this in training in recent weeks, and did you actually see the fruit of that labour this afternoon?
Yeah, so good results in training you always see. It's like the joy, it's like the smile, it's like the banter, all this kind of thing is completely different. But he trained well in other moments as well. But what you can see now, what I said that time, I'm not a miracle worker, so we need the players to do what we have to do. And this is in this moment we build a squad. Hopefully it stays like it has to stay like this. We build a squad, and there are 4 or 5 players not in the squad who train outstandingly well. We never had that the whole year. So up front we can make little changes. So Diogo Jota played a super game the other night. Cody Gakpo is doing it today. Bobby Firmino now in the mix again as well. So fantastic. Luis Diaz coming back in the next 2-3 weeks. So these things are incredibly important because then you just can make changes, and we never could do that. Midfield we made 2 changes or 1 change, I don't know exactly, but you can make changes as well. And the boys who come on, you see in a top form as well. So that's the difference. And hopefully it was just in time.
And just finally, the aim obviously for Champions League football, top 4. Does that almost make it simpler? Just sort of strip it right back, or are you still believing you can come back against Real Madrid as well? Well, if you show that kind of form, there's a fair chance you might be able to.
Yeah. I didn't think for a second yet about Real Madrid, to be honest. But a couple of times already today about Bournemouth. To be honest, I saw bits of the game yesterday, and I saw a team who was fighting for their lives, and a cheeky team with the early goal. So we have to go there and have to make sure we use this performance tonight for the right things, and then we can talk about Real Madrid, but not today.
Enjoy your evening.
Thank you very much.
Well done today. Thank you.
The Liverpool boss there talking to Gary Flintoff following the 7-0 win against Manchester United. Back to the news now, and the BBC has been told Sue Gray will tell the government appointments watchdog when she first had talks to become Sir Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff tomorrow. She quit her position at the Levelling Up department last week. Some Conservatives say the proposed move to Labour undermines her impartiality while investigating parties at Downing Street during the COVID lockdown. Pakistan's media regulator has barred TV channels from broadcasting comments by the former Prime Minister and cricketer Imran Khan, who is accused of wrongly declaring presence from foreign leaders while he was in office. The ban came after Mr Khan accused the government of dragging him to the courts by filing fake cases against him. Hundreds of supporters gathered outside his home in protest against an attempt by the police to arrest him. This man was among them.
They could just forget about casting an evil eye towards Khan, or the activists will gather here like you can see. Nobody should dare come close to Khan when we are ready to sacrifice our lives for him. And Toblerone is to remove the Matterhorn mountain peak from its packaging after some of the chocolate's production was moved outside of Switzerland. The image has been on the box since 1970, but strict Swiss rules state that national symbols are not allowed to be used to promote milk-based products that are not made exclusively in the country.
Whatever you're looking for, we've got sounds for that.
Fancy livening up the commute? Join us for 5 Live Drive.
Of course, you don't have to be driving. You could be on a bus, on a train, even a horse.
Good point, Tony.
Or you could just dart your cares away with my mix of non-stop feel-good tunes. Sophia Spexter's Kitchen Disco.
Or, if you want to change your pace, try out 6 Degrees from Jamie and Spencer.
Jamie can even be quite funny occasionally.
Bit rude.
Music, radio, podcasts. Listen on BBC Sounds.
The UK's biggest football debate. This is 606 with Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage on 5 Live.
Welcome back to 606, certainly a lively first half hour, Christopher.
What did we expect? What an amazing game. Do you know what? After about half an hour, Rob, of the game, I was thinking, blimey, this could end 0-0.
Unbelievable.
How wrong was that? But just in terms of the impact that could have on both of these giant clubs, Liverpool, are they going to kick on? And Manchester United, that was a sore one, wasn't it?
I think
today?
United just need to stay calm. Listen, they're still in a great position. Still got the best manager in the world. 08085 909 693. Right. To be fair, the way you stuck up for me earlier, but then on social media, just tweeting, to have a go at me. Yeah, it's great. Right then, how are you, Ben, Liverpool fan?
I am absolutely brilliant. Wow. Thank you very much.
Unbelievable.
Just after listening to what Klopp said there, he said it might be impossible, but the impossible is always possible with Liverpool. And, big games coming up. I know he said he didn't want to think about it, but Real Madrid, after Barca a couple of seasons ago, why wouldn't you believe,
You think you can turn that round, that tie round?
Yeah, and I mean, like he said himself, we've got to change to doubters and believers, and I totally think we can do that. But as of
do you know what,
tonight,
Ben? If it was at home, just say you'd lost 5-2 in Madrid, I'd honestly think after that performance, being at Anfield, being with a European night, seeing you beat Barcelona 4-0 a couple of years ago, seeing the nights at Anfield, I would say you've got a great chance. But I just think because it's away, makes it very, very, very difficult.
You're saying it's impossible then, Rob? Ben's come
Nothing's
on,
impossible.
he's elated with the performance and the result today. You're saying it's impossible?
No, Ben, I didn't say that. I said it's going to be, if it was at home after that 7-0 and Madrid, Liverpool lost 5-2 Madrid, I think it would be a great opportunity. But because it's in the Bernabeu, I think it's going to be 95% virtually not done.
No, I think 95% is a bit of a high estimate there because, yes, of course, it's going to be difficult. It's Real Madrid. They were, fantastic. The 2 goals in the first 20 minutes the other week, great. We were on the ceiling, but then after that, they just slaughtered us. And, of course, it's a different ball game wherever you play. But, you've got to believe if you don't, then there's no point watching the match.
Where did you get 95% from, Rob?
I just made a number up. I'm having a tough night. I'm just thinking numbers.
Here's one for you, Ben. Just listening to that Klopp interview, we looked more like ourselves, he said. If you're a Liverpool fan, that's what you want to hear, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like even tonight, none of us watching it were sat on the edge of our seats, thinking, oh, they're going to lose the ball, they're going to do this. I think Canate coming back into that back four has actually really just set a calm as well. Matip, Gomez, they've tried the best, but I think certainly Canate, the young lads, Elliott, he was just superb. He was absolutely astronomical.
Is this a squad, though? So we get to the summer, Liverpool aren't going to win the league. Is this a squad which needs a massive overhaul or just a tweak here and there, Ben, in your opinion?
Well, we've got Elliott, we've got Gakpo, we've got Nunes, we've got young lads. But then if you look at those who are going to be leaving, Bobby, that's a real shame. I know there's been everybody's just outpouring love and support for him because he's been the centre of, I'd say, Klopp's last, however many years. And I think we've got older players, even Virgil, he's getting on a bit. We've got Henderson, Milner, Salah, probably in the next few years. He's going to be looking to leave. And I think we do need to have that kind of, plans in place for that. But certainly the youngsters coming up now are just phenomenal. And I think tonight, Gakpo, Nunes, they really showed that they have got quality there. Some of the cheek of Gakpo for that chip over De Gea.
It was brilliant.
Brilliant finish.
It was just stunning. And
there's been a bit of pressure on him as well, Gakpo, hasn't there? Because I think there are some people out there who have questioned his start, but Liverpool haven't been flying, so it's been quite difficult for him, hasn't it, Ben?
No, and it's not that he's just going to slot in and the whole team around him like maybe we were a couple of seasons ago. We're on fire because he's having to take some of that on his shoulders himself and try and deliver like Nunes. Obviously with a price tag that high, people are quick to judge and make an impression on players, especially Gakpo at the World Cup. People just think it's instant, but there's lots of things that come with moving to a new team, especially one like Liverpool, and where I agree they're not flying, but they're showing that they're capable to fill the shoes of, say, Firmino and others that are leaving.
Ben, thank you so much. Ben. For the guy, he made some good points there, Chris.
Interesting percentage from you, that 95, where you just pluck that from.
Yeah, but it's interesting. You listen to what he says about Gakpo and Nunez, big pressure on shoulders, moving to a new club, all expectations. You can thrive or you can sink. Obviously,
when I moved from Norwich to Blackburn, we won the Premier League.
Yeah,
so
we know what happens when you move to Chelsea, didn't we?
Oh, but you're not going to talk.
Move to Chelsea.
Glass half empty.
Right, let's go to Leo, Manchester United fan. How are you, Leo?
Hi, evening, Robbie. Evening, Chris. You all right?
Leo, quick question before we start: is Erik ten Hag the best manager in the world?
Yeah, I can't give an answer. He's one of the best managers in the world.
Fair enough.
That'll do.
Go on then.
Do you know what makes me laugh, though? Leo, do you know what makes me laugh, right? All on social media. I said this in the week. Yeah, it's had over nearly 500,000 views. And a lot of the comments were agreeing. And nobody said it last night.
Manchester United fans agreeing.
But nobody has said it. Nobody's pulled me up on it before. If United win today, they didn't. Yeah, nobody's ringing up and saying, "Oh, Robbie said that last week." It's fine margins. You make statements. On the shows, you've got to make statements. I did it. Chris sits on fences.
Sometimes it's nice just to say, "Do you know what? I got that wrong." But you can't
Maybe
do
I've
it.
got it wrong.
But
Maybe I went early.
Leo, he's doubled down this evening.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Manchester United have had their worst ever defeat in 300 years. Okay, he's doubled down this evening and still said tonight Erik ten Hag is the best manager in the world. Come on.
You know what? Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. As Robbie says, you have to stick to your statements, and I am feeling so positive right now. I called up last time. We got hammered by City 4-1 away last year.
7-0.
And I felt hopeless. But today, of course, the defeat was unacceptable. And, of course, it's humiliating. But I trust Ten Hag. We United fans, we trust Ten Hag. He is a world-class coach. Look at the job he's done. We won a trophy last week. We had such a good run. I feel we're good. We're fine. We will pick ourselves up. Ten Hag is the man. We will be successful under him. We have to trust him, and he has done a great job already. We have to keep calm and positive. Don't just disintegrate and say, oh, he's terrible, and get rid of Delo and get rid of him, and he's a waste of space. No, look at the positivity so far. Keep believing, because we have come so far already, and I believe next week we'll beat Southampton. I'm going on Thursday night to bet.
That would be a hell of a turnaround, beating Southampton, who are
I think we
bottom.
will. I think we will. I definitely think we will, because Ten Hag will kick those players back into shape. He will not allow them to sit back and to not put performances. We will respond. We definitely will respond, because he is no nonsense, and he's a winner. And I think as long as we do respond all right, I think we'll be fine. I think we can finish in the top four, and I think we can go for one of the cups, hopefully. But top four and already a trophy, I think we've had a good season. I think we've had a very good season.
Leo, thank you so much
do you
for
know
the
what?
call.
I like that sensible call there. He's saying, because remember what Ten Hag came into. Leo made the point. Remember when he was sitting at Brentford, Rob, on the bench, thinking, what on earth's going on? Turned it round. I say every week on here, old sulky pants has got him off to Saudi Arabia. The club have moved on. Today was a bad defeat for Manchester United, but they've got the right guy in charge.
Yeah. Oh, I bet he's delighted to know you think that, Chris. Right then, now it's time for SAS.
606.
It's time for SAS. Sensational, amusing, shocking.
Now then, Christopher, this is SAS, and I have got a sensational for you. Yes, I have. Amused you this week?
Well,
like a bridge over.
Got it, Wayne Bridge, but what happened next, Rob?
Bridge. It was a troubled water. Come to me.
Yeah.
There you go.
Who sung that?
What?
Bridge over troubled waters.
So if I asked you though, I'm not big into music. If I asked you who sang "Money for Nothing,"
Dire Straits.
No, because okay, well done,
Jerry.
well done.
Dear,
Right,
you had such a
right.
great evening, hadn't you? Dear
I'm
me.
having a bad. It's been one of my worst 606 in 13 years. What's next? What shocked you this week, Christopher?
Manchester United, they've shocked me. Liverpool have shocked me in a way, but I tell you who shocked me this week, Rob. I don't know whether you saw this. Jose Mourinho. I mean, he's been sent off more times in Syria than a player this season. I mean, you couldn't make that up. The manager has been sent off more time than any player in the Italian league. And also, Rob, listen to this. How petty can Jose get? Also, he was accused of booing a Lazio under 14 player when he was taking a penalty in a match against his Roma under 14.
No, he didn't. Oh, wow.
How petty can you get, Jose? That's absolutely shocking. There are Chelsea fans out there, Rob, who want Jose back at the Bridge, but do they want a petty Jose back?
Wow.
Oh, come on. He is better than that, isn't he? He's lost his marbles.
That's SAS for this week. Wow, it's been a tough night, Chris. It's been a tough, and I'm sure it's going to continue. Penny, how are you?
Delighted to talk to you. I'm not sure I should talk to you, Robbie, after your bad evening you had here, but I do want to pick you up on a point. Liverpool and Manchester United better in Europe than Newcastle. You've got to be joking, right? I mean, just look at the performance of the fans in the last 2 weeks. First of all, Wembley at the League Cup final. I know it's a home game for the Manchester United supporters, but no one showed up. I mean, just think about the crowd there. I mean, you didn't really realise that there was any opposition supporters there when you saw what was going on at Newcastle end.
That was unbelievable,
That's
Newcastle
glorious.
fans. Listen, unbelievable
Wasn't
Newcastle
it
fans.
just?
Yeah.
And then, this. Go on, sorry.
Sorry, Penny. I was going to say one of my friends is a Newcastle fan, and they were at Trafalgar Square on the Saturday night. It was unbelievable.
And you know, the beautiful thing about it was when we'd finished partying, we cleared it all up and left it in a lovely state for those folks down in London to continue their days. So that's one thing. And then Manchester City, I mean, did you see the crowd yesterday at Manchester City? Now, I know I'm going to be encouraging a lot of the Manchester supporters to call up, but I mean, honestly, they should be surprised at how quiet they are. So when you talk about who should we have in Europe, surely it's a team with a support base.
Why did you say that,
Manchester United and Manchester City.
Why did you say that? I mean, you can't see Rob Penny, but Rob's actually got a Newcastle United jumper on this evening on Zoom, black and white jumper. And then you're having a pop at Newcastle, Rob.
No, I'm not having a pop, but my point of view, Chris, is for the neutral, and if I'm watching Champions League, no, it is. If I'm watching Champions League football, so this is nothing against Newcastle, Spurs. If it was Brighton, when Leicester City were in it, yeah, I'd rather see Liverpool, Manchester United, Chelsea and Arsenal, teams who could physically win the Champions League competing in it. Newcastle United, I would love to see. Just my opinion. I'd love to see Newcastle in the Europa League next season because I believe with the right recruitment they could win the Europa League.
But you should know better than anybody like the importance of earning the right. So if you play all season and you get in a Champions League spot, you deserve the opportunity 100%. to go and win that. So why are you picking and choosing? There's a lot of people out there. I would say the majority of people want to see something a little bit different in the Champions League.
So on a night then, the Champions League music comes on, just say, and listen, it would be unbelievable to see an achievement if a Brighton or a Brentford, it would be unbelievable. That would be bigger than probably Leicester winning the league if one of those teams got in the Champions League. Yeah, but would you want to see it? Would you watch, for instance, in the group stages, Brighton or Brentford playing the Champions League?
Yes.
Would you want to watch that?
I'd really enjoy watching it, honestly.
Penny, what do you think? Penny?
I think that, honestly, I do think, well, first of all, I think you are right there, Robbie. I must give you a little bit of credibility there that I do think Newcastle will be in the Europa League next year. But
I think they could win that. Penny, I think they could win that. I think they could win it.
Well, maybe. But I do think, going back to your point, I think we do need to refresh some of these things a little bit. It gets a little bit stale. I mean, yes, it was a fabulous result today for Liverpool, but, seeing the way Brentford play, just pick up on that. I mean, I'm absolutely staggered at how dynamic Brentford are. And I would love to see someone like Brentford really, really do well.
Just a quick one then, Penny and Chris. I'll ask you two this question.
Erik ten Hag, the best manager in the world? Is that?
What's more intriguing this season? Penny, so as a Newcastle fan and Chris as a Norwich fan, what's more intriguing this season? To see if Man City with Haaland can win the Champions League, or if Brighton or Brentford or Newcastle win the Champions League, how far they could get? What's more intriguing?
Do you want to go first,
I think it's the latter of those, Robbie. I really do. I think Manchester City, to a fair degree, are pretty much a well-established team, and we'll pretty much know what we're going to get. With those others, it's a surprise, isn't it? Now, we all love a surprise.
Chris?
I don't know. I mean, have you got an intriguing barometer? I mean, I think they're both intriguing. Manchester City will probably choke, as they do every season, but with Haaland, who knows? But we don't have to view everything as, black or white, Rob. I mean, they're both intriguing, but I think teams earn the right. So if you get in a Champions League spot and you've worked hard, and if Newcastle finish ahead of Manchester United, then they deserve to be in the Champions League. And people like yourself will just have to get over it. Don't watch them.
Correct, but I would rather see a Liverpool or Manchester United in the Champions League. Me personally, that's just my opinion, Chris. Thank you so much for the call once again, Penny.
Football of a small team.
Michael, Liverpool, how are you?
Buzzing, ordered room service, got an Uber back from the ground.
Where are you staying, Michael?
I'm on Hope Street, and it's completely polar opposite to when I was on last time after we got turned over by Wolves. I was not happy at all. I'd blown up about £180 with the ticket and the rail trip and whatever. But today, it was just like, I wasn't expecting today the performance that I saw. It was just completely a million miles away from when we played Brentford. We didn't turn up. When we played Brighton, we didn't turn up. When I was at Wolves, we just were statues. They were playing around us. We were making silly errors. We were giving the ball away. There was no pressing. There was no desire. We were very abject. I went in full tilt and gave Robertson a really good dressing down, because I said his performances to date, up until a couple of weeks ago, have been a bit abject, square balls, not running past. But today's pass for the opener, it was just like it was like slide rule pass through. Gakpo is now starting to really perform for Liverpool. And I read the comments of your colleague, Rio Ferdinand, saying Liverpool are stagnating. And I'm thinking to myself, we're not stagnating. We've just not been turning up. And I think having, with hindsight, I would say it's a combination of the way the pre-season was so short. Liverpool, I think, have acknowledged in the press that they got their pre-season all mixed up and ran the wrong way, and then the World Cup, the break in between, didn't help us out at all. Plus, also, the big elephant in the room was Sadio Mane leaving, because he was so immense. But today's performance was just like, I was in heaven. I felt like that guy. You remember there's that image of the guy in Istanbul where he holds his head and he's just like, can't believe it. It was that kind of moment. I was not
Michael, what was
expecting
better? What was better? This 7-0 win or the 5-0 victory at Old Trafford?
Oh, 7's too more than 5.
Well, today was amazing.
It's away from home.
I've not been to Old Trafford. I would say Old Trafford because it's just such a tough place to go, and I've never been to Old Trafford. I don't particularly want to go, but it's difficult to get tickets anyway. But away tickets. But no, I was in 7 heaven today. But I think I would say it was the 5-0. Watching that, was it last year? Was it last year?
No,
was it last year? No, it was 2 years ago. It was It was, the 5-0 at their place was that would really stick in the throats of a lot of Man United fans to see that. But I mean, today I was expecting us to get turned over. I really was. I thought Rashford, with the form he's got, with the way they're playing, with the way Ten Hag's got them set up, but they just lost their heads in the second half. They were just like, it was ridiculous. Some of this abject defending. I mean, Luke Shaw got found out. Martinez was getting into snappy tackles because he was just being passed through. And for Bobby Firmino to get the last goal was just like poetic. When he said he's leaving the club at the end of the season, he has been unbelievable. I love Bobby Firmino.
Enjoy your room service, Michael.
I will. Cheers, guys.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Are we late for the news? Are we late for the news here, Rob? Because last night I got a dressing down.
United would win. Can't believe you thought Manchester United would win comfortably.
We're late.
0885 909 693. Time for the news on 5 Live with Carl Hartley.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The Unite Union is pausing planned ambulance strikes in England to enter pay talks with the government. Tens of thousands of staff across the country had been expected to walk out tomorrow and on Wednesday. Anyone arriving in the UK on a small boat will be prevented from claiming asylum under new legislation expected to be unveiled by the government on Tuesday. Refugee groups say it's unworkable. Thousands of people have been left without shelter after a massive fire broke out in a crowded Rohingya refugee camp in southeastern Bangladesh. The blaze, which is now under control, engulfed some 2,000 shelters at Cox's Bazar camp. And BBC News understands the former senior civil servant, Sue Gray, will contact the appointments watchdog tomorrow about her intention to become the chief of staff to the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer. Some Conservative MPs say her move calls into question her impartiality when investigating Downing Street parties during the COVID lockdown. Now with the sport, here's Shojo.
Thank you, Carl. Good evening. If you are just switching on, we have had one of the most eye-popping results in Premier League history today. This is what happened at Anfield.
Firmino! 7! There'll be no more popular scorer than Roberto Firmino!
Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0, the final scoreline. Before Firmino's strike, there were 2 goals each for Cody Gakpo, Darwin Núñez and Mo Salah. United were 11 matches unbeaten going into that. Here is Jurgen Klopp.
First of all, it sounds like a day from another season. Like, it doesn't fit really in this season so far. So even better it feels in a moment because it's so incredibly important for us. We need results. We need results. We need performances. And tonight we got both. Super performance from the start. A super performance.
3 points for Liverpool takes them up to 5th. They have a game in hand on 4th place Tottenham as well. Earlier, Everton drew 2-2 away at Nottingham Forest. In the Scottish Premiership, leaders Celtic thrashed St Mirren 5-1. Arsenal's women have won their first trophy in 4 years. They came from behind to beat Chelsea 3-1 in the Women's League Cup final. In the Women's Super League, England striker Alicia Russo scored a hat-trick as Manchester United beat Leicester 5-1. They're now 3 points clear at the top of the table. Britain's Keely Hodgkinson has defended her 800 metres title at the European Indoor Athletics Championships in Istanbul. 21-year-old Hodgkinson, who has been in scintillating form this season, dominated the final.
Every race and every championship is a different experience. At the moment it is anyway. It's still only my second indoor championships. But yeah, I just hope to keep building on this, keep performing, keep bringing back medals, and that's where I want to be, that's what I want to do, so I'm living the dream.
Also this afternoon, GB team captain Jasmine Sawyers claimed her first major title as she took long jump gold. Meanwhile, in California, Ailish McColgan set a new women's British record for the 10,000 metres. In Rugby Union's Premiership, a cracking game saw Sale Sharks come from behind to beat the league leaders Saracens 35-24. Sarries had Robin Hislop sent off in that match for a high tackle. Formula One world champion Max Verstappen picked up where he left off last season as he turned pole position at the Bahrain Grand Prix into another checkered flag finish. Here's our F1 commentator Jack Nichols.
Verstappen absolutely dominated the Grand Prix, pulling away in the early stages and never looking back. There was an interesting fight on for second with Sergio Perez and Charles Leclerc, but that died when Leclerc's Ferrari did, coming out of turn 13, meaning he didn't get to the end of the race. So the star was Fernando Alonso. He started 5th, got hit by his teammate and dropped back to 8th, but managed some audacious moves on Hamilton and Sainz to come through and finish in 3rd position, only his 4th podium in the last decade, but the pace at the front for Verstappen looks ominous.
Surrey all-rounder Will Jacks will miss the rest of England's tour of Bangladesh. That's because of a thigh injury. He is expected to be fit to play for Bangalore in the Indian Premier League later this month. For now, that's your latest from BBC Sport.
New for spring on BBC iPlayer. Welcome to paradise. Push yourself to the limit with Go Hard or Go Home.
Show them how strong you are. Let's see what you've got now. I want you guys to commit, because this is going to be hard.
Experience some bad education.
I'll get the first aid kit. This is full of beer.
There's a time and place for learning. This is not it. And follow one of the heists of the century with the gold.
We're looking for 6 robbers and 3 tons of gold.
When you're in this deep, you can't stop until it's done.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Now, more 606 on 5 Live.
Usually, I've been a game to scored 4, 5, 6, and each goal kind of gets the cheers less and less. The cheer was more and more. That Firmino goal was cheered in like a 90th of the winner. It's genuinely unbelievable. There wasn't a bad shift from anyone today. It was incredible. 7-0 a new record at the Premier League in Anfield. You know, Robbie, what have you got to say about that? Because you've been calling Erik ten Hag the best manager in the world. Erik ten Hag took one of the world's best teams on the League Cup.
Oh, Rob, you're the old Homer Simpson into the hedge there, Rob, aren't you? I mean, you're in reverse. Are you sticking by that then, Rob?
Call free 08085 909 693.
It's just so strange, isn't it? That first 45 minutes, I thought we'll get a couple of goals there. I thought we'll be better side. Their goal came against the run of play, but they were good second half. We gave them 4 goals, and that's the biggest disappointment. I think it's a real bad day. I think United will be fine, and I think one game doesn't make the season, does it? So just think everyone needs to calm down, really.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.
Welcome back to 606. Right then, Christopher, it's the Doctor.
This is Doc Savage. The man of bronze.
Caller 1, name, team, point, go.
Clive, Man City fan. Robbie, last week you said if you're a £100 million plus player...
Caller 2, name, team, point, go.
Paul, Chelsea fan, are we playing too much football?
Caller 3, name, team, point, go.
Dave, City fan, you said Ten Hag's the best manager in the world. He's not the best manager in the world. He's not the best manager in the Premier League. Not even the best manager.
Caller 4, name, team, point, go.
Sammy, Brentford, why doesn't VAR look at illegal corners taken where the ball is outside the quadrant leading to goals?
Caller 5, name, team, point, go.
Yeah, hi, Sebastian, Brighton. Europe, yes. Champions League, no, not yet.
Caller 6, name, team, point, go.
Hi, Tariq, Liverpool. I don't think Liverpool will make it I don't think they'll beat Real Madrid in the next round.
Thank you so much. So we got Clive, Paul, Dave, Sammy, Seb and Terry, Chris.
Yeah, caller number 3.
Thought so.
The Manchester City fan.
Yeah, I thought so. What a surprise that is. Dave, come on, Dave. How are you, Dave?
Evening,
I'm
Dave.
very well, Robbie. How are you, mate?
Oh, big fan of... Listen, I think City is unbelievable. Go on, Dave.
Well, as I say, you're talking about Ten Hag being the best manager in the world. There's no way he's the best manager in the world. There's no way he's the best manager in the Premiership. He's not even the best manager in Manchester. That prize goes to Pep Guardiola. You can argue about the other two, but Pep Guardiola is the best manager of a football club in Manchester. Can you argue with that, Robbie?
Hello? It's a very, very... Dave, you made a very, very, very good point there. What I would say is that this season...
You're stumbling, Robbie. You're stumbling.
No,
Come on,
listen,
just agree with me. Just agree with me, Robbie. Come on.
No, I have to back up my point. So this season, who has improved the team the most compared to last year?
That's irrelevant, Rob.
I'm not. Of course, it's not relevant.
You said he's the best manager in the world.
It's a part of a manager. Because you've been a manager.
Ten Hag has taken United in full circle. When we watched them at the start of the season against Brighton and Brentford, as soon as they went behind, they fell to pieces. They got no teamwork. They played as individuals, and they just looked completely and utterly inept. Today, they've gone a couple of goals behind and they've done exactly the same. Even Ten Hag said that. They were playing as 11 individuals. They weren't following the team plan. They weren't doing what he wants them to do. If he's a manager and he's not getting them what he wants them to do, he's not managing them, is he? They are doing exactly what they were doing in August. Rubbish.
It's one game, Dave.
Absolutely rubbish.
Okay, then.
They're going to fall to pieces. From this point onwards, they will fall to pieces.
So let me ask you a question then. So was Pep Guardiola doing what he was supposed to do when they drew at Nottingham Forest?
That's.
No, were you there, Dave?
We played really good football. No, we played really good football. We played good football. We made loads of chances. And what happens in football is sometimes you can play well and not win games. That happened that day, and you've just got to take that on the chin. But you do not at any point.
Yeah, but you just can't. It's one game.
Fall to pieces.
You can't.
No. Of
course, he's a manager.
There's a difference between playing as a team, doing what your manager wants him to do, and occasionally that's not going to work. When you go out and you don't do what your manager wants and you don't play as a team, which is what he's done today.
Unprofessional, he called them today.
It's unprofessional. Yeah, that's what he said. It's unprofessional. They're playing as 11 individuals. He's supposed to be managing them, making them a team. You know,
you've had a bad day.
City didn't lose 7-0 to Forest, did they?
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Dave. No, we're there, Dave. So managers and teams can't have bad days.
Of course they can, and occasionally you have a bad day and you draw 1-1 with Forest, but you don't have a bad day and lose 7-0.
So then, how many bad days in the Champions League has Pep Guardiola had with Man City?
So do you seriously think?
I'm asking a question.
That getting to the Champions League, he's had 1 or 2 times where he's had bad days, 1 or 2 times where he's done. You know, where things have not worked for him. But
how many bad days?
7-0.
How many?
He's never lost 7-0. No, but that isn't the question.
How many bad days?
The question, Robbie, isn't about how many bad days. The question about who's the best manager. And I'm not going to put you on the spot and make you talk about who's the best manager in the world or who's the best manager in the Premier League. I just want you to tell me who is the best manager in Manchester. And you know, we can't talk about Ten Hag in the Champions League because he's never got there. So who's the best manager in Manchester?
He got to the semi-final.
Who's the best manager in Manchester?
Just with there. He got to the semi-final there.
Question, Robbie. Go on.
But just go back on your point, though. Just go back to your point.
No.
Erik
Ten Hag got Ajax to
the semi-final.
My point is that he is not the best manager in the world. He's not the best manager in the Premier League. He is not the best manager in Manchester. And you haven't disagreed with that, so I'm assuming that you think I'm right.
No, let's just ask the question one more time, nice and slowly, Dave, so Robbie understands
nice and slowly for Robbie to understand this. So, Robbie, who is the best manager at a professional football club in Manchester?
Right now, in terms of the squads at their disposal, the amount of points they have, the trophies they've won this season, I would say Ten Hag, Thanks so much, Dave. Thanks, Dave.
Oh, Robbie, you're fantastic, mate.
I'll tell you what. I'll answer the question for you.
You need to be on the comedy channel, mate.
Dave, ask me the question. Ask me the question one more time.
Yeah. So
ask me the question one more time.
Who is the best manager in Manchester?
Sir Alex Ferguson. Thank you very much, Dave. Thank you very much, Dave. There you go. Thank you, Dave.
You're such an idiot. Sometimes you're so stubborn, aren't you? Just sometimes. Come on. That's an easy answer.
Dave was good.
Come on. At this moment in time, come on. Ten Hag has done really well at Manchester United. You made a big statement. You got it wrong. But you've doubled down tonight. His team has lost 7-0 and you're still saying the same thing. Come on. You're better than this, Rob.
Oh, wow. It's a tough night. Elaine, help me out, Elaine, please.
Help you out. Oh, my days. Okay, as a Liverpool fan, hello, Robbie.
How are you, Elaine?
As a Liverpool fan, I want to say that we need to just concentrate, for me, on the historical win today. It's literally history in the making. Man United were dominated despite fouls not going in our favour that we should have been awarded. I mean, the Manx were spanked tonight. We controlled the game. We dominated. It's nice to see Klopp smiling. It was an equal contribution from the players and the team. We've got the psychological edge back. I'm in Liverpool right now, and I can hear Man United fans crying. This is how devastating it is. In Liverpool, we've got a phrase, right? It's called devoed. Man United fans and players are devoed. They're devastated. Such was the monumental win that Liverpool have just pulled off. That's what we should be talking about.
So what did you think of Chris, when the Liverpool fan phoned up earlier, you know, and when Liverpool were at Wolves and Chris put it out on 606 to Liverpool fans, have you had enough?
We haven't had enough. I was expecting 8 or 9, and I wasn't even being greedy at that point. Such was the domination of the game and the masterclass of Klopp's men. Honestly, Ten Hag, is he really at the wheel, or was he drunk driving today? And is this guy overrated? Because, come on.
Well,
I mean, today...
I suppose... Look, he has turned things around to some extent against for Manchester United. That was a sore one, I suppose, Elaine. But you're a Liverpool fan, okay? And that's a huge victory. So satisfying,
massive,
monumental, and all that, right? But what about So, do you believe then? Because there are Liverpool fans out there who believe now, because of that result, that you can turn that deficit around against Real Madrid. Are you one of those believers now?
Absolutely. Oh, come on. Istanbul, yeah? We can do anything. Madrid right now, they're worried and they're on high alert. Okay, and we've got the track record, we've got the 12th man, we've got the manager. I don't know why this conversation is concentrating on Ten Hag, because I don't really know what this guy has done to deserve the conversation so far in this debate.
He's won a trophy this season.
Klopp.
He's won a trophy this season, though, Ten Hag.
This match is about Klopp, and it's his ability to basically come back after a sticky patch. We've clearly missed Mane the whole season. You know, we need work in the midfield. I'd say that psychologically we've lost the edge a little bit. And to me now, we've turned a corner. And I will admit that through most of the season, I've been feeling quite cynical about our ability to do this. But today, for us to beat Man United 7-0, we haven't done this in history before. This is record-breaking. You know, the Mancs, they must be traumatized. I mean, really, we were belly laughing. And to me, this is a testament to Klopp, to Liverpool, to the Liverpool fans who follow them all around the country every week, week in, win out. This is not so much about Man United. They're okay. I would say there's some bad refereeing decisions, but overall, this is a masterclass, and this is how we should remember this game.
Elaine, thank you so much for the call. Right then, Christopher, it's time.
Got the better of Ben Johnson, left-hand side of the penalty area. Oh, did Johnson bring him down there? Michael Salisbury says no. Now, will he tell West Ham to delay the restart? Yes, he will, because VAR will have a look at this. Are Manchester United going to be given a penalty here? Pat Neville.
Well, I wouldn't give him it. No chance. But gone down, rolling in the penalty area, holding his head after something maybe with Chileta
might be
the referee is he giving the penalty? He's given the penalty.
When he turns around and smacks him in the back, it's not a foul to fall over for. He makes the most out of that. That is total.
To be banned.
Sanj, Arsenal fan. How are you, Sanj?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good.
Just calling up a couple of reasons, actually. The first one, because you mentioned Bruno, I'm going to say this first. He's a brilliant player, Bruno. Even as an Arsenal fan, I can say that but the guy whinges so much when he's winning. What he did today was expected of him. The guy just never, ever stops moaning at referees. He never gets booked for it. Nothing ever happens. And today he gets away with it again. So, but that's an aside.
Should he be, just quickly, so he, pushed an assistant, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, should he be banned for that? I mean, what sort of example is that setting all around the country? I mean, we've been on here last few weeks, Rob, talking about how difficult it is for referees, grassroots level, and you have a professional player, captain of Manchester United, pushing an assistant.
Yeah, I think that's been highlighted today, but he does it every week. I mean, if you watch
he doesn't
Man
push
United,
an assistant every week.
No, he doesn't push an assistant, but his behaviour towards officials, and whether they're winning or losing, it makes no difference. He's constantly in the referee's ear, constantly niggling. He's a brilliant player, and he doesn't need to do that. And I don't know why he does, because just play. We like watching him play.
There's lots of players. Listen, when myself and Chris played, even now, I know lots of players who try to referee the game on the pitch themselves. Big players, big personalities, lots of players. Agreed. Winning, losing would be the same.
I agree. But all I'm saying is, it's really blatant with Bruno. It's in the referee's face. There might be others as well. I'm not saying he's the only one.
There's lots.
But he gets Man United are on telly more than any other club.
That's the biggest club
they're shown around the world. Yeah, well, maybe they are. I mean, I don't know. I don't think they are. I think Real Madrid are. But yeah, you can have your opinion.
Fair point.
But it's every week, regardless of whether they're winning or losing. It's every week, and someone just needs to do something about it. Whether that's the manager, whether that's the official, someone needs to do something.
They've had a history, Manchester United, of surrounding referees. Over the years.
Here he is.
Sanj, haven't they? It's just.
No, they have. But I mean, I'm an Arsenal fan. No, I'm an Arsenal fan, so we've had our own history with that sort of thing. So I'm not singling Man United out. Bruno is over. He's just over the top. That's my opinion. But my real question for Robbie is this. Robbie, do you think Macclesfield can win the FA Cup?
No.
No. So why do they bother entering?
Probably to get as far as we can, and our FA Cup final would be the first round proper. We're not going to win it, but
yeah, but if Brighton and Brentford qualify for you say you don't want you don't want.
I'd like to see him in the Europa League.
Yeah, but you're saying that because they can win it. What I'm saying is, it's not about whether you can win it or not. Macclesfield enter knowing that they're probably not going to win it, right? But you still want them there, right? And if they've done it on merit, if they've earned the chance. Look, to me, right?
You get put into the FA Cup at a certain level. So you haven't got to at our level. We get put in from step 5. So you put in it. You haven't got to earn the right to be in it.
Yeah, but would you pull out if Macclesfield got to the fourth round?
You're not going to pull out, are you? So Brighton aren't going to pull out the Champions League if they earn the right to be in, are they?
But you know what? I'd love to see a lower league club beat a big club in the FA Cup. I love it. When Swansea
would you like to see Brentford in the Champions League ahead of Arsenal?
Of course I wouldn't, because I'm an Arsenal fan. That's a different question. That's a different question. Because Arsenal's my team, so I'd like to see them in before any other club. But what I'm saying is, football's all about, well, it's not all about, but money's a huge thing in football. And teams like Manchester United and Liverpool and all these clubs, they qualify every year. It's like Real Madrid, like Barcelona, like Bayern Munich, and they make it harder and harder for any other teams to break into that sort of top 8 of the Champions League. Because the same teams qualify, pretty much the same teams get to the last 8. So how is a team like Brentford and Brighton expected to get, improved? If they finish 4th, I'd love to see them in it. I'd love to see them make the money, and I'd love to see what they could do with that money. And that's how you improve, surely.
So would most people.
I'd rather see Liverpool, Arsenal, Manchester United and Chelsea in the Champions League, me personally. I don't want to see Norwich in the Premier League again.
Yeah, but that's idiotic. If I was you tonight, honestly, there's a few minutes to go before the news, I would just get my coat and walk out of the studio and just carry on walking. Have an hour's walk, try and clear your head. You have had an absolute stinker this evening.
Rizwan, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you, Robbie. I think, Robbie, you need to go home. You're definitely telling the truth, mate. I really do. I'm absolutely loving today. The 7-0 drubbing. First of all, it's an honour to speak to you, Robbie. It really is. And also, Chris, thank you for having me on the show.
Our pleasure,
Look, all I'm asking for... Thank you. All I'm asking for is very simple. We are all the Liverpool fans that were calling for Klopp's head at the time when we needed you. Where are you now? Look, listen, at the end of the day, look, he's had a sticky patch. Form losses, as well as also injuries, haven't helped and stuff. But listen, we're back. We will qualify for the next round of the Champions League, my friend. We will beat Real Madrid, and we beat them 4-0 at their own ground. Watch what happens, Robbie. I'll be calling up the first one to call up if we do beat them 4-0. Look,
I hope you do.
It's going to be highly unlikely, but look, listen, go on.
I hope they do. I really want Liverpool to win.
Absolutely, mate. Robbie, listen, at the end of the day, it's all about supporting them. But you know as well as that today, what my highest thing was today was to call you today and actually tell you, because we secretly know you're a Man United fan, and you absolutely got translated. It's absolutely hilarious. But like I said to yourself, I'm calling all those Liverpool fans that are calling him Klopp's head and stuff, because you know, at the end of the day, they're fickle fans and stuff. They don't actually know how to support Liverpool. We walk through Wayne, like I said, you know, we never walk alone and stuff. So tonight, I'm sticking up for Klopp, and long his reign may continue, mate. That's all I would say, Robbie.
Rizwan, listen, I'm not a Manchester United fan. You know, I was a Liverpool fan as a kid, Rizwan.
Did you?
You've changed,
yeah,
Rob.
You could have fooled us today, Robbie. Seriously, when you're
Liverpool.
Obviously your son plays for him. Of course he does. But honestly, you know some of the things you were telling. Oh, Erik Ten Hag is this. Erik Ten Hag is this.
Best manager in the world.
Come on.
Said.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chris.
Rizwan, thank you so much for the call. Listen, ring back if you beat Real Madrid. Yeah, Chris, I've been doing this show 12 years. I think it's, you know, I might need to lie down after this.
Who's had the worst day, Manchester United or you?
Well, listen, we've had a first, so you actually stuck up for me. Which,
yeah.
Shows you do like me.
No, I do. I love you, Rob. I love you, Rob. Right. One bad day.
One bad day. Chris and I will be back with 606
Please
next
don't
Saturday
quit.
at 7:30 p.m. straight after commentary of Palace v Man City. Next up on 5 Live is a chance to hear the first episode of How to Buy a Football Club. 606 is a shooting sharp production for BBC Radio 5 Live. Good night, Christopher.
See you, Rob.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News for 5 Live, I'm Carl Hartley. Strikes by ambulance workers belonging to the union Unite that were due to take place in some areas of England tomorrow and on Wednesday have been called off. Unite say it'll enter into pay talks with the government. Other unions representing ambulance staff, the GMB and Unison, announced similar decisions in recent days. The government is expected to announce new legislation on Tuesday which will prevent anyone arriving in the UK on a small boat from claiming asylum. Under the plans, ministers will have a duty to detain and swiftly remove anyone who comes through that route. Refugee groups say the proposals are unworkable, but the Conservative MP Tom Hunt supports it.
I think the broad principle that if you arrive here illegally from another safe country, you know, under no circumstances should you be able to stay. I think that is the core principle that the Prime Minister is looking to achieve, and it's a principle that I agree with. I really do hope that this new bill realises that principle.
A huge fire has gutted large parts of a refugee camp in Bangladesh where tens of thousands are living. About 12,000 people have lost their homes, but the fire has been brought under control. Our South Asia correspondent is Anabarasan Ethi Rajan.
Thousands of people are now affected, but the aid agencies say they are providing all the help. But also a reminder of the situation of Rohingya refugees, where nearly 1 million of them who escaped violence from neighbouring Myanmar. And many people feel, the Rohingya community feel, that they have been forgotten by the world community.
Pakistan's media regulator has barred TV channels from broadcasting comments by the former Prime Minister and cricketer Imran Khan. He's accused of wrongly declaring presence from foreign leaders while he was in office. The ban came after Mr Khan said the government was filing fake court cases against him. Hundreds of supporters gathered outside his residence in protest against an attempt by the police to arrest him. And a statement from Harry and Meghan suggests that they will be invited to King Charles III's coronation. The couple say they've been emailed about the event in May, but will not confirm whether they plan to attend. Buckingham Palace has declined to comment on the invitations. Now with the sport, here's Shojo.
Thank you, Carl. One extraordinary Premier League result from Anfield is dominating the sports headlines right now. Liverpool 7, Manchester United 0. There were 2 goals each for Cody Gakpo, for Darwin Núñez and for Mo Salah, and 1 for substitute Roberto Firmino. Liverpool are up to 5th in the Premier League. Everton remain in the bottom 3 after a 2-2 draw at Nottingham Forest. Scottish Premiership leaders Celtic thrashed St Mirren 5-1 away. The Women's League Cup was won by Arsenal. They came from behind to beat Chelsea 3-1 at Selhurst Park in the final. Manchester United are 3 points clear at the top of the WSL. That's after beating Leicester 5-1. At the European Indoor Athletics Championships, there were gold medals today for Keely Hodgkinson in the 800 metres and for fellow Brit Jasmine Sawyers in the long jump. And Max Verstappen was never troubled from pole position as he won the season-opening Bahrain Grand Prix. Verstappen's Red Bull teammate Sergio Perez finished second. Aston Martin's Fernando Alonso finished third.
BBC 5 Live.
Unusual. I'm pretty much on automatic. I'm in the present moment. I'm having an experience as a reptile. Shocking.
I know exactly what each one of those soldiers that died lying in no man's land in the Somme felt at that moment. Nobody there.
Heartbreaking.
But there aren't words to describe my parents. They were an abomination.
I'm Nicky Campbell, and my podcast Different is back. Tracking down the most extraordinary stories, astonishing people, and getting to the heart of what makes us different. I can go anywhere you want to go.
Different.
Listen now on BBC Sounds.
Hello, I'm Sally Nugent from BBC Breakfast, and welcome to How to Buy a Football Club on BBC Radio 5 Live. This is a brand new podcast series where we follow the potential sale of Manchester United, discuss the ownerships of football clubs, and the logistics of buying one. The series started before today's game against Liverpool, and we recorded our first episode just after United's Europa League win over Barcelona. In the podcast, I'm joined by the BBC's economics editor, Faisal Islam, and BBC Sports' Simon Stone to talk about why the ownership of Premier League clubs matters to fans and the wider economic and cultural impact of ownership beyond football. In the next hour, you will hear our first 2 episodes here on 5 Live, and you can follow the full series with new episodes released every week on BBC Sounds.
BBC Sounds. Music, radio, podcasts.
The Manchester United fans are just beginning to make their way out of the stadium, but they'll be back in the Europa League because they have qualified for the last 16 after beating Barcelona here 2-1 on the night. They've gone through on aggregate.
So, Faisal, Simon, Manchester United fans had a lot to sing about in the end, didn't they? And they did sing a lot.
It was very much a game of 2 halves, but in the end, Erik ten Hag called it his best win as Manchester United manager.
This is another step, because when you can beat Barcelona, I think you are able to beat anyone.
Beating Barcelona at any time for Manchester United is excellent, and now they're into the last 16 of the Europa League, and whether that makes it more interesting for potential purchases, I don't know, but certainly the fans are loving it at the moment.
Faisal, you were there.
I was there, a long time coming now. I was there 15 years ago, the last time we managed to beat them, and I think the collective loss since then has been 9-1. But more importantly, half the time when you play Barcelona, you can't even get the ball. But so, no, a wonderful atmosphere and sets things up quite nicely. There's nothing like this sort of moment where you see things rising after many years.
So, great atmosphere, incredible result, fantastic performance, but the fans really not happy. There were chants of Glazers out.
In my experience, the bigger the win, the more likely they are to sing about the Glazers. If things are going badly, then they sing about the Glazers. But if things are going really well, they sing about the Glazers as well. I don't get any detection of any lessening in animosity towards that particular family from the match-going fan base at Manchester United.
It's almost like they want everyone to remember that if there's any doubt amongst the owners about selling up, what a large proportion of the fan base think about their ownership.
OK, so there is plenty to talk about. In this first proper episode, let's bring ourselves right up to date with what is actually going on. You don't need to be a Manchester United fan either. Welcome to How to Buy a Football Club.
It's our history, our club.
Chaotic Manchester United in crisis.
If you get an owner that is going to do a similar thing to the Glazers, will that worry you?
Instead of buying a season ticket for a football club, you buy the football club.
We need investment.
Today I feel Qatari.
If a club needs £100 million for a player, the fans aren't going to have a whip round.
Hello, I'm Sally Nugent, presenter of BBC Breakfast and a journalist for the last 24 years.
Hi, I'm Faisal Islam, the BBC's economics editor and also a Manchester United season ticket holder.
Hi, Simon Stone. I was the chief football reporter for the Press Association and latterly a senior football news reporter for the BBC. And for my sins, I've probably spent the last 25 years just covering Manchester United. So there is a lot of baggage with me at the moment about that football club.
So we're all here together in the same room for the very first time at the BBC studios in Salford, just a short walk away from Old Trafford. And before we get into the story, we're going to get to know each other a little bit as you get to know us. I think it's important that we set out, if we were a football team, what positions might we play? Faisal, you first.
I kind of think on-field brain.
Yes.
Sort of, it's just sitting to the side of the midfield.
Yeah.
I suspect I'll end up being the goal hanger, but I don't want to be typecast as a sort of data analyst or the financial controller.
Why not?
Just because I don't, does suggest that I look like I'm quite bad at football, but it might be said I've actually played at Old Trafford, but that's for another time.
OK, save that story. Simon?
My best role, and the one that I'm quite good at, and certainly the one that I'm going to be doing on here, is going to press conferences, speaking to the right people, hopefully getting a few answers, doing the dirty stuff. So I'll be the kind of midfield guy that nobody really likes.
Well, I'm going to be captain. I hate to say it. I'm going to be team leader. And what I'm going to do is probably motivate you all quite a lot, make you feel amazing, make you feel like you can win the world, and perhaps not do so much work.
But we're all here for the same reason, which is to discuss the sale of Britain's, one of the world's biggest football clubs, from the Glazers, who have owned it since 2005. It's been a controversial ownership. There were trophies at the beginning, fewer now. And there's a bidding war for United, a bidding war that has its own controversies.
Yeah. What is the very latest, Simon?
Well, the very latest is that it's quite quiet. We know that there was a bid received from Qatar, Sheikh Jassim bin Hamad Al Thani, the chairman of Qatari bank QIB, Sir Jim Ratcliffe through his Ineos organisation. We also know that the Elliott hedge fund in the United States, led by Paul Singer, company that used to own AC Milan, the first two of those made bids. Elliott have offered to facilitate a move. There may be others. We don't know any more than that. And having spoken to various parties this week, I think there's a need from the Rain Group to try and limit the information that's coming out. So we're just waiting, really, to see what the Glazer family are going to do.
So you've got the connections with the club and the sporting links, obviously. But Faisal, in your job, which is economics, what are you hearing?
There are big economic currents that are driving this. It's no coincidence, I think, that this process of sale started at the same time as Liverpool decided to put up, at that point, a similar sort of process. And that happened at a time when interest rates were going up. Both clubs, big debts, interest rates go up. That business model doesn't become unviable, but questions get asked that didn't need to be asked when interest rates were zero, when you've got big debts. And at the same time, we're paying massive gas bills that are going into where they're going into predominantly big sovereign wealth funds owned by Gulf countries that have got loads of money. And this is quite a good example, if you like, of the tangible impact of what happens in the economic skies.
OK, this podcast is called How to Buy a Football Club. My question is, do you have to be mad to want to buy a football club then?
Yes, I think to some degree you do, because it's not a typical business decision and it's tricky to make money out of, which is why many of these purchases tend to reflect some degree of vanity, whether it's a rich businessman, and it's mainly his businessmen, or latterly, and we'll go on to talking a lot about this, nation states.
So we spoke about the Glazers before. The reason why the fans so dislike that family is because when they bought the football club, they bought it in a leveraged way. They put debt onto the club. The debt still effectively sits there. And we spoke earlier on about making money. The Glazers have made money out of Manchester United. Manchester United make more money because of the Glazers, but the Glazers take a lot of that away in share dividends, in share sales, actually. And also there's money hemorrhaging through repayments on the debt of interest. And I'm fascinated also by Faisal's wider economic view, because many Manchester United fans would look at it in a far more kind of linear way and think the stadium's falling to pieces. Somebody's got to pay for that, either a new build, which is going to cost around £2 billion, or regenerating the current stadium. But even that's going to be over £1 billion and probably up to £1.5 billion. And most people think the Glazers don't want to stump up for that out of their own funds. So they're looking round to try and find a way of generating that revenue, because no matter how much they've taken out, and in total it's over £1 billion, they're not going to pay for it. So that's how most United fans would see it. But I take on board there is a wider economic view, and that has to play into the whole thing as well.
And I think we're going to explore this, Sally, but actually my big macro take on the world, almost Manchester, Greater Manchester, is almost like the world economy in microcosm, because in the West, where we are near Man United, debt, the West, US, UK, runs up lots of debts, suffers when interest rates go up. In the East, City, East Manchester, oil money, savings, surplus. And so that is the world economy in microcosm in Greater Manchester within the M60. That's my grand theory.
I love it. Never thought of it like that. I'm learning a lot already, Faisal. Now, Simon has explained to us why the fans are so angry, because perhaps, football fans don't look at it maybe from the perspective that you're able to see it from, Faisal. But when you were at the game last night, you actually spoke to some fans and just explain to us what they felt about the current situation.
So I think it's important to say that there are vocal fans who have been angry because of the way in which the club was bought. Their loyalty in buying season tickets over years and years and years was essentially a commodity which was used to borrow lots of money and borrow against, and then that debt was loaded on the club. And they've been very vocal. I guess what matters is the mass of the fans, if they really were that bothered, could have walked out and left the stadium empty, but they just carried up. They did carry on going. So there's a certain acceptance to some degree, and we'll come on to whether that will stretch to any potentially new owner, I think, over the course of our episodes. So who knows how representative the people that I sit with are, but I've got a couple of interesting responses on the takeover.
So good win, but what do you reckon about the takeover?
It's going to be interesting to see what the valuation is, and we just have to hope that the slightly better, I suspect, in Radcliffe, of the lesser of two evils takes over United. Neither have a perfect record, neither would be ideal, but unfortunately that's what money does, and we've got to go to the highest bidder. I think the Glazers will just sell to the highest person.
As long as the Glazers don't stay in, I'm happy.
Who do you want to take over United?
The fans!
So, Simon, those fans who chant, who sing Glazers out, do they need to be a little bit careful what they wish for? Because who knows what might come next?
Look, I won't win any friends for saying this, but there are some positives to the Glazer ownership, in that you can't kind of take away the money that they've taken out of the club. But what they have done, in general terms, is leave the manager to get on with managing the football club. And that doesn't always happen at every other Premier League club. They've also invested in the team. Many fans would argue that they've not invested enough, but they have spent a lot of money on players. And I think there's an argument, certainly since Sir Alex Ferguson retired in 2013, that they haven't bought the right players. So, yes, I do think there is an element of be careful what you wish for, because whilst many fans would say it can't be worse than this, it actually could be worse than this, and it all depends what the motives are of any new owner. Now, the interesting thing is, I think people who are interested in buying the club are not making the pitches, prolonged pitches, that you would have imagined that they would do. That, I'm sure, will come, but at the moment, Manchester United have an ownership structure that people within the club are used to working in, for better or worse, and the owners let the manager get on with managing the football team, which is a positive.
So, what's going to happen next?
Well, what happens next, I think we've got to wait to find out what the Glazer family want to do. Do they really want to sell? In which case, we can talk about in future episodes the people who might want to buy. Or do they want to keep hold of the club and go in a different direction, in which case we can talk about how that will look. But that is the key element. And as has been the case for, nearly 20 years now, the Glazer family will decide what the next steps are for Manchester United.
Faisal, I know this is a hugely personal story for you for lots of reasons. Just explain to us, if you could, why this matters to you and to the fans.
I think it matters to the fans, obviously, because and it matters, I think, more widely to football, and therefore for the whole country, because it's about how football is run, the national game, a national institution is owned, but it has other ramifications, and it's also symbolic, I think, for a bigger question, like basically who owns Britain. We have a model where we're quite willing to let everybody buy everything, even cultural treasures. And even if you're not that interested in Manchester United or football, the model applies more generally. We welcome all comers.
Best league in the world.
But are there some limits to that? Does that leave us disconnected from those things that are very important for national and regional identity, but also sort of the transformation of our cities? What's happened in East Manchester, and that's proving controversial now, the Abu Dhabi ownership of Manchester City, but it has evidently helped transform East Manchester. When I was a kid, that was a derelict gasworks and not a nice place to be. So these things matter. But should we be selling our cultural assets to all comers without many checks in order to facilitate these massive flows of cash? Fundamental issue for the country.
You make a really, really good point there, a very timely point, because, of course, we had the Football Governance White Paper out yesterday. Their plan to introduce what they're calling an enhanced owners and directors test. Now, that is supposed to protect football clubs and therefore fans, replacing the current process that is implemented by the Premier League. But again, it's more government involvement in sport.
The Premier League will say it's not replacing it, it's going to work alongside it. What fascinates me is we're here talking about Manchester United and football because people talk about Manchester United and football. We'll get onto this at a later stage, but the opponents of whichever bid you're talking about could point to any number of other cultural sites in this country that have been passed into the same kind of ownership without anything like the same scrutiny, the same debate. Football matters to so many people on so many levels for so many different reasons. And I just think this is the apex and everybody's got a view. And that's why the regulator is such a big deal, because it's a word, it's a name, but we don't know how in practice that is going to work and what the interaction is going to be with the Premier League with the grassroots of the game, and who has the biggest voice in that kind of echo chamber.
And the early signs on it is that they wouldn't stop a state takeover from the likes of the Saudis of Newcastle or Qatar in this case.
Which is interesting for
Abu Dhabi.
Manchester United, yeah.
But they would have some sort of method of preventing a breakaway league, such as we saw just a few months back.
Disgusting, greedy, self-serving. Just some of the words being used to describe the clubs signing up to a new football Super League. The plan, which includes 12 English, Italian and Spanish clubs, has been met with almost universal disapproval.
And some argue that the prevention of that European Super League was one of the trigger points for both the Liverpool and United owners, thinking, do you know what, we can't go to this next level in terms of making money out of these teams, which is sort of selling your own media rights and the like. So all of this is interlinked. And if the European Super League option is now not just sort of politically verboten, but literally kind of almost regulatorily outlawed, that does stop a means of squeezing more money out of these clubs.
We do have to talk about the fact that there are concerns. We're talking about, who's a fit and proper person to own a football club. But there are genuine concerns, aren't there, about who might come in and buy Manchester United. And, if we're talking about foreign states, looking at their human rights records, their attitudes to diversity, LGBTQ+. How much attention should we be paying to that?
Well, I think that is a fascinating argument, and I don't have an answer. The issue is we already have ownerships of Premier League football clubs from countries who could have the same arguments pointed against them.
Faisal, what do you think as a fan?
For some fans, it's clearly a reservation.
Yeah.
And it's a downside to that bid that has gone in. But it seems to be a balancing act between the resources available. And I think importantly, the idea that there's a level playing field. If this applies in the case of this particular takeover, did it apply when the Saudis were taking over Newcastle or UAE were essentially taking over Manchester City? So that is also a factor. I mean, I went out as a fan to the World Cup in Qatar, and it was interesting being out there purely as a fan. There were massive dance music raves. You wouldn't expect that, and you're sort of. I'm laughing. I'll show you the videos. They were seriously. They were. And,
were these ones that you were taking part in? Or you were
I did sort of 1 foot in, 1 foot out, recording for the purposes of journalism. No, they were. I mean, they was. It was. I know you're laughing, but I can't. I have to show you the video. It was and you had these. The people from the Middle East who probably maybe from states where they don't have clubs, going absolutely insane. It was different. And you're sort of thinking, is this a country very slowly going in a direction, not becoming westernised, but, becoming
in a process
less restrictive?
Yeah.
Is it less restrictive in the rest of the regions, or do you apply absolute cut-offs? Do they apply equally? These are important ethical questions.
Where do you draw that line?
But I think for fans, they are balancing off these interesting ethical and financial considerations. Not everybody will be in precisely the same position. What the government seems to have come out with is it's not for us, that particular decision. What I'm detecting, if I was to boil it down to the kernel of where I think the tension amongst fans is that they like the idea of a Mancunian British owner,
Jim Ratcliffe,
who supports the club. Although, the fact that he had a season ticket with Chelsea is oddly seems to be remembered. So you'll have to deal with that particular sort of sideline himself. But the fact that the Qataris, in I have to say quite a well pitched statement, said we'll clear the debt.
It's the debt,
given what's happened over the past 20 years. Those are the two things that are being weighed up. If the fan vote matters, and that is another question as to whether the opinion counts. And to the extent that people would keep on going, the finances might work out for themselves.
You should said something that very interesting. Whether the fans opinion counts.
Yeah.
And I think it does. And whether it matters, ultimately the Glazers decide, don't they?
I think it's an important question here for Simon, which is the sale process started in October-ish when things weren't looking so great for the team. Ten Hag was new. United have obviously been doing a lot better. Slight chance could even still go for the title. Do you think there's any sense in which the Glazers might just sort of think, oh, I like a bit of this. Our little experiment might actually be working. We want to enjoy a bit of this for a bit longer, maybe even a few pots of tin?
I don't think they would be swayed by what is happening at the moment, but I think, and I've written for the BBC website, I think there is a chance that they stay. But there's always been a chance that they stay. Everybody got
There's a chance
hooked on.
that they stay.
Everybody got hooked on the fact that
That's
they would
the
sell.
cliffhanger.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, everybody got hooked on the fact that they were selling the club because they said it was a possibility.
It's like Bobby
It was a
Ewing in the
possibility.
shower. It was all a dream. Maybe they might stay.
And wouldn't that go down well?
What would happen?
We'd have to change the name of our podcast for a start.
Okay, this podcast is called How to Buy a Football Club. Primarily, this is focused on Manchester United and the incredible story that's unfolding there at the moment. I have been reporting on Manchester United for the last 23 years of my life. But I have to tell you something, lads. I'm not a Manchester United fan.
Nah.
I'm not.
The Blues. No.
No, come on.
What?
Born and bred in Merseyside.
Oh, no.
I'm the right sort of red.
Don't say that.
I am.
You're not allowed to wear a scarf or anything like that, though.
What do you mean?
Well, you can't. I mean, it's okay admitting you're a Liverpool fan, but if you start wearing Liverpool memorabilia,
I was going to wear a full kit for the next episode. I'm
What,
joking.
with boots.
I'm going to come in here singing You'll Never Walk Alone.
Well, that's shocking.
I'm sorry,
Can
but...
we get a new host?
I'm sorry.
No,
I've never said it on air before.
Oh, my. Well,
But I think
I'd keep such secrets to myself if I was so...
BBC Transparency, I have to let you know, I'm a Liverpool fan.
Well, I mean...
In fact, if the Qataris are listening, you might want to go and look at Anfield.
well, you joke, but actually,
I'm not joking, Faisal.
Well, on that issue, that is actually, from what I can see, one of the big issues for the fans who are otherwise maybe a little sceptical about a state takeover of the Qataris, which is the counter argument, which is okay. So you go with Ratcliffe, and then they take over Liverpool.
Ooh, ouch! Oh, would that?
So
hurt?
that is. Well, these things aren't so simple. If the strategy from there is buy a Premier League club,
yeah,
and the money's going to go somewhere, then that is a different calculation, or could be a different calculation, to do you want them, yes or no?
So, you know, at the start of this, when I said you don't need to be a Manchester United fan to listen to it, well, you don't need to be a Manchester United fan to host it either. Isn't that marvellous?
Equal opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. If you've listened to this, you want to get in touch, just get in touch with us. How to Buy a Football Club at bbc.co.uk. On Twitter and Instagram, you can use the hashtag How to Buy a Football Club, or you can message us or WhatsApp us on 0330 123 9480. Over the next couple of weeks, we are going to tell the full story of the Glazers, yeah, all of it. And we'll be doing a forensic examination of the two bids that we know about. We'll be back very soon with our next episode.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
That was episode 1 of How to Buy a Football Club. We continue with episode 2 on 5 Live, right after the latest news and sport.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the 5 Live News, I'm Carl Hartley. Tomorrow's ambulance strikes in England are off. The Unite Union have followed other unions in pausing the industrial action to enter pay talks with the government. Rishi Sunak is expected to announce new legislation which will prevent anyone arriving in the UK on a small boat from claiming asylum. Under the plans, ministers will have a duty to detain and swiftly remove anyone who comes through that route. Refugee groups say it's unworkable. It's understood the former senior civil servant Sue Gray will tomorrow approach the appointments watchdog about her future role as the chief of staff to the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer. Some Conservatives have described the move as concerning following her investigation into lockdown parties in Downing Street. And China plans to boost its military spend by more than 7% this year. Beijing's military budget is around £186 billion, according to officials in the country, although analysts believe they spend more. Now with the sport, here's Shojo.
Mohamed Salah made history at Anfield tonight, overtaking Robbie Fowler to become Liverpool's all-time leading goalscorer in the Premier League. The Egyptian scored his 128th and 129th league goals for the Reds in an incredible 7-0 thrashing of Manchester United, a result that sees Liverpool climb above Newcastle into 5th in the league table. For United, it ends a run of 11 games unbeaten in all competitions. Manager Erik says the second half simply did not meet their standards.
We didn't stick to the plan. We lose our heads. And we didn't do our jobs. And the defense transition, and you know how good they are in transition, but we're just not running with our opponents. We didn't track back, and that's really unprofessional.
Elsewhere, a brace from Nottingham Forest's Brennan Johnson saw them salvage a point at home to Everton as they drew 2-2 at the City Ground. Arsenal women ended their 4-year wait for silverware with a 3-1 win against Chelsea in the Continental League Cup final at Selhurst Park. Player of the match, Kim Little, helped put Arsenal in front. That's after they'd fallen behind in the second minute.
I was thinking after they scored what could be done to stop that, because it was such a good goal, but I think because it was so early we just needed to reset, and I think we did that. In the rest of our first half performance was pretty special, and I think that's what won us the match today.
In athletics, Great Britain's Keely Hodgkinson and Jasmine Sawyers both won gold on day 4 of the European Indoor Championships. Our reporter Katie Smith rounds up the action in Istanbul.
Norway were helped to the summit by a 5th European indoor gold for Jakob Ingebrigtsen in his career. The 22-year-old defended his 3,000-metre title with a national record, while Sonder Guttormsen took gold in the men's pole vault, though world record holder Mondo Duplantis wasn't contesting the event. There were also 2 more golds for the Netherlands, courtesy of the women's 4x400 metres relay team and Alva Amels in the men's high jump. They finished 2nd overall in the standings. Miltiadis Tentoglu made history in the long jump for Greece, winning for a 3rd championships in a row. Frenchman Kevin Mayer defended his heptathlon crown, and Olympic silver medalist Keely Hodgkinson was a class apart in the 800 metres, taking gold for Great Britain.
Red Bull made the perfect start to their new Formula One season with a 1-2 finish at the Bahrain Grand Prix. 2-time world champion Max Verstappen started on pole position. He dominated throughout and raced to the 36th victory of his career.
Yeah, it was a very, very good first stint where I basically made my gap. And from there onwards, it was all about just looking after the tyres, because you never really know what's going to happen later on in the race. So we just wanted to make sure that we had the right tyres and in good condition as well. So, yeah, of course, very happy to finally also win here in Bahrain.
And Surrey all-rounder Will Jacks will miss the rest of England's tour of Bangladesh because of a thigh injury. He is expected to be fit to play for Bangalore in the Indian Premier League later this month. That's the latest from BBC Sport.
I just didn't want to let my family down, so that's why I sort of push myself every single day.
Jermaine Defoe, Outside the Box, from BBC Radio 5 Live.
Join me for my brand new Fly on the Wall podcast in my quest to become a football manager. Just being able to look yourself in the mirror every day and just be like, you know what? I did everything right. I didn't cut any corners. From my roots in East London to 57 England caps, winning the Scottish Premier League and everything in between. The gift and the talent, that takes care of itself. But the hard work and the sort of application, this needs to be day in and day out.
Jermaine Defoe, Outside the Box. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Hello, I'm Sally Nugent, and welcome to episode 2 of How to Buy a Football Club here on 5 Live.
It's our history, our club.
Chaotic Manchester United in crisis.
If you get an owner that is going to do a similar thing to the Glazers, will that worry you?
Instead of buying a season ticket for a football club, you buy the football club.
We need investment.
Today I feel Qatari. If a club needs £100 million for a player, the fans aren't going to have a whip round.
Hello, it's Sally Nugent here, host of BBC Breakfast, in the studio in Salford.
Hi, it's Faisal Islam, the BBC's economics editor.
And hi, it's Simon Stone, sat from a very sunny Peninsula Stadium in Salford, where I'm about to speak to a Manchester United legend in Nicky Butt, who is now chief executive of this football club.
Have to keep us posted about that one. So today we're going to talk about the Glazers, the owners, the current owners of Manchester United. Now I think, lads, by the end of this episode, people listening will need to know everything there is to know about the Glazer family, their involvement in United, and their, shall we say, unconventional approaches to business and to the media. Good luck, because I know there isn't an awful lot of information out there about them. So, Simon, for those people listening who perhaps don't know a lot about the Glazers, what's the deal with them? Who are they? What's their involvement in Manchester United? Just give us the basics to start with.
Well, they're an American family who started buying shares in Manchester United in the early 2000s, built up their shareholding, and then in 2005 took a majority stake in the club and then eventually bought the lot. They did it in a leveraged takeover, so they used money borrowed against Manchester United to do the deal. The debt was placed on the club. The debt has never disappeared. At the last ranking, it was about £514 million at the end of the last financial year. That is why they are so divisive amongst the Manchester United fan base.
Hello, Mr. Glazer. Jonathan Edgard, BBC. Do you mind if I ask you any questions?
I really can't. I'm here for a meeting, NFL meeting. It's really what I'm here for.
I understand. Is there anything, just one question I could ask you about how you're enjoying looking after Manchester United?
Well, that we're enjoying greatly. It's a wonderful franchise, and we just love it.
And you hope to do as well as you have done with the Tampa Bay Bucks?
We're going to do just great. It's a great franchise, and we're going to do just great.
Can you reassure any fans about what your plans might be for the future? Because they're slightly worried.
Well, I don't want to get into that now, but I just want to say hello, but I'm here for a meeting.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Simon, I know that's a really tricky question because one of the challenges that the fans have, that journalists have, is that they don't like talking very much, do they? Avram Glazer has not given an awful lot of interviews, but I want you to listen to this. This is the Sky Sports reporter James Matthews, who was in Palm Beach. He got up close to Avram Glazer and asked him why the family is now finally interested in selling.
Mr. Glazer, why is now the right time to sell Manchester United?
Hi, well, as we announced yesterday, the board went through a process and it's decided it's going to look at different strategic alternatives, and that's what we're doing. So I appreciate you talking to me tonight, and I'm going to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving.
So who holds the power then within the family?
There has been a feeling that Avram and Joel have been going around looking for funding, possibly to buy their siblings out of the club and then run it themselves. That didn't really come to anything, or certainly hasn't at the moment. So that's why they're looking at what they said in their statement as strategic alternatives for the football club. That is why people latched onto the idea of full sale, but also within the small print there was the idea that more investment could come in to pay for the stadium, for instance, the training ground, all of which need regenerating. But really, this comes to a kind of negotiation or a consultation or an argument maybe amongst the Glazer family about what they do with this asset that is worth £5 billion.
So, Faisal, here's a really tricky question. Will the Glazers actually sell Manchester United at this point? What are you hearing? Because I know share prices dropped, didn't they?
They did drop because there's a perception that there's a route through this where the Glazers don't sell, and that was strengthened by the sort of visuals of the owner turning up and enjoying the trophy being given out and looking quite comfortable there. Well, a few eyebrows, I think, in the markets. And having started this process, the question is whether the Glazers may lose credibility. If they were to reject a massive bid now, would that bid go somewhere else? Would that money, for example, from the Qataris, be lost as a potential bid? So this theoretical value that they may be seeking to cash in on may not be there forever. So these are the sorts of dynamics. And we call this pod, how to buy a football club, but part of that is how to sell one too.
Well, we can chat about this a little bit more now with someone who really knows a lot about the Glazers, mainly because he's written a book called The World's Biggest Cash Machine, How the Glazers Made Billions from Manchester United. He's also the former editor of the Independent newspaper. It's Chris Blackhurst. Hi, Chris.
Hi, hello.
So, The World's Biggest Cash Machine, that's quite a cheeky title.
It's actually a quote from a former player. I think it was Paul Parker. People think it was Gary Neville, but it was Paul Parker who I think made that.
Different fullback. Yeah. How interesting. So what are you referring to with the phrase cash machine?
Yeah, he is one of many. I mean, look, many. I mean, God, we're talking thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who support Manchester United. I have to say loud and clear that I don't. I'm a season ticket holder at Fulham for my sins, but I am interested in people who make a killing or seize an opportunity where others can't or don't. This is really the story of the Glazers. They were able to buy Manchester United, and for 17 years, they have literally taken cash out of the club, constantly paying themselves a dividend. They're the only people to do this in British football, and they've treated it, really, this giant football club, as a giant cash machine.
So are the only owners to take a dividend? I mean, so your club, Fulham, is owned by American.
Yeah,
NFL
they don't take dividends. They just don't. They own the club. They don't treat it as a profit centre. That's not how they approach these things.
Well, take us back to the beginning then of the process, because this, in many ways, United's ownership over the years is quite different to some of the stories we have heard about other football teams. We think about big money deals, and typically the perception is about money being injected in for whatever reason, vanity, some sort of diplomatic benefits. How does United sit on that spectrum of big money and big football?
Yeah, it's a good question. And actually, without getting bogged down in the history, we know that the sort of footballing history of Manchester United, of George Best and Bobby Charlton and the Munich air crash and Matt Busby and all that, that all contributed to United becoming this giant football club. It is the world's biggest club brand, biggest following on TikTok, biggest following on social media, way into Asia, South America, in places that other football clubs don't reach. But its history of ownership, it was really, the long-time owners were the Edwards family, and they made lots of money at the end out of Manchester United when they floated it. And because it was floated, people could buy the shares. Effectively, the club was then for sale from the 1990s onwards. And if we go back, if you remember, there was a period when Rupert Murdoch was trying to buy it. And before that, there was a period when Robert Maxwell was trying to buy it. And the Glazers were able to step in, and they steadily bought shares, which is something they did in America. I've been back through all their family dealings in America. Malcolm Glazer really deployed the same tactics all the time. He used other people's money, borrowed the money, and built up these share stakes in all sorts of businesses. And in a way, Manchester United happens to be one of them, albeit the highest profile.
So the Glazers' primary motivation when buying Manchester United was to make money?
Yes. I mean, Joel Glazer is passionate about the club. I think it's more that he's become passionate. They weren't passionate before. They own the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Florida, but their motivation has been money. And if they sell the club, as it looks as though they're about to, for several £billion, they will have made several £billion in 17 years from putting in very little of their own money at the beginning.
And is it a clear tactic for them to try and stay out of the spotlight as much as possible?
Yeah, they rarely give interviews. Malcolm Glazer, I mean, it's quite remarkable this. Malcolm Glazer said I've got to say this slowly. Malcolm Glazer said all of 29 words in public about Manchester United. That's all he ever said. And in those 29 words, he used the word franchise twice.
And they are a real clan, aren't they? Not saying they all like each other all the time.
Well, they don't. And the family history is extraordinary. I mean, Malcolm Glazer's father died when he was 15. Malcolm Glazer was one of 7. His father was a watch repairer. Malcolm effectively left school and started repairing watches, taking over the dad's business, such as it was. But then he started making money, and he gave the money to his mother, and they invested it in all sorts of things. And when Hannah died, and this is an extraordinary thing, really, I mean, I think it is extraordinary, she left her money, which was, I think, a few $1 million by then, $1 million, to be shared equally between the Malcolm and his siblings. Malcolm turned around and said, no way. He said, I've earned this money, it's my money. Started a legal action that lasted 16 years. At no stage did Malcolm settle the action. It just went on and on and on. And people think that was Malcolm's tactic, just to keep the case going, and it was all eaten up by legal costs. The sisters got nothing. The controversy really for United fans is that we expect our football club owners to be passionate, to be involved, to be at the ground, to turn up to matches, to turn up to training, to generally be out and about. And the Glazers have rarely been there. And what's happened, though, is slightly ironic, which is they now give a reason for not going, or the fans are protesting that they don't go. If they were to go, they'd be subjected to protest. So it's now a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy that they will never go. That's one of the controversies. The other controversy is, of course, their record since of owning the club has been, well, the very polite way is to say mixed, but really disastrous. I mean, they were protected for several years by the brilliance, I suppose, of Alex Ferguson.
You look at a training ground today, that's down to the Glazers. Fantastic training. It's probably the best training ground in Britain. And it gives the club, and I said this last year, maybe it's the best sign I've ever had, is producing a medical centre. It's absolutely fantastic.
But they've also produced a debt, the like of which nobody would want to sleep very easily with. 400 million.
Well, that was 700 million.
No, it's still a lot.
Yeah, but don't forget, any takeover in business is done with debt.
But once he retired, it's been downhill. I mean, they might be coming back now, but they've had a succession of managers, poor transfer record, Old Trafford needs repair, the Carrington training ground has slipped behind. I mean, the problem for the United fans, of course, is that because they are Manchester United, they don't look across to clubs like, I don't know, Stockport or Tranmere Rovers or Macclesfield, which are near them. They look across to Manchester City, where, of course, they've got state-of-the-art facilities. And they look at Tottenham, which has got a new stadium. And they look at Real Madrid, which is redeveloping the Bernabeu in Madrid. That's where they think they belong. This is where they belong, according to their history. But they think they're falling behind.
Chris, lovely to talk to you. Thank you so much for your insight into a very famous and also not very recognisable family.
OK, thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, bye.
Cheers.
So, Simon, it might have been nice sitting in the posh seats and getting that lovely trophy, but the fans still made their feelings known. They can't unhear that, can they?
No, they can't. But then you could say exactly the same thing for the last, I don't know, nearly 20 years now. The visual green and gold demonstrations that the Manchester United fans have had, the chants ever present at the matches that they play. There isn't a game that goes by where there is no chanting against the Glazer family. They've almost had a deaf ear to that. They don't care. They just seem to carry on, and it doesn't bother them. So I'm not sure that the fan reaction will really play a pivotal part. I think what will play the biggest part is whether Avram and Joel in particular do want to get out, whether they are really determined to get out, or whether there's a figure at which they will think, actually, we quite like it, but this is too much money to turn down.
And Simon, is there a point where the fans think, actually, we quite like it? It's all starting to come good now.
I don't see that at all. I think that there is too much water gone under the bridge for that to happen. I think the people who are interested in buying the football club, there are issues, environmental issues, human rights issues with them. But almost you could argue that the most toxic decision out of all of this would be for the Glazer family to stay. And I think that is something that will not change. And if they do decide to stay, I just think there will be more protests.
More trouble. So, Simon, you are a busy man today. You have to go and talk to one of the class of 92. Tell us what you're doing.
Yes, Nicky Butt. And then from here, I'm going to nip off down to Carrington training ground where Erik ten Hag is is about to do a press conference as well ahead of what is the next game in a packed schedule for Manchester United. So I'll see you guys later, and I look forward to next time.
Good luck, Simon. I imagine they'll all be in quite a good mood. It's really interesting, Faisal. You get like a ringside seat because of the job that you do on all these big events where the people who make big decisions all come together to talk about it. Have you ever come across the Glazers, and what's your experience of them?
Yeah, so only really Avram Glazer, because he started attending the World Economic Forum in his position on the board of Manchester United. And, he's not the only footballing figure that goes there. Khaldoun Al-Mubarak, I think he's the chair of Manchester City, the ultimate point man for the Abu Dhabi investors. He goes to, but has a number of other business interests. But a place like that, football has injected itself. But you see how the club is being sold, not just as a sports endeavour, not just as a stadium and a set of players, but as the people likely to be able to pay the sort of price that the Glazers are asking are going to want it for reasons of prestige. And the price might be so high that it might not be down to an individual to buy it, but either a giant conglomerate, as we're seeing, or effectively, we think, a business backed by a nation state.
And when you go to these big events, Faisal, how difficult is it to get close to someone like a member of the Glazer family? Do you get anywhere near them, or are they just surrounded by security the whole time?
No. This is probably one of the only places where they're not surrounded by security. Like many of the business leaders, it's quite a good opportunity to bump into them. I have to say, on the occasions that I have been, it was not my focus to go after the football story. There was, world economy collapsing, Russian trade, all that sort of stuff. There were other things going on which I occasionally have to deploy my mind to. But no, I think I bumped into Glazer once there when Ole Gunnar Solskjaer was doing well. Seemed to preview the idea that he was going to get the permanent job when he was there. But no, he doesn't tend to be too chatty. I think some of our colleagues from Sky did get a brief word with him at a recent World Economic Forum.
Mr. Glazer, Paul Kelso from Sky News here. Are you disappointed with Manchester United's season?
I don't think this is the time to talk about that.
The fans are very disappointed. You're the owner of the club. Are you disappointed? Have you got a message for the fans?
It is a disappointing season for everyone, and we're going to work hard to make next season a better season.
And are you confident that...
So, Faisal, in your day job as economics editor, you have been talking to the Labour leader, Keir Starmer, and you've been talking about football.
Yes, I mean, I thought it did flow. This wasn't a wasted question on behalf of my economics audience, because he was talking about Labour's plan for growth and the worries of investors about the UK. And my challenge to him was, he, for example, had advocated a politician's boycott of the Qatar World Cup. And I wondered the extent to which Labour would set aside some of its foreign policy or human rights concerns in welcoming investment, and the most high-profile potential investment into the UK right now by a Gulf nation is, of course, Qatar's potential purchase of, I don't think he considers it to be Britain's biggest football club. I do. And so I put that to him. He gave quite an interesting answer about where football regulation could be going.
I think as an Arsenal fan, it's not really for me to say who should own every other club in the Premiership. What I would say, in all seriousness, is we do need an independent regulator. We've been supportive of the review. That independent regulator can then set the framework for governance within football, set the standards and enforce those standards.
I mean, the regulator didn't rule out sovereign wealth money going into football, so you back that general
Well, we need
position.
an independent regulator,
okay.
And that's the whole point. Once that regulator is in place, then those rules can be drafted, the framework can be drafted, and it can be enforced in the right way, the way that I think most people recognised it would be.
So, yeah, the Labour leader, Keir Starmer, I mean, praising, I think, some of the government's plans for a football regulator. We know that the sort of United historical figure, Gary Neville, has been calling for this football regulator partly as somebody that might stand in the way of a Glazer-style investment. Important to note that the current government's plans wouldn't rule out a state buying a football club, but some interesting new tests about the financial sustainability of potential purchase of football clubs. And very interesting in the context of, obviously the EFL final, the Carabao final, which United won at the weekend, was obviously against Newcastle. So some of these issues kind of right to the fore there. We saw some of the Newcastle fans, it wasn't many of them, it has to be said, but there was the odd picture from outside Wembley Way with them flying Saudi flags, and the owners obviously feel that they're involved in a project as well. So you see straight away, is this the potential future of English football, a Saudi-owned Newcastle at Wembley up against a Qatari-owned Manchester United? Is this a lens into a future to come? I'm sure many of football fans from other clubs would be somewhat have a few eyebrows raised, shall we
hesitant,
say,
maybe
about that. Yes, yeah.
So Faisal, that's the question you asked the Labour leader Keir Starmer. But Faisal, we've got a question for you from one of our listeners.
Hi, Amy from Manchester here. Really enjoyed listening to How to Buy a Football Club, but I'm still reeling from Sally's admission that he's a Liverpool supporter. My question to Faisal is it possible for a potential buyer to play dirty in order to try and get Glazers to sell? Could someone come in and buy the existing debt that's on the club's books and then call the debt in to apply real pressure on the Glazers to try and sell?
Faisal, could someone possibly buy up the debt and get the club that way, through the back door, if you like?
I think it's theoretically possible, but it would depend on the club. Essentially, you're making a bet that the club wouldn't be able to repay those debts. And then there's something in the debts rules and then what's called the covenants that would enable you to take a certain ownership. Now, I think at that stage, though, the club has been structured such that it's quite difficult for shareholders to seize control. So I don't think it's that possible. What I do know is that some of the lenders into football have ended up in control of clubs. It's more done that way. And in fact, that happened quite recently with AC Milan. So the general area is quite interesting and possible that in the debt markets you can affect this. I can't see it for now, but you can see that it is possible via lending to end up in control of a football club.
Now, remember, you can get in touch with us here at the podcast. You can WhatsApp us or voice note us on 0330 123 9480. You can email howtobuyafootballclub@bbc.co.uk, or you can use the hashtag on all social media platforms, howtobuyafootballclub. So, we know that the bids went in last Friday. We know the clock is now ticking on those bids. The bidders want some type of response quite soon. I imagine in our next podcast, we might know a little bit more, Faisal.
Well, you would assume that we would, but, it seems like the bidders are starting to tap their watch in Sir Alex Ferguson style now, wondering exactly what is going on. The bids have gone in. Not that they'd get a response or reply or the receipts for the transaction by now, but just, what is going on? What's the next steps? Can we get the feedback going? Can we look at the books, the financial books, the numbers in more detail? So I think you'll see the temperature go up on that over the next few days, and we'll see some evolution of the process off the field as we have seen some developments on the field.
Looking forward to it. Faisal, thank you. See you next time.
See you, Sally.
Thanks for listening to How to Buy a Football Club on 5 Live. There's still lots to cover in this story. You can follow the full podcast series with episode 3 available now and episode 4 available later this week. Search for How to Buy a Football Club on BBC Sounds and subscribe for all the latest developments.
The voice of the UK. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News for 5 Live, I'm Carl Hartley. Government plans to stop people who arrive in the UK in small boats from claiming asylum have been described as unworkable by refugee charities. The Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, is expected to publish legislation on Tuesday designed to stop crossings in the Channel. Lord Blunkett is the former Labour Home Secretary.
Don't believe me, believe the last very tough Home Secretary, Priti Patel, who's quite rightly said, we don't need any new legislation because if you arrive without passport and papers, you are inadmissible and you're counted as illegal. If Rishi Sunak and Suella Braverman don't know what their own legislation says, we are in a real pickle.
The Unite Union has called off ambulance strikes in England tomorrow and on Wednesday to enter pay talks with the government. Unison and the GMB also announced last week that they were pausing industrial action after what they called a huge shift in Downing Street's position. It's understood the former senior civil servant Sue Gray will tomorrow approach the appointments watchdog about her future role as the chief of staff to the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer. Some Conservatives have described the move as concerning following her investigation into lockdown parties in Downing Street. An international agreement aimed at safeguarding the oceans has been praised by scientists and environmentalists. If implemented, the UN treaty will create protected areas covering 30% of international waters by the end of the decade. Dr. Robert Blaskias is a marine researcher at Stockholm University.
It's a little bit hard to even wrap our heads around how big and how distant these areas are. So if you imagine like a big high definition widescreen TV, and if only like 3 or 4 of the pixels on that giant screen are working, that's kind of our knowledge of the deep ocean. Like we don't know so much of what's going on.
Hampshire police say an 18-year-old boy has died after a car crashed into several parked vehicles in Southampton around 1 o'clock this morning. He was in the car alongside 2 other boys aged 17 and 19. They've been arrested on suspicion of causing the death by dangerous driving. And a statement from Prince Harry and Meghan's spokesperson suggests they've been invited to the King's coronation in May, though it didn't disclose whether they'll be attending. There's been speculation about whether the royal couple would be asked to go after revelations in the Duke of Sussex's memoir. Now with the sport, here's Shojo.
Thank you. Liverpool thrashed Manchester United 7-0 in their Premier League clash at Anfield, a result which sees them move up to 5th in the table. Arsenal women are the League Cup champions. They came from behind to beat Chelsea 3-1 in the final. There were 2 more goals for Great Britain at the European Indoor Athletics Championships in Istanbul. Keely Hodgkinson defended her 800 metres title and Jasmine Sawyers won the long jump. And world champion Max Verstappen cruised to victory in the season-opening Bahrain Grand Prix.
Would you rather share a flat with a gorilla or a heron? Be a head teacher at Hogwarts or Grange Hill? Get married to Father Christmas or the Tooth Fairy?
Problem with the Tooth Fairy is you could just wake up just gum, couldn't you? 50p up, but just gum.
I'm Steph McGovern. Join me for a brand new comedy show where I give 2 top comedians some downright daft dilemmas.
This is a very well-considered decision.
The ultimate choice. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Stephen Nolan on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening. Welcome along to the programme tonight. Scrutiny continues about when Labour approached the former senior civil servant Sue Gray, who investigated the Downing Street lockdown parties to become Sir Keir Starmer's new chief of staff.
Does it matter to you if Sue Gray did not follow the rules to the letter when she was talking to Keir Starmer about coming to work for the Labour Party?
I'm confident that Sue Gray is a woman of immense integrity, and she will set all of this out as she follows the proper processes and procedures that one does when you are a senior civil servant and you leave the civil service.
We'll be discussing this tonight and what it all means and why it matters, along with the issue of the Prime Minister's new small boats policy to deal with asylum seekers who use them to cross the Channel to enter the UK. Also tonight, we'll reflect on the train crash in Greece, in which 57 people died earlier this week, as the country's Prime Minister asks the nation for forgiveness.
Right after the crash, the Prime Minister addressed the Greek people and referred to a fatal human error. The Greek society since then started protesting, and anger was building up every day. Today, he finally apologized to the people, and there was a protest outside the parliament, which ended in tear gas and clashes. The protesters don't consider this to be a simple accident. They usually use the term crime.
More and more details are emerging about King Charles' coronation this year, which will see pubs open later and special animal-free holy oil prepared for the ceremony.
The consecration of the oil for the enthronement and the coronation brings about something of a deep and profound meaning, both to King Charles, to the church in Jerusalem, to the Holy Land, and I think to the whole world. And this is very special for all of us, and I'm sure for the royal family in particular.
And we now know that Harry and Meghan have received an invite. Also tonight, is the cost of catching a train still worth it? Prices in England and Wales are set to rise again, this time by 5.9%.
For the service that you get, it's not really worth it because half the time you're late to work.
I spend a lot of money on rails, so it's a big dent to my income.
Trying to be green, trying not to use your car so much is actually costing more and more.
What customers, passengers really want, yes, they want an affordable railway, but value for money is about having a reliable, punctual railway as well. And for several months now, that's not been good enough.
We'll get your experiences tonight of using the railways and whether you think it is worth it. Whatever the news story, we want you to be part of it on The Nolan Show. Here's how to get in touch.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live. Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Plus, see our privacy notice. bbc.co.uk/5live.